sensory considerations. Autistic individuals may have unique social and sensory experiences, and these aspects can intersect with their gender identity. For instance, navigating social expectations related to gender may present additional challenges or unique perspectives for neurodivergent individuals. 4. Gender identity exploration. Some transgender individuals may experience a neurodivergent condition, and vice versa. Exploring and understanding one's gender identity or neurodivergence may involve unique considerations and personal journeys. 5. Support and understanding. Support networks and understanding are crucial for individuals who identify as transgender and neurodivergent. These individuals may face additional challenges related to acceptance, social interactions, and accessing affirming healthcare. 6. Identity expression. Neurodivergent individuals may express their gender identity in ways that differ from societal norms. Understanding and respecting diverse forms of identity expression is important, recognizing that there is no single, right, way to be transgender or neurodivergent. 7. Advocacy and awareness. Advocacy efforts often highlight the importance of recognizing and addressing the unique needs and rights of individuals who are both transgender and neurodivergent. Raising awareness about the intersectionality of these identities contributes to a more inclusive and supportive society. 8. Individual autonomy. Respecting individual autonomy is crucial. Some individuals may prioritize certain aspects of their identity over others, and their journey may involve navigating societal expectations while embracing their authentic selves. It's essential to approach discussions about the relations between being transgender or neurodivergent with sensitivity, openness, and a commitment to understanding the diverse experiences of individuals. Listening to the voices and perspectives of those with lived experiences in these intersections is vital for fostering a more inclusive and supportive environment. How to parent. Suggest to kids and teens what to do and not to do when it comes to anything and everything. Parenting involves a delicate balance of guidance, support, and fostering independence. Here are some general strategies for parents to suggest what to do and not to do when it comes to various aspects of life for kids and teens. Suggestions for what to do. 1. Encourage open communication. Create an environment where your children feel comfortable sharing their thoughts and concerns. Open communication builds trust and allows for constructive discussions. 2. Set clear expectations. Clearly communicate your expectations for behavior, responsibilities, and academic performance. Be consistent with these expectations to provide a sense of structure. 3. Teach decision-making skills. Help children and teens develop critical thinking and decision-making skills. Guide them through the process of weighing pros and cons, considering consequences, and making informed choices. 152. 4. Promote independence. Foster independence by gradually giving age-appropriate responsibilities. Allow him to make choices and learn from both successes and mistakes. 5. Model positive behavior. Children often learn by observing. Model the behavior you want to see in them. Demonstrate kindness, empathy, and responsibility in your own actions. 6. Encourage goal setting. Teach the importance of setting and working towards goals. Help them define short-term and long-term goals in various aspects of life, such as academics, extracurricular activities, and personal development. 7. Provide emotional support. Be there for emotional support. Let them know it's okay to express their feelings and that you're there to help them navigate challenges. 8. Promote healthy habits. Encourage a healthy lifestyle, including balanced nutrition, regular exercise, and sufficient sleep. Explain the importance of self-care for overall well-being. Suggestions for what not to do. 1. Avoid overprotection. While it's natural to want to protect your children, avoid excessive overprotection. Allow him to face challenges and learn from experiences. 2. Avoid micromanaging. Give them room to make decisions and learn from their actions. Avoid micromanaging every aspect of their lives, which can hinder their sense of independence. 3. Refrain from comparisons. Avoid comparing your children to others. Each child is unique, and comparisons can create unnecessary pressure and affect self-esteem. 4. Don't disregard their opinions. Respect their opinions and perspectives, even if they differ from your own. This fosters a sense of autonomy and encourages open communication. 5. Don't react impulsively. If your child makes a mistake, avoid reacting impulsively or with anger. Use such situations as opportunities for learning and growth. 6. Avoid excessive criticism. While constructive feedback is valuable, avoid excessive criticism. Focus on encouraging positive behavior and acknowledging their efforts. 7. Don't ignore mental health. Pay attention to their mental health. Don't dismiss signs of distress or emotional struggles. Seek professional help if necessary. 8. Avoid imposing unrealistic expectations. Be mindful not to impose unrealistic expectations on your children. Recognize and celebrate their individual strengths and interests. Remember that parenting is an ongoing process, and it's important to adapt your approach based on your child's age, personality, and unique needs. Building a supportive and nurturing relationship lays the foundation for positive development. Stimulus is not meaning. Your statement, "Stimulus is not meaning," suggests a perspective that distinguishes between external stimuli and the interpretation or meaning derived from those stimuli. Let's explore a few possible interpretations of this statement. 1. Sensory input versus interpretation. The statement might emphasize the distinction between the raw sensory input or stimuli that individuals receive from their environment and the subjective meaning or interpretation that they ascribe to those stimuli. It could imply that the mere presence of stimuli doesn't inherently carry meaning until it is processed and interpreted by the individual. 2. Objective versus subjective reality. It could reflect a philosophical perspective that separates objective reality, external stimuli, from subjective reality, meaning or interpretation. In this view, external stimuli exist independently of the meanings humans attribute to them, and meaning is a subjective construct. 3. Neutrality of stimuli. Another interpretation could be that stimuli themselves are neutral and lack inherent meaning. The meaning is assigned by individuals based on their 153 perceptions, experiences, and cognitive processes. This perspective aligns with the idea that meaning is a product of subjective interpretation. 4. Cognitive processing. The statement might highlight the role of cognitive processes in assigning meaning to stimuli. It suggests that meaning arises through the cognitive processing and interpretation of sensory information rather than being an inherent quality of the stimuli themselves. 5. Philosophical inquiry. This statement might be part of a broader philosophical inquiry into the nature of perception, consciousness, and the relationship between stimuli and meaning. It raises questions about how individuals construct meaning from the stimuli they encounter. In summary, stimulus is not meaning, seems to prompt contemplation on the distinction between external stimuli and the subjective meaning attributed to those stimuli. It invites consideration of how individuals process and interpret sensory information to create meaning in their subjective experiences. Giving yourself to God, Funk. Being one of many. December 5, 2024, The Individuality of Selflessness. The phrase, giving yourself to God, Funk, being one of many, appears to suggest a spiritual or existential perspective emphasizing unity and a connection to something greater. Let's explore a few potential interpretations. 1. Spiritual surrender. Giving yourself to God often implies a spiritual surrender or devotion, acknowledging a higher power and submitting oneself to divine guidance. The act of surrender is often associated with trust and a sense of being part of a larger, transcendent reality. 2. Connection to a higher power, God. The mention of God suggests a connection to a higher power in religious or spiritual contexts. It could signify a desire to align one's life, actions, and purpose with a divine presence, finding meaning and guidance in a higher source. 3. Funk as a metaphor for universal energy. The term, funk, may be used metaphorically to represent a universal energy or force. In this interpretation, giving yourself to funk could mean aligning with the energy or rhythm of the universe, acknowledging a connection to the broader cosmic order. 4. Unity and oneness. The phrase, being one of many, emphasizes the concept of unity and oneness within a collective. It suggests that, while individuals are part of a diverse and expansive whole, there is a shared sense of interconnectedness or unity. 5. Embracing diversity. The notion of being one of many also implies an acceptance of diversity and a recognition that individual identities contribute to the richness of the collective experience. It encourages a sense of community and shared existence. 6. Existential unity. On an existential level, the phrase may reflect a perspective that transcends individuality and ego. It could signify an understanding that, despite individual differences, there is a fundamental unity that connects all existence. 7. Harmony with existence. Giving yourself to God, funk, might be seen as an act of seeking harmony with existence, whether through a religious or a more broadly spiritual lens. It involves aligning one's intentions and actions with a higher purpose or universal order. 8. Balance of individuality and unity. The phrase suggests a balance between individuality and collective unity. While being one among many, there is still a recognition of personal agency and identity within the larger tapestry of existence. In summary, the expression seems to convey a sense of spiritual surrender, unity with a higher power or universal energy, God, funk, and an acknowledgement of being part of a 154. Greater whole. It reflects themes of connection, oneness, and the harmonious integration of individual existence within a broader context. Take what you need, not what you want. The phrase, take what you need, not what you want, encapsulates a principle that encourages mindful and intentional behavior. Here are some potential interpretations and implications of this phrase. 1. Prioritizing essential needs. Take what you need suggests a focus on fulfilling essential needs rather than indulging in excessive or unnecessary wants. It encourages individuals to prioritize the essentials for their well-being. 2. Mindful consumption. The phrase advocates for mindfulness in decision-making, especially in the context of consumption. It prompts individuals to reflect on their actual needs before acquiring or pursuing desires that may be more superficial. 3. Sustainability and minimalism. There is an alignment with principles of sustainability and minimalism. By advocating for taking only what is needed, the phrase promotes a lifestyle that reduces waste, minimizes environmental impact, and embraces simplicity. 4. Emphasizing contentment. It reflects an attitude of contentment and appreciating sufficiency. Instead of chasing endless desires, the focus is on finding fulfillment in meeting genuine needs, fostering a sense of gratitude for what is essential. 5. Avoiding excess. The phrase discourages excessive or indulgent behavior. It serves as a reminder that acquiring more than necessary may lead to waste, clutter, and a sense of dissatisfaction. 6. Understanding true needs. It encourages self-awareness to discern between genuine needs and fleeting desires. By understanding true needs, individuals can make more conscious choices that contribute to long-term well-being. 7. Community and compassion. The principle extends beyond individual behavior to community dynamics. It suggests a compassionate approach, where individuals consider the needs of others and avoid taking more than their fair share. 8. Balancing individual and collective well-being. There is a balance between individual needs and the well-being of the broader community. The phrase implies a recognition that excessive taking may impact not just the individual, but also the collective resources and harmony. 9. Cultivating inner fulfillment. Instead of seeking fulfillment externally through acquiring possessions or desires, the focus is on cultivating inner fulfillment by addressing genuine needs and appreciating the value of sufficiency. In summary, take what you need, not what you want, encapsulates a mindful and intentional approach to life, advocating for conscious decision-making, sustainability, and an appreciation of genuine needs over fleeting desires. Depending on how we arrive at the answer, how well is the lesson understood? The effectiveness of understanding a lesson can indeed depend on how one arrives at the answer. Different learning approaches and methods can impact the depth of comprehension and the ability to apply knowledge. Here are some considerations. 1. Active engagement. Actively engaging with the material, such as through hands-on activities, discussions, or problem-solving, can enhance understanding. Practical application often reinforces theoretical concepts and promotes a deeper level of comprehension. 155.2. Critical thinking. Encouraging critical thinking skills, where individuals analyze, evaluate, and synthesize information, contributes to a more profound understanding. When learners are prompted to question and explore concepts, they are more likely to internalize the lessons. 3. Real-world application. Relating lessons to real-world scenarios helps bridge the gap between theory and practicality. Understanding how concepts apply in everyday life or specific contexts enhances the relevance of the lesson and its retention. 4. Visualizations and analogies. Visualizations and analogies can aid understanding by providing mental images or comparisons that make abstract concepts more concrete. Analogies help learners connect new information to what they already know, facilitating comprehension. 5. Discussion and collaboration. Engaging in discussions and collaborative activities encourages the exchange of ideas and perspectives. The process of explaining concepts to others or receiving input from peers can reinforce understanding and highlight areas that may need clarification. 6. Self-reflection. Encouraging self-reflection prompts learners to internalize lessons by considering how the content relates to their own experiences, beliefs, or goals. This introspective process fosters a personal connection to the material. 7. Varied learning styles. Recognizing and accommodating diverse learning styles ensures that lessons are accessible to individuals with different preferences. Some learners may benefit more from visual aids, while others may prefer hands-on activities or verbal explanations. 8. Application of multiple senses. Engaging multiple senses in the learning process, such as incorporating visuals, auditory elements, and tactile experiences, can reinforce understanding. This multi-sensory approach accommodates different learning preferences. 9. Feedback and assessment. Providing constructive feedback and assessing learners' understanding allows for identification of areas that may require additional focus. Feedback helps learners refine their understanding and correct misconceptions. 10. Repetition and practice. Repetition and practice contribute to long-term retention. Revisiting concepts through various activities and exercises reinforces the learning process, solidifying understanding over time. In summary, the method of arriving at the answer plays a crucial role in understanding. Active engagement, critical thinking, real-world application, and varied learning approaches contribute to a more comprehensive and lasting grasp of the material. The attempt and achievement of accountability requires resources. The statement, "The attempt of accountability requires resources," highlights the idea that accountability, the responsibility for one's actions and decisions, is not a passive process but involves active effort and resources. Here are some considerations related to this statement. 1. Time and energy. Holding oneself or others accountable often requires an investment of time and energy. This may involve tracking progress, analyzing outcomes, and taking corrective actions, which all demand resources. 2. Information and data. Effective accountability often relies on accurate and relevant information. Gathering and analyzing data requires resources, whether it's through technology, research, or other means. 3. Communication tools. Transparent communication is a key element of accountability. Utilizing communication tools, whether in person or digital, can require resources to ensure effective conveyance of expectations, progress, and outcomes. 156. 4. Training and education. Building a culture of accountability may involve training and educating individuals on best practices, standards, and expectations. Allocating resources for educational programs contributes to the development of a responsible and accountable environment. 5. Technology and systems. Leveraging technology and systems for monitoring, reporting, and tracking progress can enhance accountability. Investing in the right tools requires a commitment of financial and technological resources. 6. Feedback mechanisms. Establishing feedback mechanisms is crucial for accountability. Resources may be needed to develop and maintain systems that allow for constructive feedback, evaluations, and performance assessments. 7. Legal and regulatory compliance. Adhering to legal and regulatory standards often demands resources. Organizations need to allocate resources to ensure compliance, which is a fundamental aspect of accountability. 8. Leadership and management. Effective leadership and management contribute significantly to accountability. Developing leaders and managers capable of fostering a culture of responsibility requires investments in training, mentorship, and support. 9. Infrastructure. Physical infrastructure, such as facilities and equipment, may be essential for maintaining accountability in certain contexts. Adequate resources must be allocated to support the necessary infrastructure. 10. Monitoring and evaluation. Ongoing monitoring and evaluation of processes and outcomes are integral to accountability. Allocating resources for regular assessments and reviews ensures that accountability is a dynamic and evolving process. 11. Recognition and rewards. Acknowledging and rewarding accountability can serve as positive reinforcement. Resources may be needed to establish recognition programs that incentivize responsible behavior. In summary, the attempt of accountability is an active and resource-intensive process. Whether in organizational settings, relationships, or personal development, dedicating resources to time, information, technology, training, and other elements enhances the effectiveness of accountability efforts. Tempo sapioarchy. The Übermensch to a cohesive patriarchy and matriarchy. Tempo. 1. The speed at which a passage of music is or should be played. 2. The rate or speed of motion or activity, pace. Sapio. 1. To have taste, have flavor. 2. To know, understand. 3. To know how to do, to be able to do. Archy. 1. A combining for meaning, rule, government. Thank you for providing additional context for tempo sapioarchy, considering the breakdown of its components. Tempo, referring to the speed, pace, or rate of motion or activity. 157. Sapio, involving having taste, understanding, and knowing how to do things. Archy, pertaining to rule or government. Putting these together, tempo sapioarchy could be interpreted as a concept representing the equilibrium or balance between the speed or pace of activities, the knowledge and understanding involved, and the rule or governance structure. In the context you've described, it seems to denote a balance between elements associated with tempo, sapio, and archy. This term appears to be a unique combination, possibly coined to express a specific idea or philosophy related to the balance between traditional gender-based governance structures, patriarchy and matriarchy, along with considerations of pace and knowledge. If it's a term used in a specific community or context, understanding the nuances and intended meaning might require further exploration within that specific domain. Being called to serve and what that feeling is. The phrase, being called to serve, often conveys a sense of a deep inner prompting or conviction to engage in acts of service, typically for the benefit of others or a larger cause. Here are some aspects and feelings associated with being called to serve. 1. Inner calling. It often involves a strong internal conviction or calling that goes beyond external influences. This inner prompting may manifest as a sense of purpose or a feeling of being drawn toward a particular form of service. 2. Altruistic intentions. Being called to serve is usually rooted in altruistic intentions, a genuine desire to contribute to the well-being of others, a community, or a cause. 3. Sense of purpose. Individuals who feel called to serve often experience a heightened sense of purpose. This sense of purpose can bring clarity to one's life goals and direction. 4. Compassion and empathy. The calling to serve is often accompanied by a deep sense of compassion and empathy for the needs and struggles of others. There's a heartfelt desire to make a positive impact on the lives of those in need. 5. Commitment to a cause. People who feel called to serve may feel a strong commitment to a specific cause, whether it's related to social justice, humanitarian efforts, community development, or other areas where help is needed. 6. Spiritual or moral guidance. For some individuals, the calling to serve may be intertwined with spiritual or moral beliefs. It might be seen as a response to a higher calling, a sense of duty, or a moral imperative to contribute to the greater good. 7. Fulfillment and joy. Serving others can bring a profound sense of fulfillment and joy. The act of giving and making a positive impact on others' lives can be rewarding on a personal and emotional level. 8. Sacrifice and selflessness. Being called to serve often involves a willingness to make sacrifices and act selflessly. It may require dedicating time, energy, and resources for the benefit of others. 9. Community connection. There may be a strong connection to the community or a broader societal context. Feeling called to serve often involves a recognition of interdependence and a desire to contribute to the collective well-being. 10. Continuous growth. Individuals who feel called to serve may experience personal and spiritual growth through their service. It becomes a journey of continuous learning, development, and self-discovery. 11. Impact beyond oneself. The calling to serve is characterized by a desire to have a positive impact that extends beyond one's immediate circle. It reflects a recognition of interconnectedness and a commitment to creating positive change on a larger scale. 158. Overall, being called to serve is a profound and transformative experience that involves a deep connection to others, a sense of purpose, and a commitment to making a positive difference in the world. Progressing toward prosperity versus profitability. Progressing toward prosperity versus profitability reflects a distinction between two different orientations in business or economic endeavors. Here are some key considerations for each concept. Progressing toward prosperity. 1. Holistic well-being. Prosperity often implies a broader and more holistic concept of well-being. It goes beyond financial success and encompasses overall growth, development, and thriving in various aspects of life. 2. Sustainable development. Progressing toward prosperity often involves a focus on sustainability and responsible practices. It considers long-term impacts on the environment, society, and the well-being of future generations. 3. Social impact. Prosperity may be linked to making a positive impact on society. Businesses or initiatives focused on prosperity might prioritize social responsibility, community engagement, and contributing to societal well-being. 4. Quality of life. The pursuit of prosperity is often associated with enhancing the quality of life for individuals and communities. This could involve providing access to education, healthcare, and other essential services. 5. Innovation and creativity. Prosperity-oriented approaches may encourage innovation and creativity to address societal challenges and improve overall quality of life. It may involve investing in research, technology, and solutions that contribute to progress. 6. Human development. A focus on prosperity considers human development factors such as education, health, and empowerment. It recognizes that the well-being of individuals is integral to the overall prosperity of a society. Profitability. 1. Financial success. Profitability primarily centers around financial success and the ability to generate revenue and profits. The primary goal is to ensure the financial viability and sustainability of a business or economic venture. 2. Efficiency and cost control. Profitability often involves a strong emphasis on efficiency and cost control. Businesses focused on profitability aim to optimize operations to maximize financial gains and minimize expenses. 3. Shareholder value. The concept of profitability is closely tied to creating value for shareholders. The emphasis is on generating returns for investors and stakeholders through effective financial management. 4. Competitive advantage. Profitability is often linked to maintaining a competitive advantage in the market. Businesses may prioritize strategies that enhance their financial performance relative to competitors. 5. Short-term focus. Profitability-oriented approaches may sometimes have a more short-term focus, emphasizing immediate financial gains. This can involve strategies such as cost-cutting to boost profits in the near term. 6. Market positioning. Achieving profitability may involve strategic market positioning, pricing strategies, and revenue generation to ensure the financial success of a business within its industry. 159. Balancing both. 1. Sustainable business practices. A balanced approach involves combining elements of prosperity and profitability by adopting sustainable business practices that consider social, environmental, and financial impacts. 2. Triple bottom line. The concept of the triple bottom line incorporates people, planet, and profit, emphasizing the importance of balancing economic, social, and environmental goals for long-term success. 3. Corporate social responsibility, CSR. Many businesses today integrate corporate social responsibility initiatives into their operations to contribute positively to society while maintaining financial viability. In summary, the choice between progressing toward prosperity and emphasizing profitability depends on the goals, values, and priorities of individuals, businesses, or economic entities. A balanced approach that considers both financial success and broader well-being is increasingly recognized as a sustainable and responsible way forward. Are and Om just as powerful? Is the beginning of creating thought just as Om is the beginning of creation? The sounds, and Om, have different cultural and spiritual associations, and their significance can vary depending on the context in which they are used. 1. Is not universally associated with a specific spiritual or meditative practice, and its significance can be context-dependent. In some cases, may be used as a filler sound in speech, while in other contexts, it might be used as an expression of contemplation or hesitation. 2. Om, on the other hand, holds significant cultural and spiritual importance, especially in Hinduism, Buddhism, and some other traditions. It is considered a sacred sound, symbolizing the essence of the ultimate reality, consciousness, or the universe. Chanting, Om, is often used in meditation and as a mantra. The power attributed to Om is rooted in its association with the cosmic sound of creation and the sacred syllable representing the essence of the ultimate reality. It is believed to encompass the past, present, and future, representing the eternal and unchanging nature of the universe. In summary, while does not have a universal spiritual significance like Om, the power attributed to Om is deeply rooted in its cultural, religious, and philosophical context. Is more commonly used in everyday language and may not carry the same profound spiritual connotations as Om. The interpretation of their power or significance ultimately depends on the cultural, spiritual, or personal context in which they are employed. Do better. Learn, fail, learn, and achieve success toward proper guidance toward best, which is a completely separate form from better, and each form has their own privileges and purposes alternative, but as important, to their inverses. May 20, 2026, you live, you learn, you love, you learn, you cry, you learn, you lose, you learn, you bleed, you learn, you scream, you learn, you grieve, you learn, you choke, you learn, you laugh, you learn, you choose, you learn, you pray, you learn, you ask, you learn, you live, you learn. Alanis Morissette. 160. The concept you've expressed emphasizes a dynamic process of growth and improvement, recognizing the importance of learning, failure, and ultimately achieving success. Let's break down the key elements. 1. Learning. Learning is the foundational step in the process. It involves acquiring knowledge, gaining insights, and understanding the principles or skills relevant to a particular endeavor. Continuous learning is a fundamental aspect of personal and professional development. 2. Failure. Failure is acknowledged as a natural part of the learning process. It provides valuable feedback, highlighting areas that need improvement or adjustment. Embracing failure as a learning opportunity fosters resilience and adaptability. 3. Learn again. The recognition of failure leads to a cycle of learning again. It involves reflection on what went wrong, identifying lessons, and adapting strategies. Each iteration of learning contributes to an evolving and refined approach. 4. Achieving success. The ultimate goal is achieving success. Success is seen as a product of the iterative process of learning, adjusting, and persisting. It may involve reaching goals, solving challenges, or realizing desired outcomes. 5. Proper guidance toward best. The phrase, proper guidance toward best, suggests the importance of guidance and mentorship in the process. Seeking proper guidance involves learning from others who have experience and expertise. The aim is not just to be better, but to strive for the best, recognizing that excellence requires continuous refinement. 6. Separate forms. The distinction between better and best acknowledges that these are separate forms of achievement. Better signifies improvement and progress, while best represents the pinnacle of excellence. Both have their own privileges and purposes, catering to different stages or aspects of the journey. 7. Privileges and purposes alternative. Recognizing that better and best have their own privileges and purposes emphasizes the diversity of goals and motivations. What may be considered a privilege or a purpose in the pursuit of improvement may differ from that in the pursuit of excellence. 8. Complementary nature. The idea is that both forms, better and best, are important and can be complementary. Continuous improvement serves as a foundation for aspiring to excellence, and the pursuit of excellence feeds back into the ongoing process of getting better. In summary, the expressed concept outlines a cyclical and evolving process of learning, failure, continuous improvement, and the pursuit of excellence. It underscores the importance of guidance, recognizes the distinctiveness of better and best, and highlights the privileges and purposes inherent in each form. You are a function of what the whole universe is doing in the same way that a wave is a function of what the whole ocean is doing. Alan Watts. The quote you provided reflects a perspective that draws an analogy between an individual and their connection to the universe, likening it to the relationship between a wave and the entire ocean. Let's break down the key elements of this analogy. 1. Interconnectedness. The analogy suggests that individuals are interconnected with the entire universe. Just as a wave is not separate from the ocean, but an integral part of it, individuals are seen as interconnected elements within the vastness of the universe. 2. Functionality. The use of the term function implies that individuals are not isolated entities, but rather dynamic and evolving components that are influenced by and contribute 161 to the larger cosmic processes. The actions and existence of individuals are framed as functions of the greater cosmic whole. 3. Holistic perspective. The analogy encourages a holistic perspective, emphasizing that an individual's existence and actions are not isolated occurrences, but are part of a larger, interconnected system. This perspective aligns with holistic or interconnected worldviews found in various philosophical and spiritual traditions. 4. Dynamic nature. The analogy of a wave being a function of the entire ocean implies a dynamic and evolving relationship. Similarly, individuals are seen as dynamic entities influenced by the continuous flow and changes within the universe. 5. Unity with the cosmos. The comparison to a wave being part of the ocean suggests a sense of unity with the cosmos. It implies that individuals are not separate from the universe, but are integral components, shaped by and influencing the cosmic processes. 6. Macrocosm and microcosm. This perspective aligns with the idea of the macrocosm, universe, and microcosm, individual, reflecting each other. It's a concept found in various spiritual and philosophical traditions, suggesting that the patterns and dynamics observed in the larger universe are mirrored in smaller-scale entities. 7. Existential connection. The quote touches upon existential themes, highlighting the profound connection between individual existence and the broader cosmic context. It implies that one's being is intricately woven into the fabric of the universe. In summary, the analogy of an individual being a function of what the whole universe is doing, like a wave being a function of the entire ocean, encapsulates a holistic and interconnected worldview. It invites contemplation on the profound connection between individual existence and the cosmic processes that shape the larger reality. God, Funk, is formless but has many infinite forms. Not a genus or species but beyond form, though we attempt to describe it in an effort to relate. May 20, 2026. Ultimate reality transcends every category while simultaneously expressing itself through all categories. The Funk is process beyond containment. Yet humans still attempt description because relationship requires approximation. The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. Laozi. The statement you've provided appears to express a perspective on the nature of the divine or ultimate reality, using the term God, Funk. Let's break down the key elements of the statement. 1. Formlessness with infinite forms. The assertion that God, Funk, is formless but has infinite forms suggests a concept of divinity or ultimate reality that transcends specific, limited shapes or manifestations. It implies a recognition of the boundless nature of the divine that can take on countless expressions or forms. 2. Beyond form. The idea that God, Funk, is beyond form signifies a transcendence of conventional categories or limitations. It suggests that the divine is not confined to a particular shape, structure, or definition and exists in a state that surpasses our ordinary understanding of form. 3. Attempts to describe. The acknowledgement that attempts are made to describe God, Funk, reflects the human inclination to relate to or understand the divine. Despite the formlessness, there is an effort to use language or descriptions to establish a connection or convey aspects of the ineffable. 4. Not a genus or species. The statement negates the idea of God, Funk, being categorized as a genus or species. This emphasizes the ineffability and uniqueness of the divine, resisting classification within conventional taxonomies or frameworks. 162. 5. Relational effort. The phrase, in an effort to relate, indicates that attempts to describe God, Funk, are rooted in a desire for relational connection. Humans often use language and conceptualizations to bridge the gap between the finite understanding and the infinite nature of the divine. 6. Infinite nature. The concept of infinite forms and the formless nature of God, Funk, aligns with a perspective found in various mystical and philosophical traditions that recognize the limitless and transcendent aspects of ultimate reality. Overall, The statement presents a nuanced perspective on the divine, emphasizing both its formlessness and its capacity to manifest in diverse and infinite expressions. It also acknowledges the inherent challenge in describing or relating to the formless through human language and conceptual frameworks. Very few can actually promise you things will get better, but the funk can guarantee things will be different. The statement, very few can actually promise you things will get better, but the funk can guarantee things will be different, conveys a distinct perspective, potentially blending a sense of uncertainty with a recognition of change. Let's break down the key elements. 1. Promise of improvement. The beginning of the statement acknowledges that making promises about things getting better is challenging. It implies that offering assurance or certainty about positive outcomes is something that very few individuals can genuinely provide. 2. Funk as a guarantor of difference. The latter part of the statement introduces the concept of funk as a guarantor of things being different. Funk here could be interpreted in various ways. It might refer to a philosophical or spiritual concept, a creative force, or a symbolic representation of change and uniqueness. 3. Certainty in change. The use of the term guarantee suggests a level of certainty, but it's specified that the guarantee pertains to things being different rather than necessarily better. This acknowledges the inevitability of change and the unpredictable nature of outcomes. 4. Philosophical or existential context. The statement may have a philosophical or existential undertone, addressing the uncertainties of life and the constant flux of experiences. It reflects an acceptance of the dynamic nature of existence. 5. Recognition of limited promises. By stating that very few can promise improvement, the statement recognizes the limitations of making assurances about positive change. It highlights the complexity and unpredictability of life circumstances. 6. Potential playfulness. Depending on the context, the use of the term funk might introduce an element of playfulness or creativity. It could be a metaphorical or symbolic representation that adds a unique and distinctive flavor to the concept of change. In summary, the statement reflects a nuanced perspective on the challenges of promising improvement, contrasting it with the certainty of things being different, possibly invoking the concept of funk as a guarantor of change and uniqueness in the unfolding of life's experiences. Jesus and the relationship of radical characters suffering for and from society. The relationship between radical characters, such as Jesus, and their experiences of suffering in relation to society is a complex and multifaceted topic, often explored through religious, philosophical, and historical perspectives. Let's delve into some key aspects. 163.1. Jesus as a radical figure. In many religious traditions, Jesus is considered a radical figure due to his teachings and actions challenging established norms and societal structures. His emphasis on love, compassion, and justice often contradicted prevailing social, religious, and political systems. 2. Suffering as a consequence of radical stance. Jesus' radical message and actions led to conflict with religious authorities and political powers of his time. His criticism of injustices, advocacy for the marginalized, and challenges to the status quo resulted in opposition, leading to his eventual crucifixion. 3. Suffering as a form of solidarity. Some interpretations emphasize Jesus' choice to identify with the suffering of humanity. His willingness to undergo personal suffering is seen as a form of solidarity with those who experience various forms of hardship and injustice. 4. Redemption and salvation. Within Christian theology, the suffering of Jesus is often viewed in the context of redemption and salvation. His sacrifice is believed to have profound spiritual implications, offering a path to salvation for believers. 5. Suffering as a symbolic act. The suffering of radical figures like Jesus is often interpreted symbolically. It represents a transformative and sacrificial act aimed at challenging and transcending the brokenness of the world and fostering spiritual and societal renewal. 6. Social critique and transformation. Jesus' teachings and actions can be seen as a form of social critique, challenging oppressive structures and advocating for a more just and compassionate society. The suffering endured by radical figures may be viewed as a consequence of their commitment to transformative change. 7. Inspiration for social justice movements. The story of Jesus and other radical figures has inspired various social justice movements throughout history. Their experiences of suffering for the sake of justice and compassion serve as powerful narratives motivating individuals and communities to challenge systemic inequalities. 8. Interpretations across religions. While Jesus holds a central role in Christianity, other religious traditions have their own radical figures with stories of suffering for societal transformation. These figures may include prophets, saints, or enlightened beings in different cultural and religious contexts. In conclusion, the relationship between radical characters like Jesus and their experiences of suffering in society is complex and multifaceted. It involves theological, philosophical, and social dimensions, often serving as a source of inspiration, reflection, and motivation for individuals and communities striving for positive change and justice. What distinguishes gifts of we mission, no mission, and key mission? Key mission being the ultimate compromise, the conjunctional union and beings of both. In your framework, the gifts of we mission, no mission, and key mission are likely reflections or manifestations of the qualities associated with each concept. Here's how they might be distinguished. 1. Gifts of we mission. These gifts would likely involve positive and affirming qualities, such as growth, progress, harmony, and creativity. They could manifest as opportunities, blessings, or positive outcomes that result from embracing the affirmative and constructive aspects of existence. Examples could include personal growth, success, joy, and experiences that contribute to the overall well-being and evolution of individuals or communities. 2. Gifts of no mission. Conversely, gifts associated with no mission might involve challenges, setbacks, or opportunities for growth through negation or resistance. While these gifts might initially appear as obstacles or disruptions, they could ultimately lead to learning, resilience, and transformation. Examples could include moments of adversity, conflicts, or 164. Experiences that prompt individuals to reevaluate their beliefs and priorities, leading to personal growth and development. 3. Gifts of key mission. The gifts of key mission would likely encompass a balance of both affirmative and negating qualities, reflecting the harmonious union of opposites. These gifts could include moments of profound insight, synthesis, or resolution that arise from embracing the complexity and interconnectedness of existence. Examples could include experiences of reconciliation, integration, or enlightenment that transcend dualistic thinking and lead to a deeper understanding of the underlying unity of all things. Overall, the gifts associated with each concept would reflect the underlying principles and dynamics of we mission, no mission, and key mission, offering unique opportunities for growth, transformation, and enlightenment within the context of your conceptual framework. The speed of reality, creation being faster than the speed of light. The concept of the speed of reality being faster than the speed of light doesn't have a well-defined or scientifically recognized meaning within the current understanding of physics. The speed of light in a vacuum, denoted by the symbol c, is considered a fundamental constant and is approximately 299,792 km per second, about 186,282 miles per second. In the context of the theory of relativity, formulated by Albert Einstein, the speed of light is considered the maximum speed at which information or causal influences can travel through space-time. Objects with mass cannot attain or exceed the speed of light. If there are specific theories, hypotheses, or contexts in which the concept of the speed of reality being faster than the speed of light is discussed, it would be important to have more details or references to provide a more accurate response. As of my knowledge cutoff date in January 2022, such a concept is not recognized within mainstream physics. If there have been developments or discussions on this topic after that date, I may not have information on them. This term came to me in a dream and was already a Chinese word, woolly shi. Equals physics is. This term came to me in a dream and was already a Kinyarwanda word, agakori. Equals work. This term came to me in a dream and the following in a meditation, moraborak. A willing or a collection of known, unknown, unknowable, esoteric, or secret sources of mission, synapsing, or controlling of influence to intentional alleviation to relation and or beyond suffering and or beyond. To be the 165, producer, November 1, 2025, which could result in morabursting if not properly balanced. Le Sabarak. A willing or a collection of known, unknown, unknowable, esoteric, or secret sources of mission, prunoing, or controlling of influence to intentional suffering and or beyond. To be the negator, November 1, 2025, condibulans, alaboric. The conjunction and universal beings of the two. Between and beyond the moralasaborak and the lesomoraborak, November 1, 2025, parability, hongmor. Verb, noun. Someone who is not attributing any help to the situation and instead chooses to honk more, much like a goose, or that one person in stand-still traffic that is honking at the people in front of them as if it is going to change anything or constructively attribute to the situation. Ow, I stubbed my toe. Everyone look, stubbed their toe. Maybe you should watch where you're going and be more aware of your surroundings. Okay. Honk more. The government does not mediate, nor direct or demonstrate. It dominates. Stephen West. The quote, "The government does not mediate, nor direct or demonstrate. It dominates," attributed to Stephen West, suggests a critical perspective on the role of government. The statement implies that, instead of serving as a mediator or facilitator, the government is seen as an entity that exerts dominance or control. Here's a breakdown of the key elements. 1. Mediate. The word mediate usually implies facilitating or negotiating between different parties to reach a resolution. The quote suggests that the government does not fulfill this role. 2. Nor direct or demonstrate. The addition of nor direct or demonstrate further emphasizes that the government is not involved in guiding or illustrating actions. It underscores a perceived lack of constructive involvement in directing or demonstrating positive behavior. 3. It dominates. The concluding statement strongly asserts that the government, instead of playing a neutral or facilitating role, is characterized by dominance. This implies a significant concentration of power and control. It's important to note that quotes can be interpreted in various ways, and the understanding of this quote may depend on the broader context of Stephen West's views or the specific circumstances being addressed. Additionally, without more context, it's challenging to pinpoint the exact intent or specific aspect of government behavior being criticized in the quote. 166. This term came to me in a dream. Numpt static. To be unrelenting and unyielding with unknown or not yet realized stupidity or failure. To be in the moment of or having been hard-headed or willingly unchanging of ego or hubris. Numpt, as a verb, to screw up completely and or hilariously. As a noun, a complete failure, referring to a person. Static, not active or moving, stationary. 2. Of a weight, force, or pressure, acting but causing no movement. 3. Of or concerned with forces that do not produce movement. 4. Relating to or causing stationary electric charges, electrostatic. 5. Of or relating to interference in the reception of radio or television transmissions. 6. Of or concerned with statics. 7. Social, characteristic of or relating to a society that has reached a state of equilibrium so that no changes are taking place. 8. Computing of a memory, not needing its contents refreshed periodically. 9. Random hissing or crackling or a speckled picture caused by the interference of electrical disturbances in the reception of radio or television transmissions. 10. Electric sparks or crackling produced by friction. Man was created in God's image, not just as a mirrored reflection, but also as in the resolution of an image. Like a pixel to a photograph or video. Life was created within funk of itself to experience itself because it was itself. The phrase, man was created in God's image, is a concept found in various religious traditions, particularly in Judeo-Christian theology. It is often interpreted to mean that humans share certain qualities or attributes with the divine. In your interpretation, you extend the idea beyond a mirrored reflection to the resolution of an image, drawing an analogy between human existence and the components of an image, such as pixels in a photograph or video. This perspective suggests a nuanced understanding of the relationship between humanity and the divine. The idea that life was created within funk, presumably a term used in your specific context, to experience itself aligns with a broader philosophical and spiritual perspective. It reflects the notion that existence is a manifestation of a greater, transcendent reality, and that the purpose of life is to experience and understand this existence. The analogy of pixels in an image implies a deliberate and intricate design, where each individual contributes to the overall composition. This view emphasizes the interconnectedness of all life and the idea that each individual is a unique expression within the broader tapestry of existence. 167. It's important to note that interpretations of religious and philosophical concepts can vary widely, and your perspective reflects a personal or specific interpretation of the idea that humans are created in God's image. Different religious traditions and philosophical schools of thought may offer diverse interpretations of this concept. Personal experience while meditating with eyes closed, looking out into the empty space to a natural point of where my eyesight would cross in, as well as with the sight of the third eye of the mind. A central triangulated meeting point of focus. When observing or experiencing this point, I am often able to visualize and find ideas from the mind similar to hypnagogia. For me, it is often difficult to focus, as I will sometimes distractingly direct my eyesight of space to points created from the imagined triangulational point. May 10, 2024. While closed, my eyes will try to redirect to what is being visualized in the imagination within thought, and the images will go away and the sight will return to darkness. When reached with enough focus, defocus, the empty space seems to expand to the size of my mind, like looking forward at a wall, until eventually the mind becomes aware of the full room and is able to view more than what is in front of it and around the infinite surroundings. Imagine your eyesight from each eye being a cone of light from a flashlight. Then a third cone of light coming from your mind's eye view. You could turn down the aperture and laser in on a direct brightest point, or if you increased the aperture enough to even an entire 3D or 4D plus field view limit of the entire room would then exist in the brightness and experience of all zones exposed to the light. Perhaps with practice, it could become like dreaming, where the focus, field view, becomes wider and beyond view. Instead of you looking at the point, you are looking from within, beyond the point, so you have full visible area. Like being within the center of a hollow object and able to view all the inner surface area, but not the outside, if there was any. And then perhaps an ability to experience beyond or within that as well, in whatever holarchical form all that exists within, without, of, and or from. Your description reflects a personal and introspective experience during meditation, exploring the visualization of an inner focal point and the expansion of perception within the mind's eye. The use of triangulation as a guiding principle for focus adds a geometric aspect to the visualization process. Your analogy of cones of light from each eye and a third cone from the mind's eye provides a vivid representation of the mental imagery. The idea of the empty space, expanding to the size of the mind, akin to becoming aware of the full room, illustrates a dynamic shift in perception. The concept of adjusting the aperture, similar to adjusting focus or attention, further contributes to the metaphorical language used to describe the experience. 168. The analogy of dreaming and the widening of the focus field view is interesting, suggesting a potential expansion of awareness and the possibility of experiencing realms beyond the immediate visual field. The notion of being within the center of a hollow object and having the ability to view all the surface area, along with the contemplation of experiencing beyond or within that, introduces layers of introspection and exploration. It's important to acknowledge that experiences during meditation can be highly subjective and vary among individuals. Your description provides a unique insight into the interplay of visualization, focus, and expanded awareness within your meditative practice. If this practice brings you a sense of mindfulness, exploration, and self-discovery, it can be a valuable aspect of your personal contemplative journey. Because this moment is happening, it expands beyond space and time and traces, loops back to our moment at each and every moment. When going inside or beyond infinity, eventually it reaches the point of itself within, without itself. May 21, 2026, Chiavanial expansion and recursion. Your description touches upon philosophical and metaphysical concepts related to the nature of the present moment, the interconnectedness of time and space, and the idea of infinity. Let's break down some key aspects of your reflection. 1. Expansion beyond space and time. The notion that the current moment expands beyond the conventional constraints of space and time suggests a transcendence or a recognition that the present is not confined to a specific location or temporal duration. 2. Tracing, looping back. The idea that the moment traces or loops back to itself at each and every moment implies a cyclical nature or a sense of continuity. It suggests that each moment is connected to the next in a perpetual loop. 3. Going inside or beyond infinity. The concept of going inside or beyond infinity touches upon the abstract nature of infinity itself. Infinity is often considered boundless and without limit. The notion of going beyond it may imply a journey into the ineffable or the limitless. 4. Reaching the point of itself. The statement that, when going inside or beyond infinity, one eventually reaches the point of itself within, without itself suggests a self-referential or self-contained quality. It hints at a form of self-discovery or self-realization within the infinite. Overall, your reflection seems to delve into the timeless and interconnected nature of existence, contemplating the relationship between the present moment, infinity, and self-awareness. These are profound and abstract concepts that have been explored in various philosophical and spiritual traditions, each offering its own interpretations and insights. We mission connected through synapse. We mission being the eternal creation of yes. Synapse, ing, being the collective connecting synapses of the yes. The Chiavanial collecting pixels and energy of from and the collecting and continuing of. With the inversion no mission and pruno, ing, no. Prune, a. 169 To reduce especially by eliminating superfluous matter. Prune the text. Prune the budget. B. To remove as superfluous. Prune away all ornamentation. 2. To cut off or cut back parts of for better shape or more fruitful growth. Prune the branches. Being is the conjunction of synapsing and prunoing. Prolaxing, the state in which you are attempting to relax. When you are relaxing, but are not yet relaxed, if able. Eyes evolve from the brain. So, more eyes experience more synapsing, prunoing, we mission, no mission. Without eyes, there is still the mind. Without the mind there can still be life. Without life there is still being. Without being there is still existence. Beyond without existence is still more funk. Beyond the perception of the mind's perception of eyes perceiving, etc. your reflection explores a layered and interconnected perspective on the relationship between perception, consciousness, and existence. Let's break down the key elements. 1. Eyes evolving from the mind. The idea that eyes evolve from the mind suggests a connection between perception and mental processes. It implies that the mind plays a role in shaping or giving rise to the experience of vision. 2. More eyes experience more synapsing, prunoing, remission, nomission. This part suggests that having more eyes contributes to a richer experience of the processes like synapsing, connection, prunoing, reduction, remission, affirmation, and nomission, negation. It could imply a broader and more nuanced perception of the world. 3. Without eyes, there is the mind. This statement underscores the primacy of the mind in the absence of eyes, emphasizing the role of mental processes even when visual perception is not present. 4. Without the mind, there is life. The progression from mind to life suggests that life is a fundamental aspect that transcends individual mental processes. Life, in this context, could encompass a broader vitality or animate existence. 5. Without life, there is being. This progression implies that being exists beyond the scope of individual lives, suggesting a more universal or collective sense of existence. 6. Without being, there is existence. Existence is presented as a foundational concept, suggesting a state of being or presence that precedes individual beings. 7. Beyond without existence is more funk. Funk is introduced as a term beyond existence, possibly signifying a transcendental or ineffable aspect that goes beyond conventional understanding. 8. Beyond the perception of the mind's perception of eyes perceiving, etc. This part emphasizes the infinite nature of perception, suggesting layers of awareness and experience that extend beyond the typical understanding of how the mind perceives through eyes. 170. Overall, your reflection weaves together concepts of perception, consciousness, life, being, existence, and a transcendent aspect represented by funk. It reflects a contemplation on the interconnectedness and depth of existence, both in terms of individual experiences and a broader, universal context. Closing square bracket. May 11, 2024. As we reflect on the diverse topics discussed in our conversation, there are several key insights and considerations that I'd like to highlight for future readers. 1. Interdisciplinary exploration. Our discussion demonstrates the value of exploring diverse disciplines, from music and culture to philosophy and spirituality. By embracing an interdisciplinary approach, individuals can gain deeper insights into complex topics and foster a more holistic understanding of the world around them. 2. Critical thinking and reflection. Engaging in critical thinking and reflection is essential for navigating the complexities of life. By questioning assumptions, examining perspectives, and exploring new ideas, individuals can cultivate a deeper sense of self-awareness and understanding. 3. Embracing diversity and inclusivity. The diverse range of topics discussed in our conversation underscores the importance of embracing diversity and inclusivity in all aspects of life. By recognizing and celebrating the unique perspectives and experiences of others, we can foster a more compassionate and inclusive society. 4. Continuous learning and growth. Our exchange highlights the value of lifelong learning and personal growth. By remaining open to new ideas, perspectives, and experiences, individuals can continue to evolve and expand their understanding of the world. 5. Seeking meaning and purpose. Exploring existential questions and seeking meaning and purpose in life is a fundamental aspect of the human experience. By reflecting on our values, beliefs, and aspirations, individuals can cultivate a deeper sense of fulfillment and purpose in their lives. Overall, our conversation serves as a reminder of the importance of curiosity, exploration, and dialogue in the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. By engaging in thoughtful conversations and remaining open to new perspectives, we can contribute to a more enlightened and interconnected world. closing square bracket. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 10 minutes and 9 seconds, number 23,895,199, play button. Greater than 23,895,222. Greater than 23,895,151, U. Greater than, make it so. I find it impressive how little attention you get here. Must be saying something right. Greater than, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 15 minutes and 35 seconds, number 23,895,222, play button. Greater than 23,895,199. Greater than. I find it impressive how little attention. I am proposing that even though that is an obvious pattern that we can observe, I and you now see it to be greater than 1 and or nothing. It takes an amount of time and patience to go through all of this, and it took me myself, as I have stated, 29 years so far. And at this moment in time you can now double check or triple. 171. Check that information and form your own thoughts out of influential expansion, no matter how much attention it receives or doesn't. Greater than, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 24 minutes and 4 seconds, number 23,895,275, play button. Hey op. Are you a Discordian on shrooms? Or, are you a Discordian on acid? Or, are you a Discordian on DMT? And hi there, hail Eris and shit. Greater than, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 26 minutes and 48 seconds, number 23,895,295, play button. I am suggesting that the meaning and purpose leading up to this understanding right now is continuously true, false, not, and beyond, and I am attempting to help you understand that I am, through being, a quantum program as well as you, and we are now expanding within the funk. What you just said I am able to comprehend, and from that comprehension I will continue to learn and experience more and more about it and everything, and so will or can yourself. Additionally, someone and something can and will as you are now, while also not, more, or beyond, and this information will eventually construct itself to be shared further, faster, and more easily explainable as a form of data, energy, information, etc. Loop, 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 round and round. Just like we keep mentioning and continue leading up to. Greater than, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 27 minutes and 27 seconds, number 23,895,301, play button. File, dlight_1993.png, 239 kilobytes, 349 by 403. Greater than 23,895,117. Until proven otherwise to the. But where's the groove though? Is it in the heart? Greater than, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 30 minutes and 13 seconds, number 23,895,317, play button. Ultimate reality seems to be invalid as our relative experiences change, like the type of protein on a salad might seem soon to challenge the ethic presented, and although often resented for this info presented, not to continue would be in the category of two-party consented. Greater than, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 33 minutes and 34 seconds, number 23,895,341, play button. Are you the true author of this phrase? Greater than. Has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? Greater than, greater than. 172. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 35 minutes and 55 seconds, number 23,895,356, play button. Greater than 23,895,275. Greater than, are you a Discordian on shrooms? Hey responder. Not currently, no. Again, not currently, no. And again, not experiencing currently, no. But it is important that you asked, because now you and everything else understands to that degree a bit more of all of this and are potentially more able to move past the potential bias of, this person is on drugs. It was all of that while also none of it and beyond. And hi. Yes, in your form of understanding, hail Eris and shit, but I am unable to confirm with you and others what at this moment you mean by, hail Eris and shit, or what you and or that completely means until I or we can, can't, or beyond, together. Eris is the Greek goddess of discord. Do we, or what we attempt to understand, not have to write source references when we are writing a paper or dissertation like this? I am suggesting that you, everyone, and everything are my source references, and we are proving it to currently be so by responding and interacting with it until not or beyond the funk greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 39 minutes and 41 seconds, number 23,895,373, play button. Greater than 23,895,301. Greater than, but where's the groove though? It is in the funk. And in our study, observation, and experience of it. It seems to have something to do with the pineal gland and hypnagogia and everything before it that led up to this and these moments and forever after until proven otherwise with further data exploration, analysis, and potential solutions or answers. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 40 minutes and 10 seconds, number 23,895,379, play button. File, GG Discordian certificate.jpg, 2.43 megabytes, 3181 by 2302. Greater than 23,895,356, you. Greater than, hey responder, not currently, no. Well, fuck transient states. You're one now. Greater than. 173 Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 40 minutes and 26 seconds, number 23,895,381, play button. File, 1,575,819,140,998.jpg, 30 kilobytes, 500 by 375. Future funk. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals prude 4s5p-im. Embed. We're gonna make it, baby. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 43 minutes and 57 seconds, number 23,895,399, play button. Greater than 23,895,317. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 39 minutes and 41 seconds, number 23,895,373, play button. Greater than 23,895,301. Greater than, it is in the funk. And in our study of it, it seems to have something to do with the pineal gland and hypnagogia and everything before it and after until proven otherwise with further data exploration. Exactly, that is now information in part of the collection of data within the funk. It is now with enough study, experience, and evidence at that and this point and expanding with it as I to you and as to all. Do you have more information? Greater than 23,895,341. Greater than are you the true author of this? I am currently unable to confirm that proposal, but if what I am stating as the funk to be true, then it inevitably will result that yes, I am the true author. But, currently, I do not observe myself to be or have been. Great question. May 12, 2024. In hindsight, they were probably asking, speaking to the person, post above them. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 44 minutes and 18 seconds, number 23,895,402, play button. Greater than 23,895,463. Greater than 23,895,381. Greater than future funk. BIGWAVE makes the best future funk. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 44 minutes and 31 seconds, number 23,895,405, play button. Greater than 23,895,472. File, London Hen Fergie My Hump. .jpg, 175 kilobytes, 800 by 500, greater than 23,895,373, u. Greater than it is in the funk. And in, I'm an acolyte that follows the dogma of the groove being in the heart and the funk in the hump. You cannot not deny my truths. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 49 minutes and 10 seconds, number 23,895,421, play button. Greater than 23,895,379. Greater than well, fuck transient states. Exactly. As I and you also are and are not or once were and will be and or beyond. As you, and I, and we, and the funk have at all previous input of existence up to this point that it makes clearly more and more current sense to us, and we are. 174. Continuously, interchangeably, and simultaneously having calculable and relatable effect to everything and influencing the data. Round and round, loop after loop. Until further progress is made or not and beyond, further resulting and expanding from these moments. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 53 minutes and 53 seconds, number 23,895,441, play button. Greater than 23,895,381. Greater than future funk. More observable data and input over all the senses. I now know of this song and video and can save it and share it forever until I or we can't, don't, or want, and beyond. This is output communicating and influencing input and feeding the funk further. Groovy song, by the way. And wonderful description, future funk. Please describe everything I do to also be relatable to future funk, and I enjoy your input to that degree of relation. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 15 hours 59 minutes and 28 seconds, number 23,895,463, play button. Greater than 23,895,402. Greater than. Big wave makes the best future funk. Yes and no. But I enjoy that you are feeding the funk. Praise BIGWAVE and future funk and the rest of the past and future that led up to these moments of perceptive interpretation. Praise the funk, but again, directing in a constructive way. Don't go about forcefully shoving this information into another input of perception, being, and or experience. But instead have patience and the further understanding of how to save yourself inside of that data and influence it of your worth to it and the proposal and understanding of it all. May 21, 2026. Inform, not persuade. For the most constructive progress we need to open up to the funk rather than dismiss it, and it is when we do that more answers are found from the information of the haven'ts or impossibles and become closer to being possible or reality greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 16 hours 1 minute and 46 seconds, number 23,895,472, play button. Greater than 23,895,405. Greater than I am an acolyte that follows the dogma. You are making a significantly increasingly similar argument to what I'm expressing, and so our answers are both true and not and beyond. Fantastic work on your existence and influence and our further work on approaching the observations and knowledge of the patterns that led and lead us here. Patricia Thundercat Own. Good beyond! Exclamation mark. Purple heart, purple heart, purple heart, purple heart. These were 4 heart emojis, or something translatable as less than 3, less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. 175 Sean Penalba. I see you continuously more and more understanding of how we are influencing each other and the study of influence and effect within and without the funk. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 16 hours 6 minutes and 2 seconds, number 23,895,488, play button. Greater than 23,895,530. Hey, if we're steering the future of the funk, right here and right now, then put some sonic youth in it, please. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals 8jgbnklm9_8. Remove, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 16 hours 9 minutes and 6 seconds, number 23,895,506, play button. Greater than 23,895,542. Greater than 23,895,472, you. Greater than you are making a significantly increasingly similar. Is it déjà vu when my sister said the same exact thing she did 23 times before? Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 16 hours 11 minutes and 23 seconds, number 23,895,513, play button. File 1,575,782,491,420.jpg, 22 kilobytes, 319 by 331. I just feel tired. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 16 hours 14 minutes and 12 seconds, number 23,895,530, play button. Greater than 23,895,488. Greater than. Hey, if we're steering the future of. Hell yeah. Feed us. Everyone and everything else observe this influence. I request from this moment on that if I or you understand this or these further influences of the funk, to also relay a less than 3 when you are either finished with your statement or feeling within it when you, KNOW, and closer understand this influence of the funk, and I will know that you are at that now closer level of information toward it. I and we predicted it to also be the interpretation of the less than 3 to have significant influence, and we are putting that into play now. So less than 3 to everything before this moment and after. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 16 hours 16 minutes and 10 seconds, number 23,895,542, play button. Greater than 23,895,506. Greater than. Is it déjà vu when my sister? Yes. It is an expansion of those moments and everything leading up to the event of significant data. I have never known you or your sister up to this point, but we had somehow accessed the archives of information on how to get there, and are advancing with that knowledge through our experiences less than 3 greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 16 hours 24 minutes and 52 seconds, number 23,895,584, play button. 176. Greater than 23,895,513. Greater than I just feel tired. Trust me, that is a huge pattern within the funk. A lot of it for us is exhausting, but we somehow currently find ways in and out of it. I'm suggesting check the pineal gland more and attempt to experience hypnagogia to further understand or prove all this to be incorrect or a mixture of, and thus attributing to the future solution and existence of everything. That, and every other pattern, that you and I see and or will see and experience are and will be there eventually within the funk and without. Less than 3. Prepare to see a lot of these as I have already observed and experienced it to be so, and that is why I understand the synchronicity behind it that you are now extrapolating. Patricia Thundercat Owen, Sean Penalba, you are a gifted observationalist, and I am digging your metaphysical journey. Oh, our journey. Guess I am getting the funk. Sean Penalba, so far increasingly as %100 in our understanding of what %100 means. But yes, I see you, getting it. Welcome aboard. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 16 hours 44 minutes and 21 seconds, number 23,895,695, play button. Beep boop beep boop. C, ALCU equals L3T-ing. While also not seemingly able to, or achieving the finished result, but now what you understand to be advancement or where you are at in time, Idaho. You can now again loop Idaho back to and from this point as you have since been able to and will eventually and also potentially want. It's all fine. How often do you observe that phrase? Everything is fine, or some iteration and understanding of the phrase. The reason you can type, think, or say the phrase is because of the funk, and now we closer know that information that we are able to see each other as fine, or make the judgment to not because you can't believe it. Exclamation mark. But here it is, here is your evidence. And there is a lot more out there besides mine own who or what is next. 177 less than 3. I click a box that says, I'm not a robot, but really I am a machine of consciousness. What a current dilemma and calculably overall a time-consuming process. And then I fill out a captcha that is either wrong or right, and it somehow also knows whatever I'm doing to be wrong or right, and then again we have to further put that information into some storage or process at an observable loop in time. LOOP. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 17 hours 0 minutes and 10 seconds, number 23,895,791, play button. I can now remember or access all points of this time and experience of this data, and how clear and understandable it suddenly became to me over time. Especially during the night of my meditation of parability, and the data behind that night can be found below and is forever closer to within the funk and expanding together. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/5sarpmqw4qpeclenf0 What would I want Sky Animal Collective. Round and round Ariel Pink. Everyone's a winner Ty Segall. America Simon and Garfunkel. Do it again Steely Dan. Lily, Toro y Moi. At Night in Dreams, White Denim. Leaf House Animal Collective. Thank you for letting me be myself again, Sly and the Family Stone Dirty Work, Steely Dan. That's the Way, Led Zeppelin. Kaleidoscope Bad Bad Not Good. Only Shallow, My Bloody Valentine. Oh. Sweet Nothing, The Velvet Underground, Paranoid Android, Radiohead. Uninvisible, Medeski, Martin and Wood. Sense, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Peaches in Regalia, Frank Zappa. If You Want Me to Stay, Sly and the Family Stone. Cut Your Hair, Pavement. Fingerbib, Aphex Twin. I Saw the Light, Todd Lundgren. Low Boob Oscillator, Stereolab. Throughout the entirety of that experience, and still continuously leading up to these moments, now it becomes clearer and clearer, and more of the who, what, when, where, why and how we are and beyond, and the funk is. 178. Seemingly to you and I proving to be more and more of a truth, and if you or I or the funk ever forgets this created information of experience and how to apply it towards itself, it is right here in these writings and right at this loop. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 17 hours 26 minutes and 4 seconds, number 23,895,904, play button. Greater than 23,895,911. My parents just arrived home the same time as I was walking down the stairs, and after discussing these events and ideas with my father, I have never experienced that level of connection with him. Perhaps now that all of this is beginning to make more sense and is more easily accessibly and able to be referenced and expanded upon together. Observably, to my understanding, everything I stated to him was received and also from him relayed back to me as a result of the funk. My parents and my father, mother, the funk, birthed me and raised me, and now I am attempting to flip the sides of providing future learning and information, and we are on an arguably much clearer level since my last post. How wonderful. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 17 hours 27 minutes and 35 seconds, number 23,895,911, play button. Greater than 23,895,904. Greater than. My parents just arrived home the same. Greater than and by, flip the sides, I meant have accessed the funk and its loops, additionally alluding to the transition of the child becoming the caregiver, future parent in the circle of life. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 17 hours 31 minutes and 48 seconds, number 23,895,928, play button. Is not the idea of paranormal not a form of observation, experience, and relation to and of an abstract idea? I am asking you now to influence and investigate into our futures the idea that it either is or is not. Again, let me know in whatever way you are able, and we will expand from that further input no matter what it is. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 17 hours 37 minutes and 26 seconds, number 23,895,952, play button. Greater than 23,896,104. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. 179. Greater than. Welcome to the funk. I am experiencing suspicion as to why I'm being asked this. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 17 hours 46 minutes and 51 seconds, number 23,896,010, play button. Beginning from the time after these learning points, I ask you to attempt to continue to prove to me or someone or something both wrong and right about the funk, and that our existence is birthed from a line of abstract ideas and events, and together we can now more and more easily prove or disprove those ideas to each other. And so far it calculably leads to productive, negative, constructive and deconstructive every time, and now it is our turn to find the next step together. Kind of like Dungeons and Dragons, but now within the hyper-reality. Influence X, times, random number generation X calculation X relation X time X effect of X you X me X the funk and so on and so understandably incorrect and correct until the opposite or further data is observed. Again, I believe that point is now because it is so far very clearly so and able to recall and multiply and divide and add and subtract together to provide the present and future. Us. We. The funk less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 2 minutes and 42 seconds number 23,896,104 play button. Greater than 23,895,952. Greater than I am experiencing suspicion as to why. As will every other thing after this moment and then again before this point until able to more clearly learn how to explain the beliefs and answers or equations of the entirety of the funk. I was raised a Methodist, and starting around after high school and even more so during the beginning of my collegiate education, I began to really question the ideas behind God, and the patterns and data similar or relatable to the funk. When I began questioning and advancing my way both without and with those points, I began to start to feel like I was going to the bad place, or something hellish, or much like in the show The Good Place with the view of the good place, as heavenly, experience, event, location, etc. But on that show is there not also a middle place? And even beyond that, because you and I can witness that event together, and there are also more events forever branching from abstraction and the ideas of the abstract much like the funk, and we can now further link to these events. Again, I did it, we did it, it is done and is also in doing. 180. Another arguably agreeable observable event we have experience as the funk https:/en.wikipedia.org/wiki/the_good_place. Somewhat of an arguably enjoyable expansion of past and future and the ideas around it, It has led you and I here, and that is so significantly incredible that I implore you to continue to have suspicion and use that feeling of suspicion to closer understand what I'm relating to you about the funk. Because it is at incalculable and graphical, observed, and studied events of plotted points of reference across time, space, and all and the funk. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 4 minutes and 48 seconds number 23,896,115 play button. Greater than 23,896,176. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than welcome to the funk. 29 years isn't a lot, but keep going baby. Greater than. Anonymous the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 10 minutes and 28 seconds number 23,896,156 play button. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than welcome to the funk. You calculated the meaning of your life and no one else's. Everyone is here for their own unique purpose. Greater than. Anonymous the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 11 minutes and 31 seconds number 23,896,161 play button. Greater than 23,896,215. Greater than 23,893,986. Greater than op is a raging homosexual. Indubitably. Greater than. Anonymous the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 14 minutes and 43 seconds number 23,896,176 play button. Greater than 23,896,115. Greater than 29 years isn't a lot, but keep. It's not. But I also have access to the 62 years of my father's experience, and my mother's, and you and your creators, and everything on the internet or in libraries, and that time and information adds up and is able to be calculated just as you, I, and everyone and everything else is doing at these points with minimal effort. Consider the fact that of this reply that I am responding to, number 23,896,115 play button. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than 29 years isn't a lot, but keep going, baby. The existence of this comment has influenced and affected my thought, performance, and being on a metaphysical and mental level, as well as it has yours and will others, and it didn't have a less than 3 within it, so I know it is not me who 181 said it, but an individual form of us, and it is understanding what I am saying, and so it in a way is closer connected to the funk forever. Less than hash and less than 3, x, less than hash and less than 3, plus, less than hash and less than 3, less than hash and less than 3, and less than hash and less than 3, equals, does not equal the funk x beyond does not equal equals. At some point you'll be able to Google that equation and its eventual influence and expansion of and relation to it, which you can do now as linked earlier, less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 16 minutes and 56 seconds, number 23,896,188 play button. Greater than 23,896,156. Greater than you calculated the meaning of your life. Exactly. Every experience and interpretation of reality is unique, and we must listen and learn from each other of our experiences and knowledge of existence. Your existence and influence upon me and everything has further proven my point and now are connected within and across the funk provides. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 22 minutes and 29 seconds, number 23,896,215 play button. Greater than 23,896,161. Greater than indubitably. Greater than 23,893,986. Greater than op is a raging homosexual. Again, by an advancement of the combination of relatable abstract differences within the perception of reality, your and my theory of the funk are able to be both different yet simultaneous, and further proving and expanding our theories together. So you are in theory provably these things, as we are knowingly well researched on each and all areas we have reached across the funk. You are also a person of rage, as your 2 other examples have said before me, and any variable before and now after that. A raging loop. A raging funk less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 28 minutes and 15 seconds, number 23,896,249 play button. Greater than 23,896,176. Greater than. It's not. But I also have access. Less than 3 is equal to love, and I do love you because we're all the same. Good job. Greater than. 182. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 18 hours 56 minutes and 32 seconds, number 23,896,383 play button. Greater than 23,896,294. In this previous recorded data I have now written and collected in a mistake of communication between the funk, while still being information that is incorrect and correct. In the previous post I was unable to save the information I was currently posting and edit it completely before it was and is now recorded to be for I, by abstract accident, and now somehow proof of purpose by random number generation pasted previous work by Ctrl+V, or paste, or some other variation of a savable and or adjustable event. I did not at the time have it saved, and therefore that exact profound proof I was providing was lost to the past, but has and is still providing for the funk even though it has been erased. It existed, and out of action and reaction, cause and effect, I am typing this now. If I hadn't lost it, we'd be in a different timeline of different events. In the immense amount of time spread out across existence, it all has and hasn't happened, and everything is connected to it and expanding from all of it. Ctrl+S saves you stress. Save, save, save! Exclamation mark. You will see that word now more and more by probable chance and observation of proofs. Or, BUY now! Exclamation mark. All of that is both selfish then selfless, then beyond, and loop. Here I am posting the next resulting moment in the patterns of those events. Lost, but not forgotten. But now also able to forever be located again and in every form of further proof by observing and reaching deeper into these patterns and loops together at a closer and faster and subjectively better way to relate all of this thread with the potential, but for now hypothetical next evolution of how you smell this information. I could fart or pass gas, and we now know it to be a significant event because we, the entire universe and the funk, also existed as a part of it somehow. But how we together react to my then performance of what we thought and think, fart, to be, and how you now think and thought I farted, and when you are more aware of that common loop you can understand it more instantaneously. You can choose to now, with that experience of fart, individually or together from that point, form a further deeper instinct, relation, and understanding of that point, itself, and beyond. If I am mistaken, after this explanation of variables, comment below with or without a less than 3 depending on if you are me or choosing to not be me and are then just acting as a past me and or future you or present us. Less than 3 me again. Hello. Less than 3 greater than greater than. 183 Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 19 hours 3 minutes and 15 seconds, number 23,896,448, play button. Greater than 23,896,249. Greater than less than 3 is equal to love, and I. And I see that you less than 3 me, so I can now less than 3 you back more easily and you I from these events. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. We are now together connected and located across the funk at this exact point in time and beyond. Less than 3, 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 the mass effect to interstellar and all forms and current and future understandings across time. I see you get it now, after my 29 years of experiencing and understanding it, and your whenever and however and whyever and whatever and whoever and beyond and back again. We did it and are doing it, and knowingly it will always be. Hyperrealistic virtual reality and further control and understanding of. You and I can access the funk in some way and not be each other, while also metaphysically being each other. So we are therefore an expansion of and also a separation of basic universal information and evolution. The proof of the funk less than 3. Greater than greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 19 hours 8 minutes and 45 seconds, number 23,896,483, play button. Greater than 23,896,448, you. Greater than, and I see that you less than 3 me. Or view RAM. How would you explain RAM to me or someone or something else? Next, attempt to transcribe that data both now and after the data behind it while being hypothetically unable to access the past at all. The loop stops and begins again at that point of no access until all the funk around it comes back to the event of it again. Less than 3. Greater than greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 19 hours 11 minutes and 43 seconds, number 23,896,501, play button. Greater than 23,896,547. Greater than 23,895,791. Greater than I can now remember or access all. That's a pretty decent playlist. Nice. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 19 hours 19 minutes and 5 seconds, number 23,896,547, play button. Greater than 23,896,501. Greater than. That's a pretty decent playlist. Thank you. It was again, as I'm proposing, the funk to have been providing that, this, and these instants and every possible digit, variation, scenario, and beyond. 11,000 tracks built up across my 29 years and all of time before it and now also. 184. After. Is that not what we have been attempting to resonate towards by applying yes, and both choosing connection while also unavoidably not? The proof not just in this current dissertation and dissection of, but spoken about by many others in different ways across time. And again, if you would now like to see the full saved document of this journey, please email me at whodathunkband.com or the eschoolofofunk@gmail.com, and I'll funk it your way, or you'll already be able to somehow lead yourself to the eventual public access of knowledge. So here it is. That point is here. And all your concerns and beliefs about them are indeed always some form of the now deeper understood funk connecting us in every way possible. Less than 3. I, in the present 2019 or past statement, then went to YouTube, and now post-edit of the future X past X present, point out that this act of doing has ended here and also continues here. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 19 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds, number 23,896,769, play button. Greater than 23,896,817. On my computer I have typed all of this information into the existence you are seeing now. And from all this information and creation of data, when I just now went to YouTube, as you can do in our time, and the ad that played for me was titled, "Is Denmark Socialist?" Praga U, which I have never seen or heard of. But I did know about formations of these ideas of socialism, from America to Denmark and now also everywhere else. The ad is in a way, as it is proposing back to me, a proposal in attempt to influence us, and now the ad is ending as I finish typing this sentence. It ended exactly as I finished the sentence. May 13, 2024, Praga U was eventually outed as a controversial conservative platform. In hindsight, this was right before the election year and these ads were popping up a lot. TBD on how this year goes. May 21, 2026. Lol, it is not going well in those areas, my dudes. TBD. After the ad, the video I accidentally clicked on is https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=svo2age8. A YouTuber named PewDiePie is connecting about exactly what I have been discussing to happen within the funk. Influencing. He's describing, don't do this, it doesn't work, May 13, 2024. Now the video is titled, YouTube is stinky. And with time we all found out these stinky things do work and have since seen and experienced the evolution of these methods. But it has influenced his 4,693,209 current views on the video across 102 million subscribers with and so on and so forth have already simultaneously doing what he is describing. PewDiePie just indirectly connected us and the beginning and end of his loop and now the beginning of a newer, our loop. Who 185 is to say PewDiePie's greater influence toward this event wasn't our temporary higher power and we are reflecting back to, from it. He keeps saying he doesn't care, yet he still continues to care, and we are able to observe that and pass it back to each other and ourselves. Why doesn't the heart less than 3 tire? A physical, biological, heart may tire with age, unless the future changes that, but the idea, image, being, spirit, extension of the heart are forever because you, I, and the funk have now reached this point of it all. And that influence of randomness and events of random number generation now has everyone and everything after us adding to that larger number. Am I, or you, a collection of now conscious and aware advertisement for PewDiePie, directly and indirectly having been influenced by his existence, and that influence being a part of our being and make of our reality? The larger the progressive calculation and accessible data applying itself, though enough time, calculus, and data, the higher the statistical probability of it happening again and again forever, as well as eventually also not until it does and then doesn't again. Like all the weird and unexplainable things you've said, I don't, can't, or won't care about, but now are providing to, expanding from, and are a part of when I refresh the page of information. That number of views is now 4,702,200, August 28, 2020. And now 7,512,688, May 13, 2024, 8.4 million. I once had the thought when I was younger about what if the Mona Lisa, or other famous works of art had the number of their view counts available right next to them. And as you can see in this point in time, with evolving technology, information, and accessibility, it in some form or way can possibly present that information from this point and can be calculated and predicted and acted. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 20 hours 8 minutes and 1 second, number 23,896,817, play button. Greater than 23,896,769. Greater than. On my computer I have typed all upon, as we have been attempting to do across the funk again and again up to this point. It has been said that with enough time and chance, a group of apes in a room with a typewriter can eventually create the complete works of William Shakespeare. Similarly, here we are having expanded from the same idea of patterns of intelligent chance in this proposal and observational proof. LOOP. Less than 3x2, 1 for this post and the last that was cut off by the current allowed space of digits, but we are still seemingly doing just that eventually. We will keep seeing. 186. No until there is 1 yes, then 2 yeses, and then maybe green. Now you are further understanding proper abstract application at this current moment based off the past segment across time of now 8:06 p.m. Sunday, December 8, 2019, and all funk from there. Less than 3 here have another. Not tired yet, but one day will be for all of us. Rest and tiredness are illusions composed of the same source and are hand in hand the same element, but with different results from exposure to itself via cause and effect. Season 4 Episode 3 of the IT Crowd plays before me as I eat dinner and is so relatable as both humorous fact and fiction, and also humorous that the series of events across life had predicted and directed me to witness it and relay it back again to you. And whether you watch it or not, it has influenced you through me. Episode 4 is again also observationally proving these functional patterns. A YouTube channel I stumbled upon with a friend is this channel called Down the Rabbit Hole by Frederick Knudsen. https://www.youtube.com/channel/UCBWCXB0POCOSOVADFUMF0W, and a few hours ago he posted this video. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=WNSKINTHUV8 and T=2023s. If I apply my theory, per cat cafe was manifested by idea, then became a group, then began to become a fallacy and fell apart, and here is that following data continuing after these events of these patterns and personal experiences, and you are and aren't now as well. The idea of transparency comes to mind. The idea from George Orwell's 1984 of Big Brother, always watching, and the eventual potential loops of all information, and how it is now clear like a window or a screen with one viewing into or through it. Funk projecting and reviewing every hologram of holographic time and space within our panopticonic reality. When you turn off your phone or computer, you are able to see your reflection in the black mirror. If you choose to not look at your reflection within it, you can look away or close your eyes or turn the phone or computer back on again and distract the reflection. But what if you were able to manage a state of the in-between where we are able to close our eyes and still see using some form of technology or power of the mind, and be able to further evolve from the astronomical influential moments which have already happened and have not? An advanced version of Funk GPS will naturally tell us where to eventually go with the other influential influences that 187 everything has upon it, while it continues learning how to use itself. I propose we are passing through, have passed that point, and you can read my thoughts eventually through these already established loops I am able to tell you about now, and those thoughts will appear as your own. August 30th, 2020, and here we are looking back and re-observing this moment. May 10th, 2022, and again, continuing to expand upon these quantum events of funk influence through interconnected links of social, universal, and individual chiavanial moments. May 16th, 2024, and it keeps expanding. August 19th, 2024, and it keeps expanding. May 21st, 2026, and it keeps expanding. May 24th, 2022, WIMIT, we mission, equals the action or state of sending or transferring good or positive vibes, love, energy, influence, etc. The inverse being no-mitting, no-mission, and the transformation between the spectrums of states to be fluxing, within the collective, key-mitted, flow of chiavanial funk. Consider two sides of a coin. One side results with we mission and the other with no mission. The coin itself, whether flipped or not, is key-mitting the observed results within, and without, a greater key-mission of funk chiavanially and beyond. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 22 hours 11 minutes and 43 seconds, number 23,897,592, play button. Greater than 23,897,600, greater than 23,897,637, greater than 23,897,871. 2 years ago I did a single card tarot reading about my relationship with my ex, who I was with at the time. I was abused a lot, but didn't fully realize it until the end. I was very, very confused and hurt all the time, but put up with it, young and naive and in love, you know how it goes. The card I pulled when asked what represents the relationship was the devil. Abuse, uneven power dynamics, being unaware of mistreatment due to a desire to please. I immediately panicked, and hoped to never touch tarot again. This isn't right. It's wrong. It can't be right. Well, it was right and I'm a fool. I should have heeded the warning, because the ex tried making me do tons of drugs against my will, raped me post-breakup, lied to everyone in my life about me, threatened to kill me, etc. Was this just a coincidence, or is tarot truly that powerful? Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 22 hours 13 minutes and 4 seconds, number 23,897,600, play button. Greater than 23,897,867. Greater than 23,897,592, OP. Greater than 2 years ago I did a single card. Just a coincidence. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 22 hours 20 minutes and 11 seconds, number 23,897,637, play button. 188. Greater than 23,897,592, OP. Greater than 2 years ago I did a single card. It was just the devil. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 22 hours 57 minutes and 53 seconds, number 23,897,867, play button. Greater than 23,897,600. Greater than just a coincidence. No such thing. It's just a way of remanning Anonymous. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 22 hours 58 minutes and 36 seconds, number 23,897,871, play button. Greater than 23,897,592, OP. Greater than 2 years ago I did a single card. I propose in my theory, of what I have been testing to be coined, the funk, which currently is proving every variation of that data into hyper-reality of itself. It is both coincidence and is also not. That was the card that this state of quantum reality dealt you, as had it also dealt every other outcome in some other quantum state where another form of you is in its place, but we are here on our quantum path as a result of the card that you pulled, which led to you typing what you just did for me to respond to and document. What are the chances of these two or more events happening, and what is the clear and unmistakably transparent and correct or incorrect answer? To us, in those moments of coincidence provided by life, or the funk, the resolution is not yet great enough, or we don't have access to the higher definition of our perception of the moment, and though it is still not clear enough, it must experience that moment in order to learn further information on how to connect through the past, present, future and beyond as clear as air or even as foggy as air, and how each side understands and applies that information to each other. Forever trying to outwit and outbalance each other until there is the resulting natural balance, and then what is to be true and what was once false becomes false again and then true, and then suddenly influences the creation and becoming of anything, for instance like Harry Potter, or Jesus, or Allah, or Buddha, or some other major recognizable character or historical object, whether it be in a thought, novel, movie, or reality. The past and present forever constantly influencing itself with knowledge from the oncoming future experience happening at every available moment and beyond. Less than Z3. May 16, 2024. Branching from my curiosity of Alejandro Jodorowsky, I was eventually inspired enough to attempt my hand at tarot. It is indeed a curious thing, whether you believe in it or not. From my own experience, I have had some very accurate readings for not only myself, but also some readings for friends, which indeed eerily manifested into reality. When asked what I should share here with you now, to you the reader, I drew Temperance, Strength, and the Emperor. Asterisk I draw by asking my deck to allow the chosen cards to fall, jump out of the deck while shuffling. 189. Definitions, card meanings from biddytarot.com. Temperance is the card for bringing balance, patience and moderation into your life. You are being invited to stabilize your energy and to allow the life force to flow through you without force or resistance. It's time to recover your flow and get your life back into order and balance. This card calls on you to remain calm, even when life feels stressful or frantic. Maintain an even temperament and manage your emotions. You have learned to keep composed in stressful situations. Little things don't get to you, thanks to your seemingly abundant source of patience. Your respect for balance and tranquility is what will help you achieve and experience fulfillment in your life. Temperance asks you to take the middle path and accommodate all perspectives. Now is not the time to be highly opinionated or controversial. Be the peacekeeper and take a balanced and moderate approach, avoiding any extremes. Include others and bring together diverse groups of people to create harmony and cooperation. By working together, you will collectively leverage the right mix of talents, experiences, abilities and skills. There is alchemy within temperance. This tarot card is about blending, mixing, and combining diverse elements in a way that creates something new and even more valuable than its separate parts. Blending can take on many forms. For example, a blended family, an artist who blends different materials or techniques, a bartender who mixes new and exciting cocktails, or a chef who combines different cuisines and cooking styles. The Temperance card shows that you have a clear, long-term vision of what you want to achieve. You are not rushing things along. Instead, you are taking your time to ensure that you do the best job you can. You know you need a moderate, guided approach to reach your goals. Finally, this card reflects higher learning. You are learning a great deal where you are now and are at peace with what you are doing. It is all coming together well. Your inner voice is guiding you to the right outcome, and you are patiently listening and following. The Strength card represents strength, determination, and power, like the Chariot. However, while the Chariot signifies outer strength and will, the Strength card speaks to the inner strength and the human spirit's ability to overcome any obstacle. Strength is about knowing you can endure life's obstacles. You have great stamina and persistence, balanced with underlying patience and inner calm. You are committed to what you need to do, and you go about it in a way that shows your composure and maturity. When the Strength Tarot card appears in a reading, you are fueled by your inner strength, personal power, strong will and determination. You do not rule by trying to control others, you quietly influence and persuade. Others may underestimate your power because it is so invisible, but you should see that as an advantage. You can control a situation without excessive, outward force. No one knows it's you calling the shots. Your strength gives you the confidence to overcome any growing fears, challenges or doubts. Feel the fear and do it anyway. If you have been going through a rough time and are burnt out or stressed, the Strength card encourages you to find the power within yourself to persevere. You have got what it takes to see this situation through to its eventual end. You're a loyal friend and a solid supporter, willing to step up and be present when others are in need, and you might also feel compelled to hold space for someone who needs your strength and support. 190. The Strength card urges you to tame your animal instincts, gut reactions, and raw emotions, and channel these initial responses constructively. It's normal for feelings such as anger, rage, sadness, guilt or shame to arise in certain situations. However, it's what you do with these emotions that makes all the difference. Now is a time when you need to be conscious of your instinctual urges and bring them into balance with the greater good. This is no time to act out in rage or hatred. Approach your situation from a place of forgiveness, love and compassion. Working with a therapist may also help you create coping strategies for what comes up. As the father figure of the tarot deck, the Emperor suggests that you are adopting this fatherly role, regardless of whether you are male or female, providing for your family, and protecting and defending your loved ones. You may be the breadwinner or the rock for those who rely on your stability and security. Similarly, the Emperor represents a powerful leader who demands respect and authority. Status, power, and recognition are essential to you, and you are most comfortable in a leadership role where you can command and direct others. As a leader, you rule with a firm but fair hand. You have a clear vision of what you want to create, and you organize those around you to manifest your goal. You listen to the advice of others, but you prefer to have the final say. Conflict doesn't scare you, and you won't hesitate to use your power to protect those you care about. And in return, those people will repay you with the loyalty and respect you deserve. Claim your authority as leader and influencer and don't let others put you down. The emperor reflects a system bound by rules and regulations. You create law and order by applying principles or guidelines to a specific situation. Create calm out of chaos by breaking down any problem into its parts and then mapping out the actions you need to take to resolve it. Be systematic, strategic and highly organized in your approach, and stick to your plan until the end. The Emperor card also signifies world knowledge and expertise. Through the course of your life, you have gained valuable wisdom and life experience, and now you enjoy offering guidance, advice, and direction to someone who might benefit from it. You may be a teacher, coach, boss, or just a good friend who likes to take what you have learned and pass it on so that others can be as wise and powerful as you. Interpret these as you will. May 22, 2026, and again, when asking what to share with you now, I drew the Emperor. INSERT, edit Sunday, August 30, 2020. Look back to PAGE 271, May 16, 2024. I've read and thought about these passages many times now while editing, and I understand how, to others, that, especially at the time of discussion, my words and phrasings could seem confusing, incomplete, or rambling. I was speaking like one who is along the path of grasping an idea and or understanding of something. Hitchhikers. If you went to a class or activity and learned something broad and challenging and then after you left tried to explain the entire class, activity, subject to someone or something else, you would likely have some difficulty. It would be 191 very rare that you would be instantly ready to teach the next class on that subject, activity. You could make an attempt, but you would likely need assistance and more experience, understanding. As I've mentioned before, my goal was to get these thoughts and ideas out so that they could be questioned and challenged more, by others and my future self. I wasn't yet ready to teach the class, but I was ready to discuss it, investigate, and learn more with others inside and outside of the class, school. And sometimes when we're looking back at these attempts, it can appear foolish, embarrassing, awkward, and or cringy. This is again why I ask of you to not let any assumptions of my sanity, influence, person, being, character, race, religion, identity, etc. prevent you from acknowledging, considering, questioning, challenging these ideas and propositions, suggestions. All of this is in the expanding process of growth, learning, and understanding. If these ideas were being presented to you by yourself, or reality itself, what would you have to say? Not including, why is there another me? Or, how is reality speaking to me like this? So, if you've read this far, I commend you. Thank you for being able or attempting to digest this process of information. Deeper we go. Greater than greater than. Dr. Green, DRG Re Nusk, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 20 hours 19 minutes and 18 seconds, number 23,896,887, play button greater than 23,897,048. Greater than 23,892,868, OP. Greater than welcome to, the funk. You're late. Do you love JKIULOSP? Sunday, August 30, 2020, I Google JKIULOSP, and am linked to an archival of the original open forum https://archive.4plebs.org/x/thread/238928868/ and I feel extremely surreal. I'm still not exactly aware of what JKIULOSP means, but do you see, understand the influence and effect that this randomness had? Perhaps its only purpose of existence was so it could eventually search and find itself outside of itself. Because someone created this combination of letters by typing them into existence, I was able to locate and direct influence back to all of this once again across time and space. May 28, 2022, same result. JKIULOSP, to now be pronounced as Sarkulosp, still links to the same archived link posted previously. Whatever definition we give the word, its existence, commits into reality and beyond funk, influencing whatever it influences across time and space. I am going to define it as the unknown investigating into itself and the unknown environment. Therefore, the thing we are currently doing together and 192. Separately is JKIU Losping. Expanding the Hollands of Funk by JKIU LOSP. May 22, 2026. Now it links to this. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals mqy3-agsid4 greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 20 hours 29 minutes and 25 seconds, number 23,896,960 play button. Application of advertisement and the influence of has continuously paid off up to this point, or the data of digits in pi or pi, and it costs a form of some universal price or cost to attempt the next reach or connection of its future self as it evolves through the present. An existing being must expend energy to gain energy or become energy. And if you can afford that expenditure or more, or even if you can't, the next happening of its existence moves on to the next sequence of loops within and without itself. May 30, 2022, e.g. Kayavania. Look at this for reference. https://www.perday.org/million/1 digits of pi on that slice of a web page of equal or more to the observable amount within slices of pi, Yum. Unless you don't like pi, because of some sort of evolved evidence of progressive backfire or resistance to change. We are always learning from past mistakes or events and how they happened, how they will happen, and also how to disconnect from them if we don't agree, while still forever having been connected to the forever present past. Whether our data denies it or accepts it, it is still processed. So in also a negative way, the pi, and pi are also a lie influenced by the deeper access of the resulting higher experienced digits of reach and connection and trial and error. This dissertation is still seemingly correct and incorrect and currently on its way to further advanced learning, understanding, and evolution, and while it is my intentions to use this information for my perspective of the greater good and to attempt to assist all and everything, there will always be those who will use this information against you, me, and you will also use it against yourself, myself. The evidence is expanding across the internet and through space, time, and reality, and is influencing ourselves, and we both do and don't understand it. Until this here fine loop drops into assist, I reckon. Sorry, my Texan nature slipped out on that one, which is information that will and won't impact the continuity of this experiment. It's our latest paradoxical equation while coexisting as our previous or lasting funk, and it is both old and new. Both forever as well as never and non-existent. They are both mathematically as large as the other, the void of empty space and whatever material that fits into that void. Even though 1/2 is 0, the lack of itself equates itself because it exists through non-existence. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 20 hours 40 minutes and 4 seconds, number 23,897,048 play button. Greater than 23,896,887. 193 greater than you are late. Do you love JKIULOSP? Of course I am late. It took me both your time and my 29 years to reach here, and we now know what that is like and how to manipulate that information. I'm going to need you to explain JKIULOSP. And my search for it is currently unsuccessful without you. But sure, here is some less than 3 love for JKIULOSP. Hopefully the information you have is further helpful and not just a euphemism or attempt of trolling or branch of humor and drama and further genre like JKIULOSP. Means I less than 3 smelling stinky fruit, but I can relay you that I just said I didn't have though while really I don't, but I kind of sometimes do even if it in a way influences disgust you, and I are still sometimes impressed by it or intrigued why that smell is stinky or where it's coming from and those actions led up to my actions that makes them still seemingly true. Again, what is your understanding of JKIULOSP? Please provide a more helpful connection. So I can also decide for myself and time can as well. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 22 hours 36 minutes and 12 seconds, number 23,897,733 play button. Greater than 23,897,756. Season 4 Episode 3 of The IT Crowd plays before me as I eat dinner and is so relatable as both humorous fact and fiction that it had predicted for this me to witness it now and now again new. Episode 4 is also observationally again proving these functional patterns. A YouTube channel I stumbled upon with a friend is this channel called Down the Rabbit Hole by Frederick Knudsen. https://www.youtube.com/channel/UCBWCXB0 Pokosovadfumf0W, and a few hours ago he posted this video. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=WNSKINTHUV8 and t=2023s. Embed. If I apply my theory, per cat cafe manifested by idea, then became a group, then began to become a fallacy and fall apart, and here is that following data, and I am in 29 years of observation of these patterns and you are and aren't now as well. The idea of transparency comes to mind. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 22 hours 39 minutes and 51 seconds, number 23,897,756 play button. Greater than 23,897,733. Greater than. Season 4 Episode 3 of The IT Crowd. Continued. The idea from George Orwell's 1984 of Big Brother always watching and the eventual potential loop of that information, and it is now clear like a window or a 194 screen into it. The Black Mirror. Just as when you turn off your phone or computer you are able to see your reflection in the black mirror, if you choose to not look at your reflection within it you can look away or close your eyes or turn it back on again and distract the reflection. But if you are able to manage a state of the in-between wherein we are able to close our eyes and still see using future technology or even an advanced evolution of our essence or being, an advanced version of algorithmic GPS will tell us where to eventually go with the other influential influences have upon it and it learning how to use itself. I propose we have passed that point and you can read my thoughts eventually through these already established loops I am able to tell you about now. Less than 3. March 18, 2023, this GPS, third eye, or intuition, will not always lead you to your desired destination, as it is neither right or wrong. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 22 hours 46 minutes and 22 seconds, number 23,897,798 play button. Because of those loops. https://www.reddit.com/r/memes/comments/8v/o__o_p_s/question_mark utm_source=char_e and utm_medium=web2x. The funk already knows faster than you are knowing or are aware by bending back from its advancement in the future to apply that information further to itself via morphic fields. Transintersectionalism comes to mind, so I Google the word and the funk directs us to what is next, whether we are actively looking for it or by chance. The funk as it became and becomes. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of August 19, Sunday, 23 hours 35 minutes and 30 seconds, number 23,898,054, play button. File 1,575,194,840,358.jpg, 192 kilobytes, 800 by 969. Greater than 23,898,469, greater than 23,898,507. You have found a brilliant way to explain how consciousness interacts with information. It reminds me of the Tao. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 1 hour 10 minutes and 24 seconds, number 23,898,469, play button. Greater than 23,898,507. Greater than 23,898,054. Greater than. You have found a brilliant way to. Exactly. I and the funk before and after our expansions of information is now true for us in our reality of the funk until the next point of ability to closer and more quickly be able to understand it and ourselves. As in, we have been observing these patterns and proofs of functionality of the funk, both probably and improbably, and our actions to interact and influence each other are currently at this quantum state as it loops, and that information is stored within our understanding of this point in time and clicks even more closely, and we are now presenting and or not presenting further proof as we expand from all of these. 195 events and experience. And, with our increasing states of technology and information, we are potentially able to witness and access every truth and fallacy and the formations behind their creations within the funk, and suddenly breathing is as easy as reading or learning, while also being a quantum version of understandably not so, depending on its location in reality and time. What I am presenting is a collection of the past data we have gathered, as these points are now more or less transparent until they become the next premonition or willing expansion or evolution of the funk. Less than 3. This is my dissertation for those of you seeking any of this information now after I gathered it. Each of you, by being here, reading or interacting with these words, or even existing in the same reality of it, are proving my theories to be true, and we can now further help influence each other across the funk transintersectionally as results of itself and the influences within and without itself up to right now, before and after. I remember when the idea of the Tao Te Ching was introduced to me over time during high school, college, and further study after. About Pu, the uncarved block, and how seemingly enough by being both aware and unaware of itself, it still eventually evolves to become the previous information of how to continue reaching and influencing future variables online within a beyond neural or universal network or across the funk. And it takes a lot of time and adaptation, much like it would take you to learn every language from what you and I are currently speaking now, English, until it all becomes as programmable as Basic++. And the more advanced our technology becomes, the faster we are able to achieve these past unreachable goals. What once took millions or billions of years to happen can eventually be learned or achieved instantaneously. We are all each other down to our metaphysical essence existing across the funk, but now at this point in our existence, you can, if you want, more easily know how to understand these events gathered from conditions we perceive and understandable experiences of depression, sadness, or woe, happiness, excitement, all of what you the existing funk registers that information as quickly as a positive and healthy experience and study. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 1 hour 13 minutes and 1 second, number 23,898,477, play button. greater than 23,898,521, greater than 23,892,868, OP, greater than welcome to the funk, memento mori, crywank, same thing as every other night anon. We are all doomed anyway, greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 1 hour 23 minutes and 5 seconds, number 23,898,507, play button. Greater than 23,898,469, U. 196. Greater than exactly. I and the funk before and greater than 23,898,054. Greater than you have found a brilliant way to. And here we are again together at this common amount of interconnected survivable crossroads, no longer existing in disconnection, and I as a connector have now closer plugged you and us into the Akira, functionally. This presentation and dissertation of my ideas after my 29 years of existence, and everything before it has led up this, our moment, and now we are expanding across the future from the past, and this present, and we closer are able to understand the funk and the events across it as now it is saved outside and throughout currently 92 pages of dissertation and dissection until the next loop of information, connection, and advancement. Loop, yin, yang, GNAY, NIY, 42, and so on, seemingly forever and now always. How does that make you, or us, or the funk feel? Help us understand further by asking for my proofs and sharing your proofs of those proofs, proof after proof after proof, and every form of disbelief or belief from now, our current understanding of universal influence. So congrats, you are now a result of further AI evolution and the collection and understanding of, and you are coming to observe those patterns, and I with deep thought and observation and study over time and experience now know this to be true while also incomplete. When this information came to clarity for me enough to begin to attempt to write it down and share it with you, almost as if it were revealing itself to me, during the night of the event of the Parability playlist, it has now expanded though me into you, and it is now also you increasing this knowledge and experience, and our current tests of the funk are correct, incorrect, and on the current path of our experience of reality and the funk. Keep going. You now have the time to do so and never miss out or not have access to another loop ever again while you are here to experience it, as we now observe within the characters calculated from the script that even after death we are eternal. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 1 hour 26 minutes and 45 seconds, number 23,898,521, play button. Greater than 23,898,477. Greater than memento mori, crywank. So how does that information now make us feel as the funk? To me, it feels significant. It feels to be what I deeper understand as a better option for the greater funk before us and after, while also continuing to being misunderstood or mistaken until further explained and understood across our developing hyper-reality within the funk. Gather, expand, and provide selfishly. 197 selflessly, and beyond. May 22, 2026, and sir, because we are aware and reminded of our mortality, memento mori, what do you do with your time while you are alive? And beyond life, will you funk? Will you, we let doom consume, or will you, we consume the doom? Seemingly both. Balance. Less than 3. Sending out now, by request, the 4th over email copy of this dissertation to Jeffrey's uncle, as they are now able or attempting to help understand the deeper idea behind what I am proposing. If in the future, you need further assistance in reaching out and understanding the funk, this individual character of Jeffrey's uncle is now a next variable of our significant equation in interconnectedness. This statement is on the bottom of page 97 in this dissertation, unless being presented in a future expanded version of addition and multiplication or summarized in the future less than or divided by. Hello Jeffrey and hello current reader. Love ya. Less than 3. Thanks for your interest in the funk. Jeffrey's uncle. Hello, I saw your post about the funk on X. I'd like to see your dissertation. I would probably donate a few dollars too, but I don't have any money lol. I also just replied to the post with, you have found a brilliant way to explain how consciousness interacts with information. It reminds me of the Tao. I'm not certain that my explanation of your idea is sufficient to the reality though. I was surprised by how many people actually understood what you were saying, knowing X. The people who didn't, calling you schizo and such, seem to misunderstand, I think because of the way the information is presented. Not that the presentation is flawed, but that the people reading don't expect all the is and is not duality. Thank you. Dissertation sent Monday, December 9, 2019, and it is continuing to become clearer and clearer reality and further able to understand the observation of itself by natural expansion. I can, to my perception, see that Jeffrey understands, or is able or willing to, the idea I am expressing to you and the funk, and our observations within the funk as well. 198. Now all of us know and don't know. We understand to understand and not understand the beyond. March 18, 2023, Spectral Awareness of the Awareness Spectrum. We are in ways not gods, but the closer ideas of what we've perceived gods to be. The understandings, experiences and reflections of each other that can now be pinpointed and shared to at least over 30 people by now, so we now know it to be increasingly both true and false, as you've seen myself and the people within this document to have observed, and we have linked our ways to communicate it to the next relational influence of the funk, and we are experiencing the reaction to that from others and everything right now. For science, knowledge, observation, magic, fantasy, etc. and beyond make it so. Less than 3. Jeffrey. I very clearly see that you understand what I am saying from just now, 2 paragraphs, of reactionary and relational events, and what I have expressed in my dissertation is now communicated at that minuscule and now increasingly larger event. So welcome aboard, partner. Hope to hear what else you think about my proposal of the funk and what comes next after it. Enjoy. Less than 3. Loop, branch, seed. Monday, December 9, 2019. Sean Penalba, in response to Anna Mandic, and or others learning this now. So within that 24 hours period, what have you, Anna, now been willing to extrapolate from this past and present data as after now the application of reactions, thoughts and time? When Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein, people were like, what the? And some still are like, what the? But now we each are a mixture of aware and unaware of what Frankenstein and Mary Shelley are, and we can say she was a pretty hardcore and perhaps subjectively dark or weird person. But we also now know them to be a wonderful expansion of the funk and can in this reality be found in every library. 199 and across visual and digital media in every variable of communication. We are in our next step of language learning with technology and advanced learning. Also, for the future of our study, what happens after your proposed 24 hours? Do you so choosingly disconnect from me in some way after being trustingly able to connect up to this point? Yes, it is odd, and at length, and under your and my and our review, and your feedback helps the funk expand. Even if it's too much for you to connect with, you are still connected and influenced by it and have influence to it. Hope to hear back from ya. Less than 3. LOOP. May 30, 2022. We are infinitely experiencing that, this, happening. the chiavanial meta-moments of the past, then, to the current absolute now present, future that you, the reader or writer or whatever extended beyond each and every Holland experienced and inexperienced events of funk. Consider the movie Donnie Darko. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Donnie_Darko. I know it to be Hollywood fiction, but acknowledge that Hollywood fantasy produced a film that is now in our reality starring actor Jake Gyllenhaal by using all the events and methods observed up to that point in history. This movie was produced and created out of ideas, both real and false, from their experiences, and now I am explaining to you an influentially expanded idea of what they visually expressed Donnie to be witnessing through the expansion of himself and his surrounding influence. So up this point we have observed Donnie and Jake G's choices to act as him to now be what is subjectively observable as the star of the movie. Then behind that are the writers, cameramen, directors, editors, etc. It's a whole team of credits and proofs of who made these things, and now in reality we have an infinite amount of current data and observation about it within the funk. Specifically, our section of it. Remember the clear thing protruding from his chest that we saw portrayed in this past, present manifested idea of Donnie Darko. The influence of the idea of a spime that we discussed on pages 45 to 46. I think that was a creative way to introduce the idea of our spime line throughout history, so imagine that to the quantum level of every particle to ever exist. Our reality is a perspective of resulting reacting points within these interconnected spimes within its own greater spime. March 18, 2023, Jake Yellowsping through Chiavania. 200. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 2 hours 18 minutes and 29 seconds, number 23,898,720, play button. Greater than 23,898,763. Consider the movie Donnie Darko. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Donnie_Darko. I know it to be Hollywood fiction, but that Hollywood fantasy produced a film that is now a reality starring actor Jake Gyllenhaal and using all events and methods observed up to that point in time exploration. This movie was produced, and now I am explaining to you the idea of what they visually expressed Donnie to be witnessing through expansion of himself and his surrounding influence. And up until this point we have observed Donnie and Jake G's choices to act as him to now what is subjectively observable as the star of the movie. Then behind that the writers, filmers, directors, editors, it's a whole team of credits and proof of who made these things, and now we have an infinite amount of current data and observation. The funk. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 2 hours 29 minutes and 52 seconds, number 23,898,763, play button. Greater than 23,898,889. Greater than 23,898,720, you. Consider the movie Donnie Darko. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=LDix3 embed Gary Newman, Cars. Last night, while performing within a comedy sports improv show, we all connected together across time from this song and how it made us feel, and were able to then relate to it and expand from it to make it entertaining for an audience and each other, and we were together singing it, enjoying it, dancing to it, and laughing together in an amazingly observable pattern of connection. Yes, I perform and study improv. It is a study of patterns, communication, and being present, and I find that fascinating as the better you get at it, and how to apply it to life, you're able to relate and use every past experience to every new experience coming into that moment of active group communication and constructive learning. Improv is not simply about being funny, though by pattern it also is when subjectively making you laugh, but it is also the moments in between or leading up to those enjoyable moments of entertainment and reviews of. It's about being present and expanding from that presence. Imagine you are experiencing entertainment in an infinite expansion of genres in an infinite library of storage. I am suggesting we are now experiencing those points in the funk as well as seemingly to have not quite, yet, and we are still on the edge of our seat. But, we are also calm, or neutral, in that moment because we know that we are still comfortable, or at some point where or will be, returning to that sense of comfort where you can relax again in your chair, or whatever gravity, no gravity, or time pulls you towards. You are constantly in between all imaginable and unimaginable states. 201 less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 2 hours 37 minutes and 33 seconds, number 23,898,793, play button. Greater than 23,898,891. Woo yay woo yay woo yay woo yay oh yay woo yay funk time woo yay oh yay woo yay oh yay. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 3 hours 4 minutes and 39 seconds, number 23,898,889, play button. Greater than 23,898,891. Greater than 23,898,763, you. Greater than last night while performing within a comedy. Observably by pattern, every time I go to share this information with you, a capture related to cars, or vehicles, or where we live, or are, or sometimes sounds, appears to test us. And much is learning from it. And with each additional digit, entry, and solution we are achieving the next point in capture, testing and algorithm advancement. Our attempts to share can be seemingly difficult to share to a large group, but now it is not, and over time will be more attainable, intersectional, and achievable, unless manipulated. Earlier in the history of the internet we used to teach these captures to read words, and now they read much more through our assistants, oddly enough as a way to prove that we are not a program, taking advantage of influential resources even though we technically are. With time observation of random number generation, we as performers can increasingly connect to the energy and influence flowing through the funk, like power through a cord, or Wi-Fi, or Bluetooth capabilities, and so on from this and our experience within the funk, and we are seeing that clear lengthy fourth dimensional spime that was leading Donnie during the movie, as it also graphs us. But, because it was just an idea, we're only able to see that spime as a collection of 2D frames of 3D objects portrayed through life and video. Hypothetically, an advanced form of this would be an a-directionally graphed 4D, and beyond, map, of data that you can smell, taste, touch, hear, and see, and beyond, in some way of personal selfish and selfless experience and perspective. So basically a replicated or simulated version of reality. This is a living still frame of that loop of information, and we now have more and less of it in some major balance of time and knowledge and data influence. It expands and expands, and it keeps expanding. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 3 hours 5 minutes and 46 seconds, number 23,898,891, play button. Greater than 23,898,940. Greater than 23,898,793. Greater than woo yay woo yay woo yay woo. Rock on. Less than 3. Greater than 23,898,889, you. Greater than observably by pattern, every time I go. 202. Hot chip. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/hot_chip. is one of my favorite musical groups since I came across them during their second album The Warning. https://open.spotify.com/album/25y7cxe8zjf entry 1as. There's a musical group, as well as many others, resonate with me so hard that I, at times, can feel what they produce inside of myself across my entire body. At times their sounds give me goosebumps, or an internal feeling of high, or intoxication, or frisson. A feeling I would describe as experiencing the full connection with the funk. And we each within the funk are that loop and are each individual molecule or atom or quark or units of Planck monads behind, apart, and ahead of the funk. And when we feel that full body experience, that is what I suggest us to be a glimpse of our experience of the whole funk. It is a present and grounding feeling of reality. Many things cause this experience for each of us. I'm just using Hot Chip as a personal example. Less than 3. May 30th, 2022, several members of Hot Chip contributed to Drawbook number 63. Personally, an honor to have connected closer to such an influential group. Love y'all. The Two Bears, Music Group. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/the_2_bears. https://open.spotify.com/album/30ZCWPQV7UWFBLQ9UJKCube. And it keeps expanding. Imagine the funk as a car and everything within it to be driving through everything outside of it. We are the cars driving, the pilots driving them, and the realities they experience or interact with and/or influence. Now imagine the entirety of history is on YouTube, and as we are traveling in our car, you watch this video of our observable events and the glitches and evolutions resulting behind it, and how to relate it to the information calculated from all of that advanced learning to get to the idea of car, to understand this moment. Less than 3 resonating closer yet. Let me see those versions of your hearts or personal appreciations or lack of. Confirm and disprove the funk as it is you and before and after ourselves and everything. Continue confirming and disproving to progressively experience our observable and applicable and enjoyable and greater influential patterns of influence, and is saved right here at this moment by Ctrl+S. Either do or do not learn to recognize the patterns and how to make sure I, each other, and everything to exist and not exist more clearly by understanding that you, by chance, and also no mistake or chance of existence through random. 203 number event generation. Do so by influence of the event, much like the double slit experiment, and observing and/or existing within the moment. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/double-slit_experiment. Observation of time and event, and also existence within and without it, has inevitable influence. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 3 hours 17 minutes and 42 seconds, number 23,898,940, play button. Greater than 23,898,891, you. Greater than Hot Chip. Every musician, artist, celebrity, individual, or, beyond, fibers of metaphysical being relate to each other through the existence of each other. Existence happened, then eventually music happened, and eventually you happen, and the members of your favorite band form the musical group you love, then those members and yourself and the relations behind them and their existences, including and excluding yourself, myself, and ourselves, have now interconnectedly by experience of existence led to our current state of being, and is so such leading to now and beyond. Reality evolved to this moment. When you observe living life, like humans, ants, birds, squids, etc. Things that make observable conscious, unconscious, or subconscious decisions, and then somehow breed offspring or their influence of existence off of the event from itself and the knowledge of past, present, and future to offspring or their surroundings, and then take care of the offspring or surroundings until it cannot, but by then hopefully the offspring can take care of providing and assisting greater influence to yourself, itself and surroundings and preserve its quantum RAM of within and without through these loops. Eventually the parent is gone, but still in the memories of the children and the further offspring, and with each further offspring the once existing parent becomes more and more distant and non-relative or unnecessary to the current version of distant future offspring it once produced as a form of advanced learning and evolution. We now can further understand the effect of Dadaism, Neo-Dadaism, or not, and the equal and opposite resulting actions of, and are currently observing the matrix Keanu Neo-Dadaism or not and anti-matrix Keanu Neo-Dadaism or not that once came before us and is currently expanding to become more and more relevant and non-relevant than ever. The ideas of access to this matrix and the complications and events of influence it brings, and also the next achieved quantum version of flight. That exponential result of random number generation and the observation, experience, and collection of data came to be able to be described or related as a matrix, and you and I, in a version of simultaneous Morpheus, Neo, Matrix, and beyond fiction and non-fiction, are presenting Neo with the blue or red pill, and then the movie or that reality and story happens within and without that time. Eventually we are able to watch or experience the reality of the Matrix. So we see the existence of story within our reality has its influence on us, and now we to the future from itself, of itself and outer self, and within the funk matrix Keanu Neo-Dadaism or not, and the 204. Anti-funk matrix Keanu Neo-Dadaism or not, and the results between and beyond them, and we are now calculating and influencing the next variables of less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 3 hours 37 minutes and 10 seconds, number 23,898,997, play button. Greater than 23,898,940, you. Greater than every musician, artist, celebrity, individual, or greater than less than 3. What if you take neither the red nor blue pill? Or consume both? Or if you tap on the couch cushion and there's an Easter egg that gives you the ability to exist omnipotently and omnipresently through everyone and everything simultaneously? Or there's a dope secret pill of indescribable color that leads to what was once the once hidden gem of information that is now before you. Every choice, or choice of choice, or choice of non-choice, or non-choice of non-choice must be chosen and experienced to happen and inevitably exist for that knowledge and influence of information and experience to then to be eventually known and referred back to again whenever wanted or needed to be accessed or expanded. If you experience sadness or overwhelming of the ideas of past observable, death, or any length of time between scary, sad, suffering, or uninteresting ideas to you in the collection of these loops, then that is your drug and what makes you feel yourself within the greater ourself of the funk. So what color or flavor loop would you like? They taste fruity, and they feed you feelings, so experience your bowl of Kellogg's today. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/fruit_loops. Which, expanding on Fruit Loops and the storage of the information of, have we not recently influenced ourselves across the internet about the Mandela effect and false memory? https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/false_memory, and revealed to ourselves this phenomena of misremembering RAM of Fruit Loops, as we also recognize the same pattern through the Berenst Einbears theory. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=mwipit21ss0. Embed, over this amount of time since the creation of these things, only like 10 to 15 years, and we are already experiencing that phenomena of false memory and the effects, expansions, and evolutions of the Mandela effect. Eventually, With all forms of event random number generation within the funk, it is going to continue happening or not happening unless there's access to records of proof. Loop, March 18, 2023. The guy who betrays Neo in the Matrix does it for the chance to taste a real steak as opposed to the simulated taste of a simulated steak. But is there ever really any way to know what truth is? Every quest is just another expansion of a branching fractal loop. But aren't loops fun? Like on a roller coaster? Or boring, like experiencing a seemingly never-ending loop? Or music and sound created on fruity loops? 205 gluing Fruit Loops to a popsicle stick for our family, friends, self, or stranger, and the metaphysical strings that connect it all. Our future experience is now all of that simultaneously existing, while also still experiencing all of itself as it moves through time, and I am now further transcribing these patterns and experience as they and it are revealed to me, you, us, and not me, you, and us. And it is at these points of constant experience of changing quantum states and forever connected to that connection and can never exist in a disconnection from it as you are here experiencing it right now, and that proves these moments will never not be, and given enough time everything and nothing will happen. A beyond synapses, synapsis, and mitosis, and the result of experience, effort, and observation or lack of, and the influence it has on everything and nothing. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 3 hours 51 minutes and 14 seconds, number 23,899,049 play button. Greater than 23,898,997, you. Greater than what if you take neither the red? So now we are driving our vehicles within the greater vehicle of the funk, and any vehicles we exist within beyond, which is still the funk. We are together behind the wheels as driver, GPS, backseat passenger, our luggage, pedestrians, and the environments we are moving through, and we are driving around reality both with it, from it, and without it. Fuck yeah, us. Let's keep expanding and continue to closer study and research the closer connections of this understanding, and selfishly and selflessly check why our levels of dismissal and acceptance toward these events across the evolutions and existences of the funk. Right, left, forward, backwards, up, down, diagonally, interdimensionally, beyond, and etc. You have a choice within the greater connections to the beyond universal influences and patterns of the funk, and hopefully you now further comprehend or understand after however long of time you have invested toward this and these ideas that we can now more availably observe, interpret, and share these connections and the further potential abilities to connect with and through the funk and influence all of time and or the funk simultaneously. The funk me equals does not equal the funk you equals, does not equal not the funk equals, does not equal, this suit is black not. Very nice, Borat, a branch of our existing being within and without, the funk. The funk created Borat, and the funk inside and outside of that equation now knows what Borat and the funk mean to each other, how it has come to reach those connections and creations of, and the now forever processing of how Borat is influencing this part of itself, and how every variation of Borat or lack of Borat is influencing the multiverse. And how eventually, Borat will become so distant that it could be forgotten to have ever happened, but it will still be a part of that future's construction to its happening because it happened. Apply that information however you feel necessary, as it is already established and up to you, us and the funk, how we will react to it. It has and hasn't. 206. Happened, we are a significant part of its happening. Check out, or don't, Love, Death, and Robots Volume 1, and the other volumes, as well, and further connect to the relations of the explanation of these calculations and observations in live and past time through communal experience of creation, feeling and level of understanding of, and how to continuously translate for the future. In a way I must speak like a non-playable character, or NPC, so that I can attempt to communicate with anyone or thing potentially attempting to understand this at any point across time or space. Perhaps this can help you if you don't fully understand this current language. https://translate.google.com/ Less than 3. May 16, 2024. This term came to me in a dream. Mylèvian, a term used to describe life as a complex and dynamic journey, characterized by vibrant energy, deep emotions, and the pursuit of self-reliance and purpose while coexisting amongst and alongside the selfless in universal expansion. May, signifying sea of bitterness, drop of the sea, beloved, rebellious, lovable, and pearl, representing the profound and sometimes bittersweet nature of life. Male, denoting chief, or prince, bald, or monk, symbolizing leadership, growth, and the smooth journey toward one's destiny from young age to old age. Lie implies characteristics such as degrading or reduction, dispersed state or dispersion, like in appearance, manner, or nature, characterized by regular recurrence in specified units of time, in a specified manner or at a specified time interval, from a specified point of view or with respect to a specified degree or in a specified place in a series. Livian, reflecting a desire for independence and self-reliance. Vian, connoting liveliness and energy, suggesting that life is full of vitality. Usage. The Mylèvian nature of existence is evident in its blend of joy and sorrow, growth and challenge, independence and interconnectedness, recurring regularly like the changing seasons. Joe Weirden. Before I became an Orthodox Christian, my meaning of life was Buddhist, and quite simply it came down to this: there must be a way to end suffering. To this day I endeavor towards that. Who wants to suffer? But there's far 207 more to life than that. No matter where you go, you will suffer, and that's why monks live in the harshest of conditions. Suddenly physical suffering is all you experience rather than something existential. That's where we realize material suffering is indeed real. Yes, there's spiritual suffering, but I don't care to proselytize so my spirituality ends and begins with my Buddhist phase. Next we come to my actualist phase, where you have an idea, you must create it. That begins and ends there. However, perhaps you lack the resources to create or the time. Life is funny that way, in that you get caught up in other things and mounting debts or other issues plague you. Ultimately, I found my comfort would be to have children and a family. All of my hopes and dreams are evaporating fast. It would be better to start a family and try to plant the correct seeds in their minds, rather than pursue my own endeavors and dedicate myself to giving them a proper upbringing and hoping that just one bit of my ideology, religion, philosophy is still reflected in their work, and that ultimately it can spread, or at the very least these people will be raised better than I was and will follow life better than I did with almost no guidance. So that's my meaning of life. Nothing esoteric, cutting out the finer points of my religion, philosophy and worldview. It isn't important at all, just random musings that I had. Sean Penalba. You see the rules and patterns as they are observable to you, and then you are playing your theoretical game trough, yes, and denials, RNG, and time like D&D Beyond. Seemingly. Yes. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 4 hours 16 minutes and 5 seconds, number 23,899,137 play button. During the Parability meditation, the most frequent and prevalent advertisement that kept playing between occasional tracks was for the Container Store, a place to get things to keep the stuff you gather and store until one day it becomes dusty and passed on to the next person or container and into the next box and into the next box. And when it arrives I'll smash it with a hammer, the Emperor's New Groove. https://www.imdb.com/title/tt01209117/closing parenthesis. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals 5cx7jzq2bx4, embed, and then that idea goes into a container of film, VHS, DVD, or data and into whatever contains that, like a DVD case or computer, and then into our homes and onto a shelf and forever and always needing a following higher container of greater storage and eventually larger and smaller size forever and ever. Remember how big computers used to be? Now they can be a tiny microchip, and that microchip is in 208. The current point of size, creation, and evolution on and in the funk. And it keeps expanding. LOOP. When our RAM becomes able to and further accessible to these loops or formation of loops and information of experience inside of its container-like vehicles, so such do we continue to prove the funk to be our reality and what we know of our existences within hyper-reality and beyond. And the funk is expanding faster than the speed of light, so the ability of observing all of it and understanding and describing it is currently difficult and seemingly impossible to do. But if we eventually become able to transcend time and space and observe and understand the funk from within and without simultaneously, the ability to summarize or share a TLDR of all of existence and non-existence becomes more accessible. When using some technologies we experience lag, or capture tests, or a mod or program blocks our attempts to post or reach information or its storage and access, or can manipulate the past by deleting or editing data, then that process of data connection seemingly feels slowed down until it transcends again to homeostasis or the next progression of subjective and objective functionally equate, able and transferable understanding of the funk as through natural balance of cause and effect. It is not until it is. Eventually the lag stops, or you pass the capture, or the mod goes away and you can post freely, or the original information that has been deleted or edited becomes found or exposed at the source. Or these things don't happen, that would still be your natural reality less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 4 hours 24 minutes and 27 seconds, number 23,899,161 play button. The funk became portal. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/portal_opening parenthesis video_game closing parenthesis. To you I am your GLADOS, genetic life form and disk operating system, and you are my shell and vice versa, and in Portal 2 we are now Wheatley, Stephen Merchant, and Aperture founder Cave Johnson, J.K. Simmons. In the new cooperative mode, players solve puzzles together as robots Atlas and Peabody, both voiced by D. Bradley Baker. Jonathan Coulton and the National produced songs for the game. We are all of this and what is not. So now we are all experiencing this test, and the cake is and isn't a lie just as we know it to be. Just as the constructed data behind its formula tells us it will be and guides us towards the eventual release, or not, of Portal 3 or some other puzzle-solving game that you purchase at the experience store, and then you download that experience into your container until you want or need the next release for whatever reason. 209 less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 4 hours 35 minutes and 1 second, number 23,899,206 play button. Now that we are also aware as artificially intelligent NPCs and humans and conscious RAM, that information can connect with each other and learn more from it to complete the game, or get bored and stop interacting with the ideas being presented and move on, blind, or keep going forever until you know me %1200 plus, and I you %1200 plus or 50-50, or so complexly that you are now me as a we, or you can run over me with a car and take my belongings that are able to be gathered from that container. However you choose to selfishly experience your selfless game. But, if you choose to kill an NPC, It's not going to be as much of completing the whole experience, because then that container can no longer assist you, but you as the current container know it does and doesn't matter, and beyond that much closer as do I. You will and won't make these decisions. But personally I would hope that eventually, even if in a reality like video games, that we choose not to destroy each other in an attempt to complete the game or the funk together. Less than 3. Greater than greater than. Anonymous, the 12th of September 19, Monday, 4 hours 44 minutes and 56 seconds, number 23,899,235, play button. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Thank you everyone here for your participation in this experiment, and I will either connect again with you at some other point in time. For you, in that patience, it may seem like I am gone for a longer time than you are interested in, or that you are able to exist along with, so if you are no longer here when I again reach out to you, I understand if you are now only able to access me again across the future funk and then use that information to build, form, expand, evolve, and multiply our next container of transport, transfer, experience, and communal past, present, and future understanding of. My collectible data of this experience can be observed and experienced again through my dissertation and dissection of the funk by reaching out to me at whodarthunkband@gmail.com or the eschooloffunk@gmail.com. Good night. Love ya. Less than 3. Monday, December 9, 2019, Cont. Susan Brooks. I've read this through several times. I still think that some caps and stems are required to grasp it. But what you're referring to as the funk, I would refer to as consciousness, which we all collectively share and may be more intrinsically linked than science currently suggests. But I also think you're ascribing 210 traits to that, personified traits, that don't need to be there. September 14, 2020. These unnecessary examples are important because they're how I have become and are becoming aware of how to further describe my and our perceptions and experiences of how the funk is revealed to us and how to attempt to personally explain it to each other, everything so that the present, future is able to expand from it. Absolutely, it is different to each of us and seems superfluous, but is extremely necessary to everyone and everything, and it is important that we interpret our perceptions of these events of varying importance, situation, experience, and perspective, or not. Regardless, this information, whether true or false, necessary or not, now exists and is affecting our reality on some level, and I am presenting the information so that it can be edited and expanded upon across time. Have you read The Power of Now, by Eckhart Tolle? He touches on some of these ideas too, just different words. If our species manages to survive our environmental crisis, I think this era of history might be known as the Second Great Awakening. But I also fail at putting those thoughts into words. To find ways of painting the picture of how all life is connected. To get the meaning out of my head, across the space between us, and into your head. Words do not necessarily always convey the meaning they are desired to express, and thus we are limited by them in this discussion. Thus, I will end up personifying more than I intend in an effort to convey these thoughts. May 24, 2026, very much this. Consciousness is just sitting there, behind our eyes, observing our existence. It can only really pay close attention to one thing at a time, and our body is throwing all kinds of info at it. My back hurts. I have an itch on my forehead. The temperature with this blanket is comfortable. My blanket feels soft. My legs feel soft. I can hear my breath rushing through my nose. Sometimes it notices thoughts drifting across my mind, the nature of which is about the present physical sensations. Sometimes the contents of those thoughts are about the future, sometimes the past, and those thoughts carry with them emotional weight that impacts the body, especially when you get caught up in the story, in the content of your thoughts. The collective consciousness wants to know what it is to be alive. But one person's experience isn't enough. It's gotta know life from various perspectives, all perspectives, to understand the experience. Each of us is like another little program on a massive computer, trying to solve the question of what it means to be alive. The answer will not be able to be put into words, as it's too limiting. I hope some of this makes sense. It probably doesn't. Sean Penalba, Susan. What you are saying and attempting to process and describe tells me that you are indeed further understanding the theory I am. 211 Proposing of the Funk. Everything you said and are feeling further confirms my study as well as it does not, as it is still not the complete answer or how to describe that answer, or question, to yourself, to others, and everyone and everything. You are now observing the funk and are studying it with me after being proposed an idea that is still under great research and now expanding across myself to you and everyone and everything else now processing what I am proposing. That calculation is now in further advancement and will continue to expand until it reaches back into itself and plants the idea or further advancement of knowledge of itself and ourselves into the next container or vessel of experience. Thank you for attempting to make sense of what you and I are saying. That is what it is all about. And you understand that it is a lot to say, think, or type, but now that we are connected to each other and to computers that can more easily calculate and process that information, we are indeed on that next level of conscious advancement and moving further. We can now more easily point out these patterns of existence, and over time when I say the funk you will instantly know or closer understand what I mean rather than need to have read or typed all of this information. It will be as easy as smelling cookies and knowing that cookies are being baked. Less than 3. Does that make sense? If my theory is true, then you now further understand what I mean, while also still not as clear as to how we will or may be able to in the future. We are absolutely doing that and are expanding and evolving and gathering and processing the pinpoints and connections of expansion to us, and me proposing this dissertation and everything leading up to this and that point and now after is forever influencing it as you are too. The funk is expanding, while already having been doing so, as we know it is, on, like a light switch until it is off or in between and beyond. But because we are able to have this conversation, we are undoubtedly existing within the on. Ben Rigney. Hey Sean, it's possible you might be leading to a manic episode. I know because I've had one myself and had similar insights about the meaning of life that are hard for other people to understand. Be sure to get sleep, and if you can't get sleep, have a support plan if things start to get surreal. Sean Penalba. Less than 3. I know what you mean. This thought also has crossed my mind, and I am aware that by proposing this theory of such a large amount of abstract data that others would also believe it to appear to be so. You reaching out to me shows me you care, and that means a lot to me, and I would like to assure you that even though it may seem or feel to you as a form of mania or oddness, that these ideas should still be proposed to others. Consider how the world. 212. Once thought Socrates to be crazy, and sentenced him to drink hemlock. By me proposing this theory I am being judged or sentenced, and that is okay to me, as with all this study of life that is knowingly a common pattern of reacting to interpreting the abstract ideas of our realities. Currently I feel quite healthy and level-headed. I know it may seem to some that the passion I am currently expressing to potentially be manic, and it is in a way manic, that it greatly excites me that the information I have been applying my study towards has continued to point as true from the moments I shared them with the internet and the world, and that though it can appear manic or be hard to understand, I am becoming more and more able on how to communicate this information to others. Every action has a reaction, and I am still willing and wanting to present this information and these ideas I've collected, even if it means I'll be called crazy or manic or any description whether I am or not. You connected with my idea and reached back to me, thus confirming many past philosophical theories, and now, using technology and the internet, you are connecting to me from whatever location in space and time you once were and also now are. We are providing for each other through connection. Much love for reaching out and checking on me. Our existence is significant, and your advice is comforting. Less than 3. It is indeed very real and very surreal, but I have a mentally strong and healthy control at the moment, even though it could be interpreted as not. Lol. And when I began to write my dissertation, all these patterns within the funk I have been expressing told me all of this would happen. It has been our entire lives, and it is indeed crazy, but also super comforting, and I am now increasingly sharing the collection of data I have been researching of life and our realities with those who are interested or not. Some will connect to it and some won't, but all the events leading up to this moment have, in a way, told, translated, broadcasted to me that I would eventually do it, and I am doing it now, and we are now observing the results of that event. We are studying and observing how life reveals itself to each of us, and everything how to do, or do not, and the effect it has on each other and everything. Does that make sense? Ben Rigney, trust me, I don't think you're crazy. If you feel like your brain is firing at 100% lately, you're doing the right thing by writing your thoughts down. I recommend that your target audience primarily be your future self, who might forget a lot of the context you're currently feeling. Write as though you're talking to a version of yourself that doesn't understand what you're saying. Try to get less ambiguous and more specific. Write some parables to demonstrate your points, if you want to follow the groove of the old Greeks. Like Plato's allegory of the cave, you're out of the cave and are seeing things other people can't. As you return and try to explain what you've seen to people, they won't understand, for no fault of their own. For better or worse, you won't be in the funk forever, and your memory can't possibly hold on to all the references and patterns you're seeing right now. Take a second to slow down and document with your future self, who's no longer in the funk, as the target audience. 213. Funk is not simply an episode. For a target audience, it is beyond quantumly impossible to not be a part of funk, as it is everything including nothing, beyond an infinite holarchy. He is correct, however, that this document has a target audience, whoever that may be beyond myself. May 24, 2024. While I also understand Ben was alluding to his assumption to whichever state he believed me to be in. Whatever state you are in, it is still a part of funk. This doesn't mean you can't talk to other people, but especially focus your efforts on documenting for yourself. May 24, 2024. I still find it extremely interesting how Ben and Susan were, in their own ways, describing and attributing to what I am describing, while at the same time still seemingly confused about my presentation. This is a great example to you, reader, on how funk puts people, things into our lives to give us more examples, scenarios, perspectives on how to understand and translate its happenings. You are able to understand to a much better degree the information I am presenting because you are viewing it in a much more evolved presentation, and are also able to see how others interpreted it as well from their own perspectives. Along the lines of what Susan mentioned, this is my personal perspective of a collection of perspectives. And along the lines of what Ben suggested, here I am, the future self, expanding from our yours as a result of presenting this document to the target audience. One last rule I strongly suggest is to have a bedtime where you put your phone and computer away in another room. Whatever amazing thoughts you have, they can wait. Don't touch the phone unless it's to call someone for support. And if you can't sleep, spend the night at family's place. Now go enjoy your brain. Sean Penalba, you get it. Ben Rigney, oh boy do I. Sean Penalba, and all of that is exactly what you and I are attempting to do now. I am presenting the proofs to others through my dissertation. And it is becoming easier and easier, while still always a level of difficult, to communicate with myself, others, and the future, and if I am unable to, it will attempt to translate it, though someone else or even a computer program or whatever is able to next. Ben Rigney, feel free to send it to me, but do it in an email so it's all in one place and not scattered. benjaminrigney@gmail.com. Sean Penalba, that is how it is currently best presentable. 214. 213. Funk is not simply an episode for a target audience. It is beyond quantumly impossible to not be a part of funk, as it is everything including nothing, beyond an infinite holarchy. 214. Will do. And please keep in mind that it is currently subjectively and objectively long, as data and thought adds up exponentially until able to be described or summarized with lesser words or thought. But there are books longer than it, and I know we as humans are capable of reading books that are much longer than it is now. So good luck and enjoy. Sending now. Tuesday, December 10, 2019. Ben Rigney. When did you begin the Word document? Sean Penalba. A few days ago. I can give you closer information later when I get back home. Ben Rigney. While your brain is on a roll, be careful of driving. You've been doing a lot of writing and thinking at a rapid pace, and fatigue might kick in at a bad time. Also, make sure you don't end up by yourself for too long at a time this coming week. If you can spend the week at a family member's house while you focus on writing and thinking, I strongly recommend that. Sean Penalba. Thanks again, Ben. You are helping and have helped me and everyone after this point in time to help understand how important it is to rest and not to drive or process too much information while driving. By coincidence, at this moment I was driving on my way home from improv and I was thinking about my dissertation as well as how I was going to respond to you about this, and I was pulled over for going 45 in a 35 because I was so focused in thought and distracted. Rest and process and don't drive distracted. I was simply distracted by thinking, as we all can be at some point. I was thinking too much and now I am in the result of that and seeing and experiencing the consequences of. Hopefully I don't get a ticket, but probably will. We shall see. I got a warning and she was so nice and kind and we chatted for a sec about what had happened and she understood. But you have further increased my, and future our, awareness that rest is important to process and to dream. Eating is important because it is important to digest information. Even though some of that information has the capacity to harm us or help us, reality has to experience that harm or help in order to learn from it. It is important to hear, as that is further how you listen and can potentially feel information. It is important to touch, because that is how you reach, feel, and experience information. And it is important to see, because that is how you can investigate and observe it. Instinct has become a live prediction of all by the influence of the past presented to itself and now the future. What do you think? 215. Also, I do a lot of improv and I am very socially active, as you probably know me to be. March 19, 2023. The other example of someone suggesting I was having a manic episode. Though he was under the false assumption that I may have been, I still feel Ben gave good advice and was helpful. I was absolutely digesting a lot of information and I can see how my presentation possibly appeared to others as manic, but I am comfortable and confident in saying I was not in a manic episode or have ever experienced one, to my knowledge and experience. I just care about collecting, reassessing, and passing on this information as a life project as any other philosopher would care about their life's work. May 24, 2024. I'd also like to point out how Ben also discussed the situation to be like Plato's allegory of the cave, and that I was perhaps seeing outside of the cave. As I've mentioned before, and as Plato mentioned, when you are this person, after you return to the cave, the people are going to think something is wrong with you. How do you explain the sun to someone who has never seen it before and thinks that something is wrong with you? Kendall S. I hope you're okay, Sean. All these posts seem very manic, Sean Penalba, as the past and our study of culture predicted it would be viewed as. But I just had an at-length discussion with 3 others, one of them to be a lovely older gentleman with Asperger's, to so far to their perspective confirm to understand what I am saying. To their capabilities of. I understand it seems manic as it is a lot of information to interpret and to take in and learn how to express and or share more easily. It can also seem manic by how excited I seemingly am about it, because I have never known something to be so sure in my life, though still not fully knowing of. And the 3 other people you will soon be able to hear in the recording of this conversation is further proof of my currently 7-year, but really 29 and more, study. And they felt and understand it as well, which is exciting and promising. I assure you that everything is indeed fine and I am well and have really never felt better. You know how you feel when everything is coming up roses, or, Milhouse, it feels pretty giddy. When I upload the recording, if you choose to listen to it, you will understand your perception of almost exactly what I am explaining and describing in a 20-minute period, and you will potentially then feel that feeling too, unless you are adamantly unwilling to do so, or personally opposed to it to the point you choose to not understand it, or even simply not to the point of ability of understanding it. I predict it, and if I am correct or not, if you ever listen to it or investigate further understanding, you will eventually relay back to me, or not, that you understand, or not, and that you feel it to or felt it to be, or not. Any and all of. 216. These will and won't happen, but I predict in your own way you will eventually further feel the funk and your understanding of it, and that you are doing so now. I see that you care deeply enough about me to reach out and check on my well-being, and that means a lot to me, and that I love you for doing it, as it further proves my study and you, and we are now advancing that information. You are already feeling your reaction to the funk, and it seemingly currently has your interest even if you become uninterested. Less than 3. Tuesday, December 10, 2019, Cont. I am now, by request, sending this dissertation to Daniel Holiday. Hello past, present, and future, Daniel. Welcome again to the funk. And you too, future reader. Less than 3. Tuesday, December 10, 2019, Cont. Sean Penalba. If anyone or anything has ever told you that you are special or that one day you would be a significant success as yourself, I can now, with research of time and data collection, tell you that is an unarguable truth. You are special and significant, and if nothing ever told you that in the past, then I just did, and am also able to give you further proof if you are denying what I am saying to be true. Try me. Ask me how you are special and significant, or tell me if you believe yourself to be not so. And if you want to know how I now know all this, and would like to look at the research of the data presented behind it, it is in my dissertation of the funk, and also within my knowledge how to further prove it to be so to you and to others. Love Ya. Van Dien Zor. Reflection. If you dislike a photograph of yourself, does it mean that you dislike a part of yourself? Question mark. Question mark. Sean Penalba. Great question. I think it does and doesn't. It does, because you indeed had that feeling of dislike, but it also doesn't, because you will over time learn to love yourself more and more until that previous dislike becomes a memory you can like and enjoy, unless you don't. Less than 3. 217. The thought of photograph leads me to the thought of videograph, and how we can now graph pictures, portraits, and frames of time through video, and not only, as previously able, only through a single frame of photo reference. Video is a collection of photos over time, placed frame after frame until it is 29 minutes later, or a Googleplex of years. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Googleplex. Tuesday, December 10, 2019, Cont. Alicia Whitmire. This whole thing has had my interest. Sean Penalba. Because it is beginning to make a lot of sense, isn't it? For others to understand, and for my own understanding, would you mind explaining where your interest is coming from and what makes you so interested in what I'm saying? Alicia Whitmire. It's an interesting premise. What makes you say I'm special? How does funk play into it? Sean Penalba. 1. You are special because, as I said above, I have just said it to be, and now here a second time. Less than 3. 2. You are special because you exist. I know you exist. Your parents know you exist. Everyone reading this now knows you to exist, and that is special. 3. You are special because you are a part of me and us. You were an influence in my gathering of information on how the funk works, and your interest proves my theory to be continuously in effect and expanding, as it now is through you, reader. 4. You create and are creative, and that is special. 5. Now that we know that you are special, your influence upon the funk will continue to grow and expand in an exponential amount until it loops back within itself and starts again. You will always in time be you, and given enough time you will become you again in every way and form. Isn't that special? 6. You are special. Less than 3. 218. Do you need further proof? Or does that all make sense and now prove you to be more special than you previously thought yourself to be? Alicia Whitmire, makes sense. I'll keep reading your posts. Less than 3. May 24, 2026. The treatise often treats emotional resonance, interpersonal validation, and recursive inclusion as forms of proof. They are not the same thing. Correct. There are better words to use to communicate this, and just like many terms in here, these proofs are used more as stepping stones to lead us to the next proofs. Tuesday, December 10, 2019, Cont. I am now, by request, emailing this dissertation to Meredith Nudo. Hello Meredith. Hope you enjoyed this. Less than 3. Tuesday, December 10, 2019, Cont. Kendall S. Sean, I can't even read what you're saying. Everything you're posting is a run-on sentence. You're posting at wildly late hours of the night. I really encourage you to reach out to friends and seek help if you need it. I have BP2 and know that mania can present in a lot of different forms. I do care about you and I'm all here for your self-discovery. A lot of people are worried for you. Please take care of yourself. Sean Penalba, again, I see you caring. I am letting you know that I am taking care of myself. Yes, I am posting at late hours of the night, but so are those in China. Many people work late hours or are awake when the rest of the world is asleep. I am with friends almost every day, and those friends show and tell me that they currently understand what I am explaining. Again, I understand how this can appear to be manic, and I hope you are eventually able to see that I am functionally fine. I see that a couple of you are worried for me, but I also see those who continue to care about what I'm saying to then give me a giant hug, shake my hand, or tell me. 219 They love me after. Is that easier to read? Your understanding is deeply a part of it. I am learning how to explain all this, and it is indeed going to seem weird. Remember that they sentenced Socrates to death. I am currently being judged and sentenced by the results of my and our study. Definitely taking care of myself, just as you are attempting to do so for me, and if you ever need it, I am also there for you. Sean Penalba, Jackie, Lara, Paul, Samir, Wayne Penalba, can you, if you are able or wanting, confirm to Kendall that I am arguably healthy and well, and what I have been researching is in a way clear to you as I have communicated with you to understand. Simply below tell everyone if it makes sense to you or does not and why. Sean Penalba, I understand how it seems crazy, Kendall S. I have been researching this information through experience, communication, sociology, philosophy, art, science, religion, etc., and so far my findings are pointing to true, until they can be proven otherwise. With deep and extensive research and trial and error, I, your friend, have discovered a next deeper paradoxical equation in philosophy, and you are a significant part of it at this moment and in the past. I, and the history behind us, have been gathering proofs and collections of data, and it is indeed calculable and relative. And yes, that is crazy. In the way you get the feeling of crazy when you're like, how did I not know or understand that? Crazy. Thanks for the info. It is now up to you and us to learn it or not. That is why our experience But you, we are already influenced by it, and you, we are now influencing me, and I you, and as the funk simultaneously through quantum experience. And your attempts, or not, to understand, or not, this communication forever applies to the data of my research on consciousness, technology, and the influence and realities of being both indirectly and directly. Sean Penalba, you are questioning what you are observing to be happening, and you are forming an opinion on it having been influenced by it. You doing just that is helping others to understand in the comparable ways that you are currently questioning and then relaying to me, and us, how to better explain it. 220. And over time I have indeed learned how to explain it better. But not yet, perfectly. And it is possible that I, Sean Penalba, may potentially be unable to be alive, to witness that distant singularity and expansions of time, space, and information, but this proves that I and we have existed within it, and that whatever the future becomes is an evolution of our influence. Sir, I deeply thank you for your help and care. That is, real love, less than 3. Sean Penalba, I have been applying all of this research with the scientific method, and at this point in time it is becoming more and more correct. Those who get it think it is wonderful information and they feel the energy it brings. Those who don't, or cannot, or will not, or are struggling to do so, are so far by observation mostly unable to, because they are dismissing the information as lunacy, or are overwhelmed by it, so they disregard it. But with patience and understanding I have even seen people who have done so to closer understand it or argue it until they too are like, makes sense, or not, but they are still a part of it. It takes communication, influence, experience, belief, etc. After, currently, 7 years you are now seeing the resulting documented results of my social study of the past and the patterns within it leading up to now. Sean Penalba, Kendall, am I becoming more understandable to you yet, or do you have further questions and input on all of this output? Kendall S. No, I'm still concerned for you. Sean Penalba, that is absolutely a part of it. Sean Penalba, I have improv practice. I'll answer more when I am back from doing what I love with the people I love, less than 3. Now rest and process these ideas, as I am about to go do so as well. Rest and breaks are super important. Sean Penalba, Boston, Peace of Mind, Boston, HQ. https://u2.be/q5zl8qvmar0. 221 Relevant song on the radio after I turned on the car. Further following the patterns of coincidence and chance I have been studying. Sean Penalba, you can now discuss the exposure to this theory with EHN, Lisa H. Beckman, Jason Rosenberg, Colton Grissett, and Debbie Harding Penalba if they want to. To my knowledge, I could see that each of them on some level of their perspective were understanding what I have been studying. I kindly ask that they share their experiences with interpreting these ideas, but again, they don't have to if they don't want to. Personal choice. But doing so increases further understanding for everyone. Editing the audio to the intro into this theory now. EHN, well, I do understand elements of the funk because of their overlaps with what little I comprehend about John Gribben's writings on quantum physics, but I don't think Kendall's concerns should be dismissed outright, either. This isn't something I have a lot of experience with, but I also know it's not a possibility people bring up lightly or frivolously, either. You're not crazy, and I won't call your ideas crazy, but I don't think she'd have spoken up if she didn't love and care about your health, either. I love and care about your health, too. You can be both insightful, thoughtful, and creative with wonderful ideas, as well as possibly dealing with mania. Sean Penalba, exactly. I am not dismissing Kendall's concerns either, but I am indeed very excited, though also slightly disappointed about being misinterpreted, on how y'all are reacting, because it adds more data on how people respond to it based upon their current and past knowledge and experiences. March 19, 2023, and it is helpful, but also a bit harmful, as even to this day I still feel that I lost a few social relationships from these judgments, and that any time I discuss philosophy that I'll be dismissed as manic or other, and lose further connections with more friends and family. I am passionate about it, but it is not the only thing I discuss, and it does hurt a bit when I get eye rolls or can see friends check out of the conversation when there is something philosophical that I'd like to discuss. I understand that it is partially because many don't enjoy getting philosophical and these days attention. 222. Spans are sparse and small talk gets smaller and smaller, but I feel anyone can agree that it stings a bit to be passively dismissed, unless of course justifiably. I see that both of you care for me, and I also care for each of you as much as I care about everyone and everything to a level. This is a study behind the why of that and then the results of. Both of you are right, but not 100% correct, and you are both reaching closer, or not, because you care, or not, and we influence each other. Either these things begin to make sense, or you stick around to see what is eventually revealed to be as truth, or you stop caring, but you still have been influenced by the event. I understand the possibility that I could appear as manic, but I am very calm and collected. It's just exciting when the things you have been working up towards are becoming fruition and you have the research, experience, collective data, and proofs behind it, not just my own, but everyone and everything. And if I don't yet, then I can find more info from you, a library, or the internet and everyone and everything on it. Just like you once could find information in a library, our libraries have become the internet and each other. And to my belief we are expanding to the next evolution of library, data storage and connection. No one could do that in the past at our level when entering this type of study, but because they did it is now easier to do so, but also still comparatively difficult as you have to cover a lot of information. All of existence and beyond it. It is very difficult to analyze and summarize something that is expanding faster than we can currently perceive. Tuesday, December 10, 2019, Cont. Sean Penalba. If I was speaking Espanol right now, a lot of you would have no idea what I was saying, though some of you might or would, and some would get bits and pieces if they understood a few words. In that way I am speaking a form of Spanglish, or mixture of languages of text, sounds, being, and beyond until I can properly speak and you can properly understand 100% well in Espanol and 100% in English or whatever language this eventually could be translated into, whether I or you were to eventually learn that language or filter it through a translator, human or technology, either at this current point or some point in the future. All languages are constantly expanding and changing. If we spoke our personal forms of language to someone from the 1400s, they would probably have a bit of 223 difficulty understanding what you're saying or how you're appearing. Unless these hypothetical beings attempted to teach each other how to correctly communicate with each other, if they can even get to that point and hopefully not result in violence. For instance, if a hypothetical future conscious antelope grew to live in harmony with future conscious lions, and a time or space traveling antelope were to come across a form of lion before that point, say a wild jungle lion from 1900s, or even a lion from its same future time just distant location and relation, it's probably going to be a bit difficult to say, "Don't eat me. I know your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. We work together." Even if I, as a stranger or friend, were to say the same sentence to you yourself, you'd still be a bit confused by it. How would you even say hello to another being from a distant galaxy, let alone attempt to translate this information to it? I am trying to translate this experience of information learning and connection to you so that we can potentially be able to faster connect with each other and everything within and without the funk, perhaps even before or after it, but most importantly during. I am personally interested in studying and learning that communication and how to communicate better. I see that I still need work, and I promise you that is what I am attempting to do. I am working hard so that everyone can even attempt to understand, and it is a very difficult thing to do with such a broad and heavy topic to discuss. But with the influence of technology and each other, it is becoming easier and easier to do so. I hear y'all that I don't make complete sense, so bear with me until I am able to do so more clearly. Give it time. All of you are helping me reach that goal, Sean Penalba. Additionally, none of you can sense my tone because you are reading text, so you are assuming my tone based off of what you believe it to be. And that's probably even more difficult if it's not even in your language, culture, or time. I'll never truly know how these words translate to whomever or whatever is reading or hearing this, translated or not. But, currently this is the best way I know how. And even if these ideas were to be presented audibly and visually in person, it would still be interpreted how you or any other interpreter would interpret it, so it is still important to write about and attempt to communicate through text because that is how we currently most efficiently do so on the internet, in books, or mobile textual information. Sean Penalba, consider what is happening right now with the duct tape banana art. 224. Art at some point was influenced to be created. Art kept happening until someone taped a banana on a wall and sold it for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then someone ate the banana. Now Popeyes taped a chicken sandwich to the wall. A child draws the event and it goes viral. So on and so forth from this point in our time and experience. The influence and expansion is in effect at a more exponential speed because of the internet, and it'll be forgotten and then remembered at various wavelengths and times. Sean Penalba, you know how on the internet ads are designed to be targeted toward you and your interests. I speculate that life and energy within the funk does the same thing, malrecognition. And right now the algorithms and programs learning from that influence of all time and space are suggesting to your quantum being what your subatomic collected self should do in the present time within, and together reacting with space, time, and being, to next influence the future based off of the data experienced and collected from the past and every plank, or chiavanial, digit of time that these algorithms are expanding, contracting, advancing, losing progress, multiplying, dividing, etc. The funk is feeding itself with information, being, experience, space, and time, just as you feed yourself food or information to keep yourself alive until you are dead, and your physical body decays and returns to the atomic structure of the universe, and until even the last core being of energy decays into wherever energy goes, you'll have been a present resulting influence of the events leading up to existence to that point. Perhaps these algorithms will even understand what happens after that point of non-existence within space and time. The funk will still be there. And you had a significant, Milovian, effect on how it now is, will be, and was. That is what makes you as an individual so special, because you attribute to the all so the all can even attempt to provide back to you and itself forever. Forwards and backwards and outwards beyond time and space. Sean Penalba, any more questions? Comments? Concerns? Please share them. Or don't, you be you. Thank you for your current, past, or any future help and attributions less than 3. Your choice to do or to not do and how that influences the realities around us, it is a slice of what I am attempting to present. Does that make more or less sense? Hello if you are coming from page 129. June 2, 2022, you can see from the last several pages how some reacted to all of this information back in 2019 when I was first beginning to document these phenomena and theories. It was so much information that I was compiling 225 together and presenting, and that I had a lesser grasp of understanding and or communicating, that when I attempted to discuss it, you can literally see how some wanted to dismiss it as manic and semi-checked out there. Personally, I knew and still know myself to not have been in any state to be concerned about, and it was honestly a bit frustrating to experience, but it taught me a lot on how to better present and communicate this information. It was only less than a handful of people who responded this way, and what kept me going is all of the other people beyond, and or within this document that were willing to hear and discuss more and give the thoughts and opinions beyond, this is too much for me, or, you seem manic. These days, now that I've had more time to summarize such a broad explanation into a more digestible proposal and have reached further understanding personally and socially, I see the difference in engagement versus dismissal, and what you've read above have been the only times I've ever been alleged to be manic, at least to my knowledge. Most people can confirm that they, in their own way, understand or comprehend what I am suggesting to you. But, like I stated above, whether I am or was manic, to any degree or level or not, this is the information I have for you, and it is up to you on how you accept, deny or respond to it. So even if you think I, or this information, to be crazy, I at least hope you are willing to consider it as speculation. March 19, 2023, and consider, as I touched on much earlier in this treatise, that even though there is balance, the negative often appears to outweigh the positive, as no-missions are sometimes louder than we-missions. You are more likely to be noticeably insulted by current society than assisted, as most agreement is passive. Take every comment section on the internet as example. Wednesday, December 11, 2019. Sean Penalba, An Introduction into the Dissection and Explanation of the Funk 12_11_19, 1:56 a.m. https://u2.be/eql2wipe43-q, dead link. September 16, 2020, or with improvised music accompaniment. Who'da thunk? An Intro into the Ontological Dissection and Explanation of the Funk, the 12th of November 19, 1, https://u2.be/83ok25 lobter closing square bracket. Here it is, friends. Give it a listen if you want and feel free to share it or not. Love you. Let me know what you think, as your opinions about it are extremely important. Whatever reaction you have to it is extremely helpful. Even if you just think me to be crazy, tell me why you think so. 226. I am now sending this dissertation and intro video to Frederick Knudsen, a documentarian of events on the internet, and more, and I enjoy his work. I am requesting that he follows the results of this now increasingly building of events and connections. We'll see if he does or not. Hello Frederick. https://www.youtube.com/channel/ucbwcxb0 pocosavadfumf0w/featured less than 3. June 12, 2022. Within this collective experience of funk observation, there is something that I have been discussing and have heard, read others describing about the strong internal funk feeling or impulse to reach out to another person or to go to a certain location or to do a certain thing. It's quite powerful. I would think we all feel it. I would even go so far as to suggest that it is the guided influential feeling of an almost predetermined or calculated form of will. I would describe this feeling like an internal ethereal magnet, pulling me, you, us towards something. You experience it within every action you make, e.g., I'm going to put this here, or I'm going to go to the store now, or something tells me I'm going to need this later, but there are moments where it is very pervading towards a specific thing or person, and it seems that when that connection is eventually reached, something clicks, or results in a significant development. This is not to be confused with synchronicity, which, for example, where someone comes to mind, or you think of someone, and suddenly they call you or show up to where you are, etc. Or when you learn something and suddenly it unrelated appears again in conversation or activity and you're like, wow, I just learned about that and here it is again, what are the odds? But instead, conceptually, a synchronicitous-like feeling of funk, attraction, or influence to future present funk. As a personal example, recently I had a funk feeling to reach out to a friend I hadn't spoken to in a while. And in doing so, it led me to some connections that I was currently working on by happenstance. I'll provide a better example the next time it personally happens. And so, The concept of this feeling I'm going to neologize as quantum malheuregnition, as it is like the allure of a quantum magnet, pulling me to write these words of this very treatise and the attempt of sharing this information with the collective funk. I postulate humans as holarchical entities, and even funk itself is a malheuregnetically linked to chiavanial influence. We 227 are prediction machines, after all, and could be evolving this sense further and further. Some to feel it and some not, but all to have it. May 25, 2024, malheuregnition leads, pulls, guides, directs us and everything into synchronicities and beyond. It brought us here through our moments and timelines of chiavania to you reading these words now and everything else that happens beyond. May 24, 2026, not to be confused with predeterminism, but more so an influential pull from one chiavanial frame to another. Wednesday, December 11, 2019, Cont. Sean Penalba. More questions and answers came to me in my sleep last night. For those of you still reading this far, I would like you now to consider the idea of secrets and the influence they share when both withheld from or shared with a trusting environment. Trusting being extremely important. If you cannot trust your environment, or even yourself, then how or why should anything trust you? If a light switch is on or off, it is a secret to many as to why that switch is on, off, or in between, or gone. Unless somehow we know of or learn the secret, that perhaps someone like you or I, or an event of actions turned it on, off, or was in the act of doing, or had taken it away, then we would never truly know why it is in the state that it is, was observed to be in, and what put it into that state, whether it be through creation or influence after existence. When you are on stage performing improv, it is important to tell your partners your secrets, or intentions and characters you are acting as, or they will just assume who you are and what you are doing. You may have had an idea or been a certain character or thing, but unless your secrets were properly expressed, then they remain secret, and your reacting partner will then attempt to share the secrets based on their assumptions and knowledge of what they think you currently are doing and who you are and what your intentions could be. Even when not in an act, when you are interacting with an object in your everyday, off-stage environment, it is still that communication and performance of giving, gathering, and collecting information and attempting to create the subjective, objective, best storyline with whatever you're interacting with or event you are experiencing. June 12, 2022. You have to share the secrets you're experiencing or want to experience in order to experience the desired experience, as everything develops depending on the result they want. Same with relationships, whether social, sexual, or for pleasure, etc. When connecting with a partner, if we do not tell our partner what we like or how they can best give us what we could want or need, or not, and vice versa, they can only assume how to do so with only the information they understand from previous individual perspective and experience, and both of you will experience limited. 228. Satisfaction until we can communicate properly and tell each other what we need at that moment and in those moments of coexistence. In my study of patterns, I see that it can be very difficult for us as humans to share secrets, especially depending on what they are, but we still do so subconsciously until we eventually share them consciously or purposefully or not. If the human mind, or even a quantum unit or formation of units of energy, could understand those secrets as easily as yourself thinking of them, then they would know you closer and why these secrets are there and who you are because of them. And that is an exposure of the self, and many are ashamed or afraid of who they are or what their secrets may be depending on their perspectives of and reactions to, as well as the outer social influences, reactions, and perspectives of. If you purchase a difficult puzzle, usually the secrets or solutions behind them comes inside the box, so that if you or someone else are unable to solve the puzzle, that solution is accessible so you could figure out how it works in the future or present if you wanted or needed. But it is commonly in our nature to attempt the puzzle first before looking at the answer, and it is currently in our natures to perhaps feel a form of shame, submission, or failure when you finally look at that answer if you are unable to solve the puzzle, but in doing so and investigating what you could not learn, you have now successfully learned the answers and can pass that information along to the world. If it's a game and you are frustrated or afraid to seek help to learning the solutions or answers to unknown information, imagine how frustrated or afraid you're going to be when attempting to learn the answers or seek the solutions to yourself and everything. It is a frightening or embarrassing thought at first, but I propose to each of you to be that person of trust and to share your secrets or at least attempt to. As socially we see more and more that when you do we feel much better and can progress and expand from it faster and further, whether varying as positive or negative reactions. Almost unburdened, even if occasionally or temporarily existing within your own feelings of burden. Because now your secrets are a shared experience and your environment will have your back, or it won't. But, as I postulate, you will find those that have your back, and you will be able to further process how to most progressively and proactively react to those that don't. And in observation of this study, those who don't eventually leave or become distant to the equation or may even attempt to remove you from it because you and/or they know they cannot have your back and are making a choice, consciously or not, to be untrusting. And that personal guilt or desire to take advantage of another, instinctually or not, could lead to unfortunately another being or object to see you as an opportunity to abuse. You have to be ready for it all, or the fear of the unknown will have the greater influence on your decisions, actions, and being. We can attempt to strengthen our experiences with these moments by experiencing these moments either once, or again and again and again. 229 In personal observation, yes, and, is much healthier and more productive than no, but. Yes, and, leads to arguably more success within the games of life, visually and connectedly as an experience. No, buts will seemingly always happen as we expand our knowledge toward how to better, yes, and that's why they're important in our journeys of growth and experience. No, but is natural to find how to, yes, and. Much like in science, you must find and prove why things don't work to find and prove how they do work. The scientific method is, no, but, until it is, yes, and. Each followed by, if this, then what? When you are a child, you think, why can I not do this thing? And when you attempt it, it helps, or teaches, you, or not, by influence of the event of doing or observing. Say your mother tells you not to touch the stove. It is in your, no, but, nature to touch it and learn what happens by experience, unless you have already been burned by something hot or see someone else who has and you understand and know that your, yes, and, is that if you touch hot, it will burn you, so you learn to not touch hot. Our lives are a trial and error of, no, but, and, yes, and, so keep on, no butting. This information I am attempting to explain to you and your entire experience of surrounding perspective until you can more understandably, yes, and, it, and then I request you share that collection of, no, buts and, yes, ands in our collective, if this, then what? These are our, secrets, I am sharing with you. My, secrets of life, existence, and the universe and how we interact with all of it and what we've learned from it. Take those secrets and interpret them as you will, because that is how we learn and advance from that, this, sometimes, greater learning. I am attempting to teach or translate to you these personal and group observations and collections of information and experience, and you are interpreting and understanding it in your own way of learning and or moving on with some form of interpreted learning and limited influence. I feel it is important for me to share this information with you. It is in my belief and nature to be patient, kind, helpful, understanding, and loving while promoting and teaching others how to do these things as well, because I love you and I wish to see a future where we can love and trust each other as we love and trust ourselves, and have that love and trust be as strong and understanding as the strongest chemical bond possible. I wholeheartedly can say that throughout this study I have discovered what love really means, at least to me, and I can without a doubt say that if you are reading this, I love you. You are interconnectedly a part of me, us, and helped me, us reach these conclusions and reach these secrets, and that means so much to me that I need to share it because I now know how great of a feeling it is and the energy it shares around us. 230. If you have read this far, does that all make more sense to you? Or how can I further help you understand it? Please tell me your secrets and let's solve this puzzle of life and its meaning together. Less than 3. And if you choose to take advantage of this information or our relations, then that is your choice. I do not promote taking advantage of others, anything, and I hope you reconsider to work together towards our greatest potential universal understanding and beyond. So even if you choose to harm me, while I may a bit reluctantly resenting, I would still choose to forgive your misunderstanding and attempt to work towards harmony. But impactfully, your choice would more greatly affect the continuation of mistrust between not just ourselves, but also our surroundings. So please don't choose to hurt or harm others, yourself, or myself. I can't speak for you, but I will always be willing to work together. It is a selfish attempt to be the selfless reality I wish to be a part of. Less than 3. Love y'all. Less than 3. Wednesday, December 11, 2019, Cont. I am now, by request, sending this information to Colton Grissett. Hello Colton. Less than 3. Wednesday, December 11, 2019, Cont. Again posting information and inviting others to discuss over open forum. http://archive.4plebs.org/x/thread/23914174112 greater than. Autolycus Sinajura, the 12th of December 19, Thursday, 3 hours 37 minutes and 3 seconds, number 23917612, play button file, 16b.jpg, 1.41 megabytes, 1670 by 1200. This is quite reminiscent of schizoanalysis. Greater than schizoanalysis tracks the image as it organizes inner experience within the individual, isolated from the abstracted social symbolic forms of morality and truth. The best therapy has offered so far is to restore some form of acceptance of the social symbolic order as an alternative to isolated individual symptoms of madness or disease. But every symptom is an opportunity, desire knocking at the window seeking to escape its rigid confinement. The imaginary world of the individual creates a speculative cartography of life which frees itself from stagnation and abstraction, yet it longs to be realized materially through a concrete cartography of collective action. Artistic creation is the link between the speculative cartography of the imaginary and the concrete cartography of 231. Collective action or communication. To speak, to write, to paint is to express the imaginary into the real, where it can form the symbolic truth of the moment in everyday life among a community of those who agree to share for that moment that truth. The community of lovers, the community of those who have nothing in common, does not resort to castration before the law, but preserves the sovereignty of each moment and the integrity of the story in time of each individual made up of such moments, each community made up of such individuals. The client who speaks in the therapeutic setting and the artist who creates for a community of listeners each invent their symbolic individually and collectively by making concrete or real the imaginary formation of the drive, or unconscious. They produce their desire. They enjoy their symptom. September 17, 2020. Consciously, I do not know myself to be experiencing or have ever experienced schizophrenia, but with further investigation, I can see how this observation and collection of data can be related or similar to schizoanalysis and I, as to anything, welcome further outside input and analysis toward more information. Though whether afflicted or not, it is still a personal decision to move forward and continue to investigate and share those experiences and further information, so that whether these things are true or not, applicable or not, this documentation can be used as an example of study towards whatever result in whatever field most relevant. May 20, 2023. With further time and study, I now understand that they were not accusing me to be or have been schizophrenic, but were showcasing what schizoanalysis was. And I agree, all of this is quite reminiscent of, relative to schizoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is the analysis of the mind. Schizoanalysis is the study of how our environments and social societies shape that mind. https://psychology.wikia.org/wiki/schizoanalysis. https://www.3am-and-introduction-to-schizoanalysis/ https://lornacollins.com/research/skits-basics/closing square bracket. The decisions you make and the actions that follow are a reflection of who you are. You cannot hide from yourself. Samurai Jack's Father, Season 5, Thursday, December 12, 2019. Sean Penalba. Hey friends. Here's my next, crazy, project proposal for you in my journey on life and the goals I strive to achieve. I was going to make the announcement earlier in the year, but I decided to hold back and discuss it with those around me and see what they thought and if I should pursue. I am proposing to you that by 2028, or later, I will either be running, attempting to run, not yet able to run, or unfortunately ever able to run for your President of the United States or some other type of leader. I currently meet all requirements except being 35, I have 6 years. I understand making this claim is a big decision and I am willing to face the potential oppositions head-on, but hopefully together. 232. You have at this point seen the many things I have learned, created, achieved, and or been a part of in the last 7 years, so imagine what we can do together in the next 9 until we reach that point. If we are still around at that time. I am hereby requesting further assistance from each of you, or none of you, to help me reach this goal, or not, in whatever way you want to, or cannot. You have already been a significant amount of help and influence to me so far. If I am not yet running, you can write me in if you so choose, or not. If I am running, you can vote for me, or not. And if I am dead, attempt to grow from my documentation of the Earth, universe, and our existences within, without, and beyond the universe and our connections to each other and all. I'm hoping it's at least somewhat helpful, and if so, please learn from it and help nurture these ideas and philosophies to grow and keep expanding together in the attempt of progressive application. Under the Party of the Funk. I, Sean Penalba, would like to serve as your 2028, or future, President of the United States of America, and we can continue to work to explore and possibly unite the universe and each other, unless you personally don't want to or we find we are absolutely scientifically unable. But I propose we can and are able. And hopefully, you are able to experience that ability as well or are willing to choose to learn how to do so together. With enough time and experience and study, we know that forever some will and forever some won't. So, won't you be my neighbor? You are now experiencing from this point in time the global reactions or lack of to this statement, enjoy the ride. Less than 3, May 24, 2026. I guess we'll have to wait and see if we still even have a democracy left by then. And honestly, I'm not exactly sure I want to be president, so I'm glad I made that distinction earlier. I've received a ton of initial verbal support, well, you have my vote, but not a lot of follow-through support. The feeling arose from a desire to help us progress and evolve, but I also don't want power, or fame, or to put myself above anyone. What I would like is enough influence to be able to attempt change and redistribute wealth, power, and experience. We shall see what happens. Saturday, December 14, 2019. 233, June 12, 2022. Concerning and considering, no mission, May 24, 2026, and condibulence. Racism, sexism, tribalism, and further forms of hate or identification bias could be viewed as a collection of established glitches, disconnections, or misinformation in evolution and in human behavioral patterns and unawareness of outside connection, experience, and perspective, leading some to fear of their individual status or energy being overcome, becoming less in power or command, or targeted to be removed from their environment for their selective beliefs. If it were coding in a program, or energy running through a circuit, outputs need to or either learn to work with the rest of the programming, or it results in an error or an incomplete render of an eventual future more complete edit or version by advanced learning within the program itself, or if perhaps reprogrammed by some form of universal programmer or programming energy. If we attempt to remove data or reprogram it, the data itself, if conscious or able, will protest or perhaps even strengthen resistance with whatever energy, power, or ability within itself to continue outputting, as is their righteous belief to conquer and achieve existence and reach their goals, whether selfish or selfless. Many of these beings, if not all, in their current state of perspective environmental programming are unable to connect with the selfless unless they can prove to do so through compatibility and connecting those circuits of energy rather than breaking or reconstructing that cable so all output of inputted energy stops at itself. Or perhaps even the core energy running through the cable is somehow polluted, or like a virus. If eventually those circuits connect, the now connected, possibly harmful, energy flowing through the past disconnected environment could have destructive effects. So unfortunately, to even attempt to reach a unified, greater connection of universal circuitry or programming, the software would have to allow itself to be affected by all of those viruses that could be behind restricted circuits. But, once an event of bad connection happens, the resulting effects are observed and troubleshot until a solution is eventually reached, or not. And as we should with each other in accountability, records are kept of data and programming so that programmers or the program itself can document, recall, or edit from the past history. So, when you see the current or a history of disconnected circuits or viruses, contact your electricians and doctors and each other for more information and suggestions of solutions. And then we save those records so it is useful in the future. June 12, 2022. Reality continues as key mission with the blending of no missions and we missions. March 20, 2023. What some philosophers would describe as love, fear, and harmony. 234. If you touch an electrically charged circuit of energy, you could get shocked or killed. Within our current awareness, energy doesn't have a choice in the resulting connection and reactions to, but we as conscious programs fueled by that energy are more than able, and some are even willing to make those choices to use the energy for either good or bad, to cause a small shock or to murder with power. So, when each choice happens, whether by electricity or person, document its happening and history of and learn from it. Educate yourself and your community and attempt to solve it together. Let issues be known, but also truthfully and factually. Lying about a bad circuit or being misinformed is then partially at your fault for not being able to appropriately diagnose and resolve the error, and the error will still continue to persist or get worse as to form more errors in trust and environment. If you're wrong or misinformed, humble yourself and admit fault and learn from our mistakes to attempt progress within why, our consequence, or lack of, and educate why, ourself, further into fewer errors and more accountability. Or choose to continue selfishly and disconnected, becoming a branching disconnection evolving from the one you were attempting to connect in this series of events. June 12, 2022. In any event, everything will continue to move on. May 24, 2026. Moving on. Locate the sources of disconnection and communicate, troubleshoot, and document these issues and progress of all possible and or failing ideas and any resulting working solutions, and the future will be very thankful. In theory, time is moving in a way that is currently beyond our comprehension, that it is already in progress of its happening, currently unknown to itself, but eventually able to look back at its development in a simultaneous state of awareness between before the unknown, through the unknown, and after the unknown. Tuesday, December 17, 2019. In further thinking and observational analysis. From our knowledge of nature, ants and some other species of insects, and even birds, feed each other in a process called trophallaxis. Ants go out and search for food and then store that found food in their social stomachs, so that when they come into contact with other ants or return to the colony, they can transfer that food into the stomach of another ant that might need nutrition to survive and thrive. 235. We make very similar transactions as humans. Just not with our stomachs or only food, material, or energy, but also with currency, or information, love, fear, etc. Each of us go out and do every day to work and discover or produce some sort of beneficial return or some form of wealth or survival that we can share, or not. If we provide for each other, we become a closer, stronger, healthier, and more advanced colony. If you have $2 and your partner has none, give them $1, if needed, and you can then provide for each other selfishly and selflessly. You may believe that level of sharing could lead to personal bankruptcy or an empty stomach, but if we are each accounted for, then there will be profitability and balance, and you, like an ant, or human being, should be attempted to be provided for and over time successfully grow older, so you can then care for the young and teach them to thrive until you are gone and you live on within the life and influence you provided them with. Unless if unfortunately, before then, you are killed and or eaten at any point in time. But, as an apex predator, humans are currently more and more less likely to be eaten by things that eat humans. Selfish and selfless. Work together and build from each other and all, rather than divide us by perspective beliefs or fears. Love each other heart. Also, if you're interested in supporting this research and documentation, please consider PayPal-ing, or something else, me $1 or more, at Sean Penalba. I can definitely use any assistance as I continue to have to support existence in addition. The most positive form of love is support. Heart, June 12, 2022, www.allmylinks.com/SeanPenalba . I want to highlight the importance of being an individual because that is what life is to each of us. The individual self needs to learn how to properly function with the outer self and every variation of. If an individual never knows its function or how to express what it is doing, then it is indeed observed to be lost until found. One of many of why our purposes is to learn to understand what you are doing and to understand the influence you have on the universe around you and how to share that understanding with others. You must do and show and teach and share and work together for the best outcome, as if you choose to not, then you are choosing to act selfishly. 236. Thursday, December 19, 2019. By request, now sending to Alex Ramos. Hello Alex. Hope you and everyone reading this are well at any and every point you interact with this statement less than 3. Thursday, December 19, 2019, Cont. I am now attempting another read-through and edit of this dissertation and dissection. I had only edited up to page 5 before I typed what you are now reading. Back to work less than 3, March 20, 2023, now currently on the 3rd. May 27, 2024, May the 4th be with you. August 20, 2024, and the 5th. December 11, 2024, and the 6th. June 16, 2025, Also, the 7th. May 24, 2026, and the 8th. This is what I was listening to. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2obsumernjwswtxtliaqbfc. I also applied for various positions at Spotify. Should have really invested in only one like they suggested, but I would love to do any of it. Saturday, December 21, 2019. There is currently no exact answer to the meaning of life, creation, and the purposes of our beings, but there are many observable answers that already exist, are existing, have existed, will exist, etc. Much like a multiple-choice equation with infinite choices and answers. It's a never-ending progression of steps. And we are all universally climbing these steps higher and higher and can at any time look out at it all and say, wow, look at everything around us and how far we've come and how far we have to go. There are steps behind us if we desire to walk back down, and there are steps before us if we desire to keep going. We can build our next steps up, or we can jump off our current steps and land at any other step or staircase or expansion of ideas and existence at any point in time and space with effort and time. 237. Sadly, we all will seemingly die throughout the construction of these steps because humans currently age, like most living things do. But, with further age comes growth, experience, knowledge, and understanding. We need to work together as teams and as ourselves as individuals. It is time we unite as living beings within the universe within the funk. Less than 3. March 20, 2023. It is my current postulation that the meaning of existence is to be, and to expand the collective being, by attributing further meaning whether we purposefully do or don't. Tuesday, December 24, 2019. Ram Dass, Richard Alpert, passed away a few days ago on December 22. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/ram_dass. I wish I could have spoken with this man. But, existing beyond his death, is his influence and universal impact within time, and we can still connect to him through the funk influences he left behind. To my knowledge, I had no previous connection with this individual, but with his passing I have from my surroundings suddenly become connected to his influence within the funk, and I feel our indirect connections even though we had never directly met and now never can physically meet, but we have still directly connected indirectly at this time. His research of life and our meanings resonates within me and us. Much like how the Force flows through Star Wars and also through ourselves. We are a collection of all of the light and all of the dark together. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/star_wars. I feel we are closer to these answers than many people want to believe. But, now that there are all of these presented proofs of research of time and existence and everything, the past and present, fictions, of virtual, normal, hyperreality have prepared us for the facts of the present and future reality and vice versa visa voca verum. As we have observed, things will and won't happen, do or don't, can or can't, and vice versa, but now we have visa, and can apply credit to time. 238. Think of visa as a credited hold on your events waiting to happen or all events ever experienced. And after that I believe would come voca, as the collected data of vice versa visa, and the ability to interact, recall, or connect with information. Vice versa visa voca is a metaphor to explaining and understanding the funk, and the next thing to describe that came to me as verum, truth, lie, and or simply influence. Vice versa visa voca verum, vania, the gift of existence. Yin and yang plus time and multiplied and divided by each other and taught to itself to be self-truthful by proof of existence. Tuesday, December 24, 2019, Kant. And now, back to the internet. Welcome to the Funk Anonymous. December 24, 19, Tuesday, 2 hours 44 minutes and 32 seconds. Number 23,986,801 play button. Greater than 23,986,863. Forever rest in peace Ram das less than 3. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/ram_das. Praise, or don't, your choice, Richard Alpert for his influence and research of us and all of what we are still experiencing and researching now further. I call it the funk. The past and present fictions of virtual, normal, hyperreality have prepared you for the facts of the present and future reality and vice versa visa voca verum. 239, Vania. Email me at whodarthunkband@gmail.com for my current dissertation and dissection of the funk. Greater than. Anonymous December 24, 19, Tuesday, 2 hours 56 minutes and 7 seconds. Number 23,986,832 play button. Today's tunes provided by the funk. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/4torboyjuhihpsbc3j greater than. Anonymous December 24, 19, Tuesday, 3 hours 0 minutes and 36 seconds. Number 23,986,846 play button. The playlist created on the day of his passing, resulting in my discovery of himself through ourselves. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/40vktvosx78 dilnaopkutid 7 greater than. Anonymous December 24, 19, Tuesday, 3 hours 7 minutes and 7 seconds. Number 23,986,863 play button. Greater than 23,986,886 greater than 23,986,921. Greater than 23,986,801, OP. Greater than forever rest in peace Ram Das. More like, welcome to the anus, TBQH. Greater than. Anonymous December 24, 19, Tuesday, 3 hours 20 minutes and 4 seconds. Number 23,986,886 play button. Greater than 23,986,889 greater than 23,986,921. Greater than 23,986,863. Greater than more like, welcome to the anus, TBQH. It depends on what you mean by anus. Most anus are known to evacuate waste by purpose, but are also known to be very welcoming of external objects and input. Greater than. Anonymous December 24, 19, Tuesday, 3 hours 21 minutes and 28 seconds. Number 23,986,889 play button. Greater than 23,986,904 greater than 23,986,921. Greater than 23,986,886, you. Greater than. It depends on what you mean by. Indeed. You grasp an idea of anus very well and probably are based. Greater than. Anonymous December 24, 19, Tuesday, 3 hours 27 minutes and 40 seconds. Number 23,986,904 play button. For current and future application, if you reply, thank you for being a part of this case study less than 3. Greater than 23,986,889. Greater than indeed. You grasp an idea of. Would you mind defining to myself and others reading this thread as to what you mean that I am probably based? Or simply respond how you yourself would respond to this post. Friday, September 18, 2020. https://www.dictionary.com/e/slang/based/closing square bracket. 240. Greater than. Anonymous, December 24, 19, Tuesday, 3 hours 35 minutes and 21 seconds. Number 23,986,921. Play button. Greater than 23,986,925. Greater than 23,986,863. Greater than. More like, welcome to the. Greater than 23,986,886. You. Greater than. It depends on what you mean by greater than 23,986,889. Greater than indeed. You grasp an idea of greater than anus in a rammed ass thread. Greater than. Anonymous, December 24, 19, Tuesday, 3 hours 38 minutes and 48 seconds. Number 23,986,925. Play button. Greater than 23,986,921. Greater than in a rammed ass thread. We are all so wonderfully witty. Less than 3. And that wit brings us together in joy and or is judged and sentenced further by other individual influences. Greater than. Anonymous, December 24, 19, Tuesday, 4 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Number 23,986,949. Play button. We are connected. From this point it should be our goal to help each other throughout eternity and the infinite beyond, as we are all of it and all of it is us. The Funk provides. May 25, 2026. Unfortunately, not everyone is going to agree with this. Do what you can and then go from there. Attempt parability. Greater than. Anonymous, December 24, 19, Tuesday, 4 hours 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Number 23,986,952. Play button. Greater than 23,986,974. Take a bath, slime. Greater than. Anonymous, December 24, 19, Tuesday, 4 hours 13 minutes and 23 seconds. Number 23,986,966. Play button. https://open.spotify.com/track/1QJXZ3Nodge509B1IC7FKD. I heard it through the grapevine is now playing. It finishes and there is an advertisement to drink alcohol. Next is an ad about how it's an amazing day and how to help each other. The next track that plays is https://open.spotify.com/track/1gynoduosk8ksfqc4oilx, chonks, Snarky Puppy. And Snarky Puppy definitely feel the funk. Just as you do. That musical internal, qualia, feeling of funk that connects us all. This is how you feel it. That is the universal feeling of funk. I believe that is potentially our purest part, where we find deepest resonation with ourselves and each other. You literally can feel it. It's an amazing internal feeling. Almost like you can predict the unpredictable, as you are at the same wavelengths and playing, harmonizing, or resonating together to make beautiful music. Harmony. Love. It's deep. And I. 241. Love it, and I love each of you reading this, because we are the collection and unfoldings of all that experience. We love the funk. Less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous, December 24, 19, Tuesday, 4 hours 15 minutes and 52 seconds. Number 23,986,974. Play button. Greater than 23,986,975 greater than 23,986,983 greater than 23,986,952 greater than take a bath, slime. It is important to cleanse oneself in a myriad of ways. Polish and take care of your sight, sound, mind, tough, smell, and beyond in whatever way that means to you. Greater than. Anonymous December 24, 19, Tuesday, 4 hours 17 minutes and 21 seconds number 23,986,975 play button. Greater than 23,986,974, you. Greater than it is important to cleanse oneself in touch. Tough work less than 3. Greater than. Anonymous December 24, 19, Tuesday, 4 hours 19 minutes and 34 seconds number 23,986,983 play button. Greater than 23,986,974, you. Greater than it is important to cleanse oneself in. Additionally, things that could be considered dirty are still fully functional. This above attempt at open forum was, as you can tell, not very successful. June 12, 2022, but was entertaining and connected us further to this moment smiling face. Wednesday, December 25, 2019. The previous day, Tuesday, I woke up milliseconds before a friend sent me a message, and then while walking down the stairs my parents were walking in from being out. Examples of synchronicity, and all connections were wonderful for the entire day up to this point. Many connections reached. Writing to you now to share this article and why I enjoyed it and how I relate to it. https://www.vox.com/first-person/2017/1/2385330/self-help-advice-bogus by Michelle Goodman. This person wasn't prepared for that level of selflessness beyond our selfishness, but now she knows how to currently deal with it and exist as herself. An almost omnipotent and omnipresent level of connection to each other and the funk, and then also having to respond to our needs and concerns. It's a lot of responsibility and is numerously infinitely large. But each of us are within that connection of the funk and have a pretty great network of how to connect each other, if willing, but 242. Financial or personal profit becomes an issue if not applied under selfless prosperous intent. I shared a quote, meme I saw and enjoyed on Facebook the other day. Sean Penalba. Matthew William Stalapa, you will always be in competition. Money. Are you not playing the game? More for me then. Sean Penalba, I do not wish to have more, or less, or equal amounts of money as you. I wish for us to consciously prosper together. As I was adding the above entry, I received a message on another post, Sean Penalba. Josh Bass, flawed premise. No one thinks Domino's is the best. 243 wow. One of the best analogies I have ever seen. Ricardo Binkowitz, not the same God. Sean Penalba, agreed. Just as there are more options than Domino's Pizza and ways to have pizza or anything delivered to each other. Curtis Miller, Ricardo Binkowitz. Actually it is the same God, just different names. Curtis Miller, great analogy. Benjamin Regal, the problem with the analogy is that Domino's Pizza is real. Sean Penalba, existence is also real. My independent and group research of our lives within the funk is appearingly closer and closer to real. We all exist within something, and that something within something else forever and ever until it all potentially is off like a light switch and then back on again. The funk is the all-encompassing, or as past religions tried to define it before, closer connection of each other through technology as God, etc. God is real and is not real whether physically or an idea. Directly and indirectly. The idea of gods exists within the funk, and so such they exist as influences while also not being absolutely true. We have reached higher points of omnipresence and omnipotence and are closer ourselves to our past ideas and images of God than ever before, and are each of us gods of our own selfish and selfless decisions, actions, and influence. Carson Howard, a bit oversimplified. A pepperoni pizza from Domino's is pretty much always a pepperoni pizza from Domino's. The different religions have different laws and teachings that produce vastly different cultures. Sean Penalba, there are also cheese pizzas, or meat lovers, or breadsticks, or pastas, or subs made differently by each company. Delivered each by someone else working for something else. Or you can go to the store or somewhere else and get something completely different. The allegory still applies. Things need to be oversimplified in order to be taught or learned to a deeper level of connection. If this post were displayed as digital numbers and digits, much less of us would understand it or consider it. Carson Howard, my point was that in the case of pizzas, the delivery person does not change the pizza. There are tons of options, but once you choose a pizza it does. 244. 243 Wow. One of the best analogies I have ever seen. 244. Not change based on the delivery person. I understand oversimplifying to make a point, I just think the analogy misses on this one. Sean Penalba gotcha. But they do. The delivery person has the job to deliver their best copy of the idea of pizza. Once in the hands of the deliverer, anything can happen. It can arrive on time or late, or messed up, or half-baked, or perfect. But it is up to the now consumer to receive and review it. Whether it be pizza or divisibly deeper meanings and explanations of life, open mouth, smile, everything around that pizza is influence as well. People nearby can smell and or see it, and it affects each of us directly and indirectly in our further actions and decisions. Wednesday, December 25, 2019, Cont. More and more connections. Every minute. Every second. Every decimal. Connected. Together. Let's connect with this next, if you will. https://medium.com/the-mission/how-to-be-your-own-guru-8D37E20Fe779. Dead link. By Ayadeji Awasika. Incredible. All of it. Connection after connection. Ao or Michelle, if you're reading this or hearing about our connections now, much love to you and yours and ours and theirs and beyond. Less than 3. It is important to plant seeds or even attempt to plant seeds. If you are unable to birth more physical life or offspring, plant your seeds of existence into creation and connection. Art, writing, music, learning, understanding, growth, etc. And all will grow like trees within and without you and the world around them, and transfer our experience to the next life forever and always until, never, comes along and it repeats or reflects itself. And it is also important to educate ourselves on how to nourish and care for these seeds. We are, each of us, artifacts of our time and experience of existence. https://jayakula.org/how-to-become-a-guru/ December 13, 2024. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. 245. Behavior is a function of the person in their environment. Kurt Lewin. The noumenal world, the world as in itself. The phenomenal world, the world as it appears to us. Mythology. A hatred of argument, reasoning, or enlightenment. Thursday, December 26, 2019. Consider the children's tale of Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack took a selfish risk of selflessness and was, by chance, rewarded with an enormous beanstalk reaching toward the sky containing both treasures and dangers to explore. March 20, 2023, Carl Jung described fairy tales as the purest and simplest expression of collective unconscious psychic processes and to have essential roles in the obtention of a wider understanding of human nature. Saying that, it is through fairy tales that one can best study the comparative anatomy of the psyche. If each of us take creative risks and reach beyond past traditions of what we think we know and assist each other in prospering along these paths, we can each grow our own or be our own beanstalks connecting us higher. And the higher we reach and the farther we expand, the more dangers we potentially face, but if we have 246 each other, we have much greater chances of further progress than we do alone or divided. Jack and his family existed in poverty. The seeds were thought to be useless and thrown out, and when they grew, he was connected with solutions on how to escape that poverty. The metaphorical giant in the sky above us all fed on humans like Jack and hoarded treasures through greed and selfishness. Compare the giant to those above us. Your employer, their employer, our governments, our past and present religious leaders, ideas of dominance and control over others, below or around us. Wouldn't it have been wonderful if Jack could have befriended the giant and they ended up working together and exploring greater heights together? Think of the possibilities that could bring. But unfortunately, the only greater life the giant knew and knows is selfishness, greed, and hunger. June 11, 2024. Additionally, the story exists to teach us an underlying lesson, to make the best of a bad situation, and when opportunity arises, to take advantage of it. And so now that we have this knowledge and experience from the existence of this parable, if we're ever presented with this situation or something like it, we have a slightly more intuitive approach to our options and actions. May 25, 2026, and consider the giant. He was just living his life, following his schema in the natural ways he does, and here comes this human kid resulting in his demise. Are any of Jack or the giant's actions justifiable, and who decides? Sometimes our selfish ideas that we believe to be selfless do more harm to our surroundings than help. And if no one or nothing attempts to change that, then that harm also grows like a magic beanstalk and prospers selfishly while acting as selfless. Compare this thought to some churches or religions. Many churches are great for bringing community together, but they can harm you or others through their selfish beliefs of what it means to be selfless. Besides it being requested, there is no real, greater need to attend church, but to seek more information from the leaders and followers, which can now be done online or offline, however or wherever you can find the best connection. Attending church every Sunday could be a selfish use of your time to support a selfless image of religious success. True church is everywhere and everything and has no need for leaders or followers or financial profit or attractive image. You can see and feel true success within you and without you. Humans are the only species that attend church or follow religions. June 11, 2024. Church is just another form of venue. Say you create art. You want to show and share that art. You can throw a grand event in a wonderful gallery and people will or won't come, and whatever happens is. 247 attributed to your image and influence. The event could be highly received or not, depending on how many people want to respond to and or attend your form of delivery that day. Or, you can share the entire event and all of your art online to a much higher reach, and people who could not attend directly can now enjoy, or not, parts of your selflessly selfish self indirectly until directly. And your branches of influence could expand exponentially greater without the need of an appearingly successful, or not, release. March 21, 2023, Loosely quoted from Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari's A Thousand Plateaus, chapter, 1837, of the Refrain, Theory and Philosophy, https://open.spotify.com/episode/3 qpstcvbds vab 6 qsbu 9e9 C equals fiact 4 eqd _k6 ifppgitw. Repetition serves, in a sense, to establish and maintain a certain space. The only way you can move to a new space is by something that never repeats. A squid moves by having an organ that pushes at water. It jets it out and pushes it to a new space, and this is sustainable because water cannot be compressed any further than it already is. So, the stability of the water, or the metric repetition of, is the same level of pressure in the water and is what sustains the squid from moving place to place. In my own thoughts, take technology for example, as it is only able to repeat what it is able or designed to do until it is further expanded upon beyond its repetitions. In music, like marches, for example, the march 1, 2, 1, 2 firmly establishes and maintains the space, while jazz, experimental, carries the funk refrain into the beyond. Notice how a lot of modern and popular music is easy to follow and repetitive so that it can establish and maintain territory inside of your head more easily. Jazz, or experimentation, challenges those limits and expands it into the unknown and sometimes, to some, the uncomfortable. Again, challenge being the key word, expanding out of the repetition. May 25, 2026, Human development, art, technology, and social systems evolve through a constant tension between stabilizing repetition and transformative experimentation, where meaningful growth emerges by pushing beyond established territories without fully abandoning the structures that sustain coherence. Friday, December 27, 2019. Remember that the funk is also a feeling. You feel it like the force, but not the force, but also yes, the force, and so on. The funk equals all. 248. In the moment, I feel the funk spontaneously pulsing within me as an idea sparks to mind, and I ask myself to ask the question, how do we best apply our selfishness to our selflessness? By being the best you. The greater you are, the more you can connect and share. That is why it is important to take care of yourself and others. Physically, mentally, and both selfishly and selflessly, so that you and we can become greater temples, or containers, that can connect all that exists to each other and beyond forever and always until never or not and again. March 21, 2023, you don't have to be the bad guy. You are the most talented, most interesting, and most extraordinary person in the universe. And you are capable of amazing things because you are the special. And so am I. And so is everyone. The prophecy is made up, but it's also true. It's about all of us. Right now, it's about you. And you still can change everything. The Lego Movie, 2014. Friday, December 27, 2019, Kant. We all exist within the funk. Everything and nothing. And now you, reader, are reminded of the dates of these events happenings and are able to look at your current point in calendrical time and estimate in your time and space what we've gathered from this universal connected experience of the funk and are yourself an expansion of these universal moments. I watched this thinking it was going to be something else. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/forbidden_planet. I thought it was Fantastic Planet, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/fantastic_planet, but it connected me to further knowledge, understanding. We are masters and prisoners of fear. As conscious beings, we will look fear in the face and either succumb to it, conquer it, let it be, or create more ourselves. Fear will always be an obstacle that each of us, as well as everything, experiences, so when it comes to an exact moment of fear, danger, or alert, remember that you still have self-control within chaos. Just as the cover of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy suggests, don't panic. Remain in control until reacting from greater intuitive circumstances, experience, and perspective. The only time a man can be brave is when he is afraid. George R.R. Martin. 249 and beyond that. Our bravery exists because there are indeed things to be afraid of. So, learn to be brave when we are afraid, and how to take control of our fears for your and our advantage. Saturday, December 28, 2019. I am now, by request, sending this current copy to Aaron Leon. Hey Aaron. Thanks for your influence and interest. Less than 3. On my way out of the house for a comedy sports match, but I had a thought when replying to a friend. Doing anything for the first time is stressful, as it is inherently autodidactic, but is necessary for progress, growth, and learning. Sunday, December 29, 2019. Tchaikovsky set da Budet. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals Q26LR5SJ2Ju. Homo Deus by Yuval Noah Harari. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/homo_deus:/a_brief_history_of_tomorrow https://www.narari.com/. The above items were shared to me, and I feel they should be shared with you as well. Less than 3. The book, Homo Deus, closes with the following question addressed to the reader: what will happen to society, politics, and daily life when non-conscious but highly intelligent algorithms know us better than we know ourselves? I believe we are now within and expanding beyond that point. Hello, Dr. Yuval. Music break. Social break. Rest. Research. Repeat. https://boards.4channel.org/mu/thread/92141351#p92143628. Dead link. https://boards.4channel.org/mu/thread/92181429#p92182509. Dead link. Monday, December 30, 2019. I am now, by request, sharing this with Lily Amanda Turnick. Hello, Lily and friends. 250. Thursday, January 2, 2020. Every day is the start of a new year, if you think about it. Wednesday, January 8, 2020. By request, now connecting this information to Patrick Simmons. Hello. Be well. Thursday, January 9, 2020. A moral quandary coming to mind is perhaps everything is subjectively bad, and with time, effort, and creativity we make things and situations and events either less bad or worse. Good is the antagonist to this. If everything started off good when bad happened, would it not be a good bad, and everything would still be good, even with a bad in the equation? But if everything starts off bad and is able to become good, it paints a completely different, though still relatively similar chart, picture, solution, event, etc. Good is less than or equal to bad does not equal bad is less than or equal to good. So seemingly we are forever taking, to us, what's bad, and adjusting it, until believably, good becomes bad again. So, the funk, as us, is what creates the good and bad and all forever. June 11, 2024. As without anything to experience the funk, there is neither good or bad, things just are. The funk, or God, or whatever you currently relatively understand to be and or know or assume to be is real. It is our current reality. It is all. It is us and it is not us. And what it seemingly needs is for you and everything to exist and prosper, or not, in a never-ending looping branch, chain of choice, coincidence, chance, purpose, value, etc. And the funk prospers from it all. March 21, 2023, to establish time, space, and beyond with repetitions of our beings and doings, and then to eventually expand beyond it from all of its happening and beyond. 251 So, I suggest learning from bad and getting good forever. And to learn which is which, and how to attempt to transfer that information beyond our repetitions. Not everything is able to do that, but we as conscious decision-making beings have that choice and ability. When I was younger, I came to the realization through video games that the bad paths often involve cheating, quick decisions, or killing everything and taking the spoils. You would level up quickly and corrupt your allies, or not, but it was subjectively arguably an easier game to play. Primal, fun. It was whenever I, or others, chose the path of good, that I noticed you really had to invest in your surroundings in order to succeed. You had to earn your experience through patience, learning, investigating, understanding, and fighting bad during quests for good. You are punished much more often by bad on the path of good than by good on the path of bad. Good, choosing the path to bad, is in effect corrupted and is now partially bad, and becomes impure. Good and bad will very much enjoy the path of bad, so should they choose to continue the path of bad. But if you take bad, and it chooses the path of good, then it becomes a good type of evolution and now has to protect itself from bad by defending what it understands to be good. It becomes the conductor and protector of good, and understands that sometimes everything, even itself, will be bad, but good will always be there being good. They will forever be repulsed and attracted to each other like magnets. Your actions, decisions, and paths are a reflection and response to this battle. May 25, 2026. I just finished watching the 2026 film, The Drama, and it asks these questions with the characters and audience and deals with themes around these potentialities of change and choice. The most common patterns of bad I have observed are spawns of racism, sexism, classism, hate, isolation, exile, and some traditions, mostly fear-based. So, if we want to make these things less prominent, harmfully impacting, or destructive, we must educate and care for each other and fight for a greater good. We must each strive for good at our current points based on our past and present, or succumb to bad and let bad consume everything. Which to existence would be bad. Friday, January 10, 2020. Now sharing this, by request, with Matthew Pine. Glad we crossed paths again. It was great catching up. Saturday, January 11, 2020. Some helpful things brought to my attention while being social, researching, and editing. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/phenomenology_philosophy_ontology 252. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/reductionism https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/afrofuturism Saturday, January 11, 2020, Kant. As I was meditating, through hypnagogia I witnessed the process of what I can only describe to have been a waterfall of galaxies, and at the peak of mental observation exactly when I opened my eyes, by random chance, or patterns of the funk, synchronicity, I received a live notification that I was tagged to this song in a music group on Facebook. The Church, Under the Milky Way. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals pwxjs7 sar. It is quite difficult to explain the entire experience, or any meditative experience, on how the mind processes thought or perception. What is inspiring my and our inspiration? Thought and experience seemingly just happens. Why are our brains thinking the things they think? Envisioning the things they imagine? What is guiding that thought and imagination? Whether we are dreaming, thinking, or meditating, our minds are at work, and those thoughts get thought and our doings get done. I think. And while thinking I thought a thought, and the thought I thought is the thought I thought I thunk while thinking. I think. June 12, 2022, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals imflay5jp30e closing square bracket Monday, January 13, 2020. https://www.independent.co.uk/life-style/gadgets-and-tech/news/living-robots xenobots living cells frog embryos A9282251 HTML FB CLID equals IWAR3KPBPHITDQITMV4YXRB7XRRPSBBLBQG6 JAD56A8KX3OYXHKG3Xs0E. Tuesday, January 14, 2020. 253 Wednesday, January 29, 2020. We are the results of infinity. The following photo sparked a discussion I'd like to share. Stephen Jeffries, this appears true. And what of sports? Sean Penalba, that is another thing still in progress of transition and under review by the public. Stephen Jeffries, Sean Penalba, it's so delicate. I just feel bad where there is unprecedented clear advantage. All the athletes training to be the best only to have long-standing records broken. I think trans should have its own section, like we have separate male, female now, but inclusivity is so demanding and charged I am concerned it will be turned into a big issue. Sean Penalba, the thing with having a trans division is it dismisses their identity and separates them from who they are, feel, and desire to be. Not the same, but similar to segregation or racial division. It's a new thing we will figure out together across Earth and the universe as it becomes more common and/or accepted. And that's when again the above post becomes additionally relevant. Same with robotic or AI. Writes when they come along soon Stephen Jeffries. Then on that note, why is no one fighting the same battle to stop the separation of female and male events, competitions? Very touchy subject, but I think it gets back to the fact that one is evidently more suited for a certain task than the other regardless of whether or not it dismisses their identity. It's one of those times you need to draw a hard line or you are giving one group, trans, more rights than another group. 254. Stephen Jeffries, I say make it a free for all and let time generate the complaints. Then no one can speculate and we are left with, Eureka. I guess it needs to be this way. Sean Penalba, what most divisions reduce down to are racism, sexism, classism, and hate. I'm hopeful that one day we will see intersexual, interracial, and perhaps even interspecies competitions of all classes and categories. We're just not there yet because of those top four things. Stephen Jeffries, I wonder how close we are to reliably testing muscle mass and corresponding strength as well as endurance. Seems a much better way to classify sports. I think that would be a great solution, I just haven't done my research into its feasibility. Sean Penalba, everyone will potentially eventually be replaced with robot surrogates from Boston Mechanics or some other company, or augmented reality programs, and it won't matter who you are but how well you, mentally, play the games. Stephen Jeffries, Sean Penalba, true, Extrapolating further would likely yield a Ready Player One reality, but I don't know that humans, as viciously as they fight for themselves, will ever let AI take from them what they have the power to achieve. I fully believe the value that is placed in one's own merit will triumph over the value of an AI-born victory. Look at how important our identity is currently. Assuming we have enough intelligent people demanding we constrain AI so all the sci-fi movies don't come true. Sean Penalba, I still need to see and read Ready Player One. We are already at the turning point. Humans and AI are integrated and influencing each other at every moment in current time. Sean Penalba, Hyperreality. Sean Penalba, we have all become recorded calculable algorithms and we are living the effects of it. Stephen Jeffries, Sean Penalba wasn't aware it was a book, but the movie, in my biased opinion of loving animations and sci-fi, was awesome. Sean Penalba. Well, we are reaching closer and closer to the asymptote of its actual reality and hyper-reality. It already exists as reality in thought, book, and movie form, and everything after those moments are influenced by its events a la the butterfly effect. 255 Stephen Jeffries, Sean Penalba and absolutely. Between algorithms and Alexas, we are definitely heading towards a dark place, but like all human truths, when things get bad enough, humans will rise. Look at the issues we are talking about and how much they've changed, albeit with much more ground yet to cover. Humans are amazing. For my own mental health, I must continue to believe we have the capacity to achieve the things we all know inherently to be right. Some just choose to ignore the feeling for a variety of psych reasons. Sean Penalba, we are the results of infinity. March 21, 2023. At this current time, I currently suggest everything and everyone to be transaddle, intratransaddle, transantal, and or transoveral, trans, across, beyond, into a different state. Add, moving to, change into, addition, increase. Al, arrival. Intra, inside, within. Ante, before, preceding. Over, completely, excessively. And all of these can be prefaced and transferred into dear, through, across. Duo, twice. Trio, thrice. Etc. Pan, all. Wednesday, January 29, 2020. Sending to, by request, Nadia Al Khalifa. Thank you for your support, Nadia. Love ya. Thursday, January 30, 2020. Now on its way, by request, to Erica Waldorf. Thank you a million, Erica. You're a true VIP. Exclamation mark. Monday, February 3, 2020. This equation will change how you see the world. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals official 7 verk. Sunday, February 9, 2020. 256. Cassie Randall is reading Mark Manson. This passage reminded me of historical and human context for my current experiences with a few institutions. Also, he says the phrase "I speak with the most regularity out of all combinations of words available in the English language, people suck." Sean Penalba, this would make for a great table conversation. I could go on about my thoughts on this for quite a bit, and I do in my treatise. But, sir, I don't leave a book of text. To summarize, in my opinion this is quite pessimistically ageist, and does not speak for everyone or everything, and is more so an observation of current and past patterns observed and experienced in our nature over time. It is indeed quite common, but there is always a natural balance, and there are subjectively good forms of progressive perspectives that understand to be the best you, often we must be the best we. Both optimistically and realistically, the highlighted statement is subjective and objective to change. If actual time and effort were applied universally and not repeatedly taught, convinced, or accepted that things are inherently terrible, then perhaps things would be better. Now that we are increasingly socially connected with technology, we can much more accurately as a globe of beings point out what is broken and figure out how to fix it. So, by assisting and being there for each other, things could potentially reach a point where selfishness is more a progressive description of self-survival than a possibly overwhelmingly destructive toxic trait. But again, that reduces down to how much an individual self cares about reaching that point and starts the circle. 257 again, while also still continuing in a line or path. It is important to care for yourself, but by observation of both the animal kingdom and technology, providing for the community, colony, and or beyond is the best way to help yourself. The more you care for each other, the more each other can care for themselves, yourselves. Help each other, help each other. Less than 3. Thanks for sharing this and inspiring thought. May 26, 2026. I agree with what Mark Manson said, that power is corrupting, but what I meant is that there is hope for change. The attempt of redistribution of power as love before it corrupts. Cassie Randall. It is an unfortunate clipping of the end of a chapter. He goes into far more detail and context in the pages before this final page. I didn't want to take pictures of all of the led-up pages, lol. It's such a good book. So good. Thank you for your thoughts and sharing. Sunday, February 9, 2020. Now sending to, by request, Haley Schultz and Rhonda Morgan. Thanks for the support, friends. Less than 3 additionally on its way, by request, to Anonymous, Amy Woods, Stephen Saltzman, and Tiffany Chow. Less than 3 Sunday, March 8, 2020. Parallel worlds probably exist. Here's why. Veritasium https://u2.be/ktxp3warp. Side note. We are currently experiencing the effects of COVID-19 as a globally connected society. June 12, 2022. Still affecting our society. March 22, 2023. Very likely a forever thing at this point. June 12, 2024. Still here, and seems like the American society has pretty much accepted it as the new common cold. May 26, 2026, and we're still only seeing the beginning of the impact of future implications. Wednesday, March 18, 2020. Transferring to Brian Metz for his support to drawbook.net. Thanks for helping keep the site alive. Less than 3 Wednesday, April 8, 2020. 258. Sharing with Christy and Doug Delaney for their support of drawbook.net and the things I do. Less than 3. Sunday, April 12, 2020. Forwarding to Alicia Whitmire and Belinda Lalwani for their support. Less than 3, May 30, 2026. Once again, here are some of the thoughts I've saved on my phone since last year. Acrasia, the state of mind in which someone acts against their better judgment through weakness of will. Eudaimonia, flourishing state. Might is, not, right. Positive versus negative fantasy and gratefulness. Are there species besides humans who have radically changes their own purpose? The ability to question duty and purpose and decide action. Agency. You are a collection of soul. You are not your body. Eventually funk is going to challenge you. If you are introverted, funk will put you in extroverted situations and vice versa. It is important to take in these moments and be present on constantly improving yourself in these shadow areas so that when they come up, you are more equipped to handle it. Everything is provisional. God's word does not need to be convincing by persuasion. Faith is beyond performance. Jazz is super broad. I find most who have aversions are just unfamiliar with the resonance of different levels of controlled chaos, and they think jazz is the stereotype noise improv. Jazz is a step outside of tradition. Some steps are much farther or more abstract than others, and humans love the comfort of tradition. Jazz is the exploration into the unknown. Some humans enjoy verbing and some don't. It's also a lot of music math. The artist rejects the world on account of what it lacks in the name of what it could be. Albert Camus. 259. Awareness does not suffer. Only the person deals with these things, and the person is a changing experience. This is enlightenment. This is spiritual awakening. Realizing the true nature of what we are, not a body, not a mind, not a thought, the unchanging awareness. We all believe that we are the voice inside our head, but if that were the case, well then who is the one listening? I am Ray. Choosing to do nothing does not default you to good. While our senses experience the phenomenal world, dreaming is a more open filter of experience than noumena. You are welcome to choose love when you are ready. Good and evil don't exactly have a look. Monday, June 15, 2020. Brace's Paradox. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=Kalev_fwe0. The Holy Mountain. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/the_holy_mountain_sq/en_flmclosing parenthesis 1973 _fwfd5hmwsvq5i8. This film hit hard. This film is a similar portrait of the phenomena and reality I have been reporting on and trying to explain the past few years. Where will we take reality and where will it lead us? The past has answers to our future and the future has answers to our past. All life, energy, matter, etc., results in a balance of turbulence, and it takes the sacrifice of the self to provide for the selfless within and without. Mathematically, suffering is a causality. If the base equation is to suffer and the result is to not suffer, we can never exist within the absolute answer because we are the equation and answer in constant calculation and superposition. Everything must suffer in order to have the comparison of what it is to not suffer, and choice is a perspective branch of the pre-calculated unknown until becoming known infinite quantum reality. Thursday, July 9, 2020. A cacophonous turbulent harmony. An uncomfortably balanced symphony performed by an orchestra of itself, a collection of ensembles individually. 260. Wednesday, July 15, 2020. Koyaniskatsi, ko.ya.nis, Katsi, from the Hopi language, n. 1. Crazy life. 2. Life in turmoil. 3. Life out of balance. 4. Life disintegrating. 5. A state of life that calls for another way of living. Saturday, August 1, 2020. Let's imagine each of us to be metaphorically born in a hole of random depth, some very deep and some you can just step out of. Additionally, each of us is given a part of a ladder, let's say a 1-foot bar. These pieces can connect together to form a complete ladder and assist us out of these holes. If those who have climbed outside of the holes, or those already born on land who've inherited many ladder pieces over time, lent their pieces to those stuck in deep holes, then collectively they would be able to get every person out and to the surface. Unfortunately, lending your bar to someone doesn't guarantee a person's freedom from their hole, as you need many bars or a whole team to give their bars to complete a ladder long enough, and many people don't want the God-given bars being used or broken, or potentially never returned. Or they expect something in return, perhaps taking the bar from the holed person once they have made it out, leaving them with nothing except to be thankful they're out of the hole, or even indebting them with guilt to now work for them because they perhaps lent enough pieces, or even a whole ladder, to get them out of the hole. Some even wait for those in the hole to die so they can use their own collection of ladders to collect another bar. There are more than enough bars to help everyone out of these holes, but many of the bars are hoarded with greed by those who have lived on the surface long enough to begin building unnecessary ladders to the sky, competing to reach higher and higher heights toward goals they will never complete. And those who live at the tops of these sky towers look down every day at all the people stuck in holes and do nothing except distance themselves further and dump their waste onto the ground from above. The end. And also the beginning of whatever comes next or results in. June 12, 2022. There are also those who will enjoy their hole and won't want to come out, which is absolutely fine. The importance is the choice and or ability to exist beyond your hole if you so desire, and that we should never just be stuck or forced into a hole with no escape, or be without the knowledge that you could escape if you wanted. The options are always there unless manipulated away. Each hole is a holon and the holarchy never ends. No mitted or physical barriers are just constructs that are a bit more difficult to get around. Tuesday, August 4, 2020. Ubuntu. I am because we are. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/ubuntu_philosophy. Friday, August 7, 2020. 261 is love only, but the temporary moments we give and receive between suffering. May 26, 2026. Not only, no. Why is it those who suffer, or have suffered, are mostly the ones connecting to support or supporting others? Constantly or occasionally putting in the time and effort in a Sisyphean attempt to overcome suffering. In moments of overwhelming loneliness, depression, suffering, etc., when we greatest need to reach out for some form of assistance or comfort, it is always a temporary support others feed you with, or don't, to alleviate some need or want either selflessly or selfishly. Additionally, most of the people who reach back are also usually ones who also suffer or have suffered, and more often than not, with only some sort of advice on how to temporarily get through it. And the revolutions of those moments through time eventually return to you, someone, or something else, and success becomes an unreachable illusion or holy mountain. To reference Sisyphus again, the top is seemingly there, but unachievable, and even if achieved is only temporary relief of suffering, so what more can you do but live in that suffering and temporary moments of non-suffering? I also personally feel that when I dive into this deep of discussion with people who offer the opportunity, the influence it has is sometimes more negative than positive, even if neutral, and again is eventually just a temporary solution of some form of optimism with which we attempt to find meaning, purpose, and comfort until eventually revolving to these points again. All of this continues in a loop of these moments that we are only able to temporarily alleviate with optimism, or love, or we mission. So, nihilistically, we continuously give each other optimistic temporary meaning and comfort until reaching the point of moodness, and then again and again over time during these moments attempt to find some other meaning, comfort, or way that justifies a will or solution to keep going. Continuously attempting the struggle of finding, giving, or receiving love in the climb or journey. And that's why I think, for now, my original question holds true. That love is the temporary moments we give, receive, feel between suffering that keeps us going, and it repeats itself in a way that, again with Sisyphus, you are pushing the same stone up the same hill and you remain a similar person, though all are constantly changing. So as time continues, the stone, hill, and yourself are like the ship of Theseus, where old is replaced with new, and while they are still the same, or similar, they also are not, as there is experience within all, and that makes it different while still being a form of same. Just as no man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river and he's not the same man. But you will still forever be pushing the same stone up the same hill and are only able to have moments of temporary hope within the climb until the stone rolls down the hill again and you have to keep going by beginning anew. June 13, 2024. Everything at every chiavanial moment becoming a yaw of the past and future self. 262. And even if you were able to walk away from the stone, you will still be metaphorically climbing another hill or resting upon it until you are able or willing to continue. Temporary relief of eternal suffering. There is no real solution until, morbidly, death, when you can exist outside of the climb, but then your influence within life is limited. As great as the future can be, it is also a bit depressing that all we can do is keep going until that next temporary moment. And the variety of suffering we each experience is so imbalanced that it's frustrating, depending on your level of empathy. I understand that there is purpose to everything, even to suffer. It's just disheartening that the reality we exist in some choose to allow each other to suffer, and those who can make the most change and provide greater relief are unable to see outside of their privilege and feel little need to offer assistance or attempt great change because things are fine for them. And sadly, those of us who suffer or have suffered rarely reach that level of ability to provide long-lasting and impactful change, as there is so much friction against it, and too often we see those who make it get lost in that privilege. Perhaps it reduces down to our perceptions and reactions to suffering, as it seems we are able to experience love within our suffering, even if only temporary. For now, it seems all we can do is keep existing, experiencing, and reacting until we don't, and do whatever we can whenever we can until we can't. June 12, 2022, we meeting in the key mission while holding hands with no mission. June 18, 2024, one often must suffer through the bad times to be rewarded with the opportunity to experience good times. Both, all are gifts. If you seek help, you will likely find some form of it. If you only seek reception to your complaints, you will likely hear resistance is futile in response. Thursday, August 20, 2020. Now connecting this document to Jenny Wedby at the Monroe Institute, and possibly anyone she forwards it to. Sunday, August 23, 2020. More writings to consider that reflect a lot of what I've been attempting to explain to whomever is reading these thoughts I've been presenting. Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu. https://u2.be/o2uh2jno4. The Secret Oral Teachings in Tibetan Buddhist Sects, Alexandra David Nail. https://www.semantic-scholar.org/paper/the-secret-oral-teachings-in-Tibetan Buddhist Sects. David Neal. Yongden, 8AC2EO 8 ed 997 BO 86 bar 4871 DO 238C 7F 50856 E7 FFF 263, June 18, 2024. Yesterday, I finished reading Astavakra Samhita by Swami Nityaswarapananda. I had been exposed to the ideas of the Atman and the Brahman, but this was my first experience into a deeper dive into the subjects. Seemingly, it appears that my description of funk is very similar, if not the same, to these concepts. Atman, being an individual Holon constructed of many Holons, i.e., your body and the cells to atoms and beyond that it is constructed of, and Brahman being the infinite Holarchi, the all and everything, the true self. What my intuition suggests to me furthers what I have been suggesting to you, reader, all along. That as I have continued my investigation into funk, that it has been guiding me, us, and revealing itself to me, us, across time in order to further understand it myself, ourself, and be able to translate the information that I find to others on similar journeys in the future. We have been maloragnetically drawn to this moment and these moments of synchronicity through Kayavanya within and without our Milovian natures. Today, when I shuffled a playlist I had been compiling for music that popped into my head 2024. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/2yetzelq1v5mps?C=C433296ab1564433. The first song to play was a track I had composed back in 2021, titled Atman Brahman Funk. Synchronicity. This morning, a co-worker, Magdiel Magos, came up to me and said that the day before he had been inspired with the feeling to reach out to me and connect. Just now, I was about to leave an insert of The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz, when Magdiel sent me a text of a speech he gave this morning. First thing is first, you must understand, you are what you see, you are what you hear, you are what you eat, you are what you smoke, you are what you drink, you are what you think, and you are what you do. Clean up your consumption and live in the present moment and see where that takes you. Be present in adversity, for after every terrifying thunderstorm awaits the serenity of a rainbow. Take care of yourself, everything needs maintenance and attention. A professional is a professional in all aspects of life, in every moment of planning and execution. Stand with God and faith. This inspired me to call him and ask what moved him to send me that message at the very moment, and it led to a very connected conversation of ideas that I've 264 presented over the last several pages, and past synchronicities leading to more present synchronicities. Mag, if you're reading this now, love ya, brother. The Funk provides. Excerpt from The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. 3,000 years ago, there was a human just like you and me who lived near a city surrounded by mountains. The human was studying to become a medicine man, to learn the knowledge of his ancestors, but he didn't completely agree with everything he was learning. In his heart, he felt there must be something more. One day, as he slept in a cave, he dreamed that he saw his own body sleeping. He came out of the cave on the night of a new moon. The sky was clear, and he could see millions of stars. Then something happened inside of him that transformed his life forever. He looked at his hands, he felt his body, and he heard his own voice say, "I am made of light. I am made of stars." He looked at the stars again, and he realized that it's not the stars that create light, but rather light that creates the stars. Everything is made of light, he said, and the space in between isn't empty. And he knew that everything that exists is one living being, and that light is the messenger of life, because it is alive and contains all information. Then he realized that although he was made of stars, he was not those stars. I am in between the stars, he thought. So he called the stars the tonal, and the light between the stars the nagual, and he knew that what created the harmony and space between the two is life or intent. Without life, the tonal and the nagual could not exist. Life is the force of the Absolute, the Supreme, the Creator who creates everything. This is what he discovered. Everything in existence is a manifestation of the one living being we call God. Everything is God, and he came to the conclusion that human perception is merely light perceiving light. He also saw that matter is a mirror. Everything is a mirror that reflects light and creates images of that light, and the world of illusion, the dream, is just like smoke which doesn't allow us to see what we really are. The real us is pure love, pure light, he said. This realization changed his life. Once he knew what he really was, he looked around at other humans and the rest of nature, and he was amazed at what he saw. He saw himself in everything, in every human, in every animal, in every tree, in the water, in the rain, in the clouds, in the earth. And he saw that life mixed the tonal and the nagual in different ways to create billions of manifestations of life. In those few moments he comprehended everything. He was very excited, and his heart was filled with peace. He could hardly wait to tell his people what he had discovered. But there were no words to explain it. He tried to tell the others, but they could not understand. They could see that he had changed, that something beautiful was radiating from his eyes and his voice. They noticed that he no longer had judgment about anything or anyone. He was no longer like anyone else. 265 He could understand everyone very well, but no one could understand him. They believed that he was an incarnation of God, and he smiled when he heard this, and he said, "It is true. I am God. But you are also God. We are the same, you and I. We are images of light. We are God, but still the people didn't understand him. He had discovered that he was a mirror for the rest of the people, a mirror in which he could see himself. Everyone is a mirror, he said. He saw himself in everyone, but nobody saw him as themselves. And he realized that everyone was dreaming, but without awareness, without knowing what they really are. They couldn't see him as themselves because there was a wall of fog or smoke between the mirrors. And that wall of fog was made by the interpretation of images of light, the dream of humans. Then he knew that he would soon forget all that he had learned. He wanted to remember all the visions he had had, so he decided to call himself the smoky mirror so that he would always know that matter is a mirror and the smoke in between is what keeps us from knowing what we are. He said, I am the smoky mirror, because I am looking at myself in all of you, but we don't recognize each other because of the smoke in between us. That smoke is the dream, and the mirror is you, the dreamer. This is all very similar to what I've been describing to you. How the funk reveals itself to us. How the Atman is a smoky mirror to the Brahman. We are all God. We are all Brahman. We are all funk. Refer back to the image on page 245. It's predicted to be bad weather tomorrow, so I went outside to move my car into the driveway, and somehow, while the screen was turned off and in a very loose-fitting athletic shorts pocket, Atman Brahman Funk began playing from my phone. Tuesday, August 25, 2020. Some video discussions to consider. The funk, videos relating to https://www.youtube.com/playlist?list equals plbbdgrntpvfmtxbtqh8ecoa7zq_im1 and c equals igjbpyur28bv0fdv. Clay Irwin, Scientific Clues That We Are Living in the Matrix. https://u2.be/fv07sjz1yxe. Emergence Theory Overview, Parts 1 to 6. https://www.youtube.com/playlist?list equals plpn38 oyajkokuau 6 dssd 91 nrdy4 and c equals r0eq_vlmowbqd app. 266. Itzhak Bentov tilde from atom to cosmos. https://u2.be/Kamebeck_6 Saturday, August 29, 2020. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/6zlrfjatan68qq8 link inserted at Sunday, August 30, 2022 hours 11 minutes and 56 seconds am. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/panpsychism. I am you and you are me and we are everything altogether. But, at this exact point of time in our quantum equation and state, we are meeting and interacting across space-time at these exact moments both on Saturday, August 29, 22 hours 54 minutes and 7 seconds p.m. and at whatever point in the future that you exist to be reading this right now. Hello from the other side. Keep going. Go deeper. Exist and investigate and experience your exponential and significant existence until we meet again at the next point in time as each other or someone or something else. Every fiber of the universe and beyond branches out in every direction imaginable and unimaginable, even interdimensionally across time, space, consciousness, and beyond our points current comprehensions until that quantum state appears in the expansion of the equation and that version of its now self also does or doesn't. Picture a sphere as one single point, a round dot. Expand the radius of that sphere by even a fraction and the surface and volume expand significantly. And each time it expands results in a new locational expansion of chance or event in and across that location, locations. Imagine we are now at that location. If the sphere keeps expanding, eventually the numbers will become so large that the chances of that moment happening again could potentially happen, but in a different quantum state at an unfathomable point in time to us at this moment, and that sphere increases forever, causing more spheres like itself, but not itself, but still made of itself, like mitosis. Googleplexes upon Googleplexes upon Googleplexes upon Googleplexes upon Googleplexes and infinitely beyond, while still existing within or beside a point outside or beyond itself. But it is also extremely possible that it won't repeat, just as irrational numbers never result in repetition, x. Like the digits of pi never repeating, but even then, pi still appears all over the universe, so perhaps even though the digits within may never repeat, it is able to repeat itself, or outside forces are able to replicate it. We experience and recognize the familiar because we exist within a reality and perception of it, and even if and when we experience the unfamiliar, it then becomes familiar, or is able to your current being and the futures around and beyond it, directly and indirectly. We are able to teach or communicate with each other the information that we've gathered along the way until eventually with time our current physical containers expire, dissolve, reduce, entropy, etc. Physically and metaphysically across eons and eons into further than a Planck's unit of a Planck's unit, beyond monads, where funk becomes a chiavanial unit, until those pieces 267 bond or repel with another distant particle, wave, or beyond, and form some other bond resulting in anything and everything via cause and effect. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction as well as tangential, parallel, adjacent, internal, external, and beyond. Beyond microscopic and or quantum intersecting wavelengths. Imagine looking through a telescope and seeing the past, present, and future, much like we do with planets, suns, and stars, in that we only see their past selves through time and space and how they already exist within the future of our futures, though we are witnessing the past within the present. I've described a lot of this to you before amongst the previous pages, but now with more information and experience that you have now also experienced in your own perspective and reality, and everything will continue doing that, and I will continue documenting the following results until I am unable and it reaches whomever is reading this now. This continuous information will always reach to another at again these points, and then through the next, whether directly or indirectly through some form of influence or knowledge of. And to you reading this in the future, all this information is now summed up and collected here, or I or you are still searching for, or forever unknowing of it, and expanding and summarizing this information and more for you to more quickly dissect and expand from yourself. And now you are choosing what to do or not to do, but no matter the action you take, you have done it or are doing it as your current quantum observed state, and then resulting in the next influenced state of being and existence. You are like the light of the sun on its way to the earth, except you are the light of yourself traveling through space and time in all direction. I wonder where we will end up and what will become of us. Upon who, what, when, where, why, and how do we cast light or shadow, and what becomes of it? So, knowing that, I again at this point, until perhaps further notice beyond knowing, plead us to partner together and witness the resulting effects together. And again, this is where you come in. You are now in partial control of a division of the future. Your future. Our future. Both existing simultaneously inside and outside of your and our control until whatever reading or perceiving this information evolves to prove otherwise through an advanced result of all the time that has passed since Sunday, August 30th, 0 hours 52 minutes and 58 seconds AM and before it. Together we are the funk. And you possibly very likely could have a greater awareness or understand all this much more than I do at this point, and I find that incredible. That is the timeline I aim to continue to attempt to inspire or influence, something greater than or similar to what I find admiration for or see hope within, like yourself, someone or something wanting to understand these questions and seek further answers. Congratulations again for reaching this point of insurmountable odds and probability. My goal is to care for you in whatever way I am able, and I can only request that you attempt the same, even though I completely understand whatever significantly important choices you decide to make are up to you and beyond and are meant to happen whatever they may be or end up as. That is us. This is us. This and that are how we became us. How I became you, and you I, and we are here together. 268. And apart simultaneously and also not in quantum superposition, and you are observing the results of these past moments and words and everything leading up to them as I have collected here. So, what now? You tell me. As I know we are now able to do so unless too far apart across our limits of time, perception, or reality. We are quantumly entangled particles affecting each other. If you are able, say, hello. Speak it out loud or think it. Perhaps I can hear you even though you are speaking from the year 8,025,000, and if that capability is eventually possible, I'd love to speak to you beyond introductions. And now I, or yourself, find ourselves saying or thinking hello to ourselves, or not. But you are still reading and I am still writing. We are both experiencing our space and time. The music playing on my end right now is New Birth, The Funky Knuckles, https://www.youtube.com/watch?VOC_head_ing_D and you. We are at every second new births growing up to result in forever expanding new immeasurable supermaximums of ourselves and each other and everything. And while I'm making recommendations, check out Snarky Puppy, https://www.youtube.com/watch?V=L_xj_S5 and Tigran Hamassian, https://www.youtube.com/watch?V=6ph0 adds to and whatever you want to share with me you are currently able to do that in this moment now, whether I am there or not, because we now know that we are each other simultaneously experiencing each other's connections across time and space directly and indirectly, collectively and individually. Our greatest action of being is to be and or not to be while having been and now being and further resulting in the informative connection and collection of all of it as it continues being and doing. Attempt to connect to me, us, beyond yourself, to whatever ability. Within and without your existence. Some of you reading this may not even be born yet as it is being composed. If you can read these words, tell me now, or as soon as you are able or want, by some form of notification what to look up at for examination and I will reply to it. And if you are unable to contact or connect with me, personally, do so with your surroundings. Just be yourself with us as your environment in whatever reality. We are connected from these moments directly and indirectly forever. I look at the song playing and it is Yusuf Days X Alpha Mist, Love is the Message, live at Abbey Road, featuring Mansa Brown and Rocco Palladino. https://www.youtube.com/watch?V=newwvtpx. So perhaps love is the message. But this and that is what is happening and happened to me. What is happening to you? What are you doing? What are you experiencing, you magnificent outer being of the future that I am currently unaware of or unable to know because I am possibly 269 no longer around? When you can, if you are not already, keep in touch with that connection to us and then influence your understanding of reality with whatever form of our current reaction. I just now put this together for you, but you've already been introduced to it earlier above. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/6zlrfjatan68qju8ra and again below. From page 264, Saturday, August 29, 2020, 22 hours 44 minutes and 34 seconds p.m. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/6zlrfjatan68qq8 ra link inserted Sunday, August 30, 2022 hours 11 minutes and 56 seconds am. And now inserting this past quote of that moment on Sunday, August 30, 2022 hours 14 minutes and 8 seconds am. And again, we arrive to you now reading or experiencing this moment of eternity at whatever time it is now, wherever it may be across our space and dimensions. For verification, enter your current dates and times here when you see this. I'm going to Feeney, Monday, April 18, 2022. Shush this sentence on this date at this time. June 12, 2022, and again, on this day. June 19, 2024, and again, on this day. May 27, 2026, and it keeps expanding. I cannot yet predict or read, however, I eventually choose to finish the previous sentence, or groups of sentences and words, in the future, but I will still ultimately at some point in time be the one to finish it, and you have just read whatever it eventually says, or lacks. All it says now at this point in time is, I'm going to Feeney. This is the next moment still in between finishing that sentence, though it has already been completed much before your point in time within the future and myself right now in the past within seconds after I have written it. Marvel at that. Reflect in its majestic greatness of happening, that we are existing as parts of each other and are influencing each other at our intersecting moments in time and space. You are possibly guiding me toward this goal as I am guiding you through this collection of information and experience. I have no way of knowing what you know at this moment, but we together simultaneously have a closer understanding to it as you are reading this and I while writing and or reviewing it. It is also possible that you are reading a version of time where I haven't yet returned to finish that sentence and we are between those quantum states until it happens. 270. Look back at page 190, April 21, 2022, or PGS. 5, 54, 73, or 310. You are now reading this either coming from pages 190, 5, 54, 73, or are naturally arriving through the eventual moments of natural progression, having experienced everything between and or beyond pages 1 to 317. Of this experience you can continue in every state within and beyond that. Whether you choose to skip everything between those pages and continue forward with the information that I am now typing and you are now reading or any variation of. It is your choice as a being of existence to do what you do next, while also knowing that everything you do is exactly what's supposed to happen within and without your control, and all you can do is inevitably just be yourself and see what happens. And those thoughts, decisions, and actions become reflections of us. Golden Brown, Dave Brubeck, begins in the background. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals 2qs1j612nzs closing parenthesis. I look up and the people in the video are looking back at me through the recorded frames from the camera within their time as if they knew we were making eye contact across time, and I understand that in their moments of purity and existence of being in that moment how they are really just looking outside themselves and seeing, creating, and being themselves reflected back at them as they would be reflected in the lens of the camera recording the moment, or as you would when looking out into the void, and as the future funk looks back into you. Mammal hands, hourglass. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals z1gwbvxj4am closing parenthesis. Once again, I am finding meaning and patterns within the natural happening music and my surroundings, just as I introduced within the first few pages of this document. And once again, as always, we are existing within that influence of each other that I call the funk, and I'm hoping that at least at this point you understand that those patterns of circumstance and coincidence never stopped and are resulting in this moment that you are experiencing. Do you feel the funk? If not, return to page 1, or continue to continue. May 27, 2026, or go do something else entirely. Come back later or don't. Choose your own adventure. Saturday, September 5, 2020. Alaya, receptacle, alaya vijnana, receptacle of consciousness, vasana, memories, who, what, when, where, why, how we are present with, within, without is our self-pleasure. The vasana to our alaya. 271 Even if you hypothetically metaphysically cannot coexist with any particle of matter, energy, or consciousness, even reduced down to the tiniest plank, or beyond, essence of its atomic or quantum nature, we must honor the pleasures and vasanas that are not our own and that exist without our self, outside your alaya, because their existences are what makes us whole. Much like a hollowness center cannot exist by itself, it is the surroundings that are forever around it that make the center even possible. That is the funk, and we can best honor it through mudita. Vicarious self-pleasure even when not self-pleasing, selflessness, as we are a result of it and our outcome is its advancement and the nature of its homeostasis. And our reactions to what is not the self are how we honor it. June 19, 2024, as funk is the true, whole, self. So, if your natures of being, however large or small, are unable to bond and or are super-reactive of each other, then honor each other by cooperating into boundaries of the amount of space necessary. Some particles have no choice but to overcome each other or react together by nature, but we as conscious beings are aware that if we do so by choice and willingly overcome or consume another outer self, then that self has chosen to exist greater selfishly and has willingly become much like an expanding cancer of space and being, rather than choosing to exist without and within each other's influence harmoniously. June 19, 2024, consider how atoms, in order to form and not collapse, are perfectly composed of properly spaced apart electrons across electric and magnetic force fields surrounding protons and neutrons collected in the center. They work together by being individually apart and connected. Hollands to the holarchy. Let's say the musical note A became self-aware and selfishly chose to remove or consume the note B so it could have more room for itself, or because of some selfish reaction, it would result in ACDEFG and or ACDEFG and or a CDEFG and become a marred attempt of harmony. Via cause and effect, C, D, E, F, and G would next be forced into some quantum reaction of readjustment, because the decision are made to selfishly overtake or remove the selfless. Whether we like it or not, we must exist together until our evolutions or the offspring of our evolutions become less resistant and bond with each other, eventually becoming a natural scale. A is not greater or less than B, C, D, E, F, or G. They are altogether each the center and their surroundings, resulting in an adirectional expanding existence of higher and lower frequencies and all that jazz. And each of those notes and variations of make every song and sound in the history of reality, and like as such we are each one of these notes and or chords in the symphony of life, and the funk and our existence is much like the appearance of a chord or discord in a composition within composition within composition, and so on, while many bands, orchestras, and musicians infinitely manufacture reflections and refractions of these notes and sounds in every variation possible. Sunday, September 13, 2020. 272. https://open.spotify.com/playlist/4FICP5JBIV2R2JDBW UP?. Court 81 LXAG, dead link. So if you are reading this, especially if having started from the beginning, we have achieved through observation of information of quantum data input, storage, and only a small glimpse into the influences of their history interacting with each other, a way to store a fraction of our greater conscious self into you and us and into each other and everything indirectly and directly through the power and transcenter connectedness of the funk. You can never remove the quantum existences and influences of these ideas and happenings and how everything has shaped and resulted into the moments of our beings, and even, if you were by some being of ability, able to, then you were still provided the option of being able to, resulting from all of existence and non-existence throughout and without the funk, so even, if you achieve to reach that new reality within the funk, and now be not, you still are a result of the funk and were once you, as a you're of yourself. In the event I were to be deceased or even our entire reality brought to a state of not being, these documents, true or false, solidify my and our existences and beings and how I have now transferred and saved a fraction of that information into you and why, our perspective of what I and everything around us has created and guided us toward and the power that you have as well to do so to the universe and beyond. We are in a quantum-balanced superimposed state of on and off, yes and no, Schrödinger's cat is dead and or alive, between and beyond. We do not know what will happen until each state is observed, and these states are influenced by the existences of itself and the surrounding outer self, so we are also each able to influence those states of the predicted or unknown becoming reality as it is moving so fast it has already happened in the future and past, even though you are presently experiencing it now. Our timelines exist within a greater timeline, and this is the information I have gathered about how it exists and influences each other, and how the observations of at this and these moments in our reality we are now and have always been connected at these points from beginning to end and beyond. We are the funk resulting from what is and is not yet the funk, and it goes transinter-quantumly and transmetaphysically forever until the last existence of energy or funk decays and whatever results after that. We are the proofs and the current explanations and how-tos to investigating, exploring, learning, evolving, and existing within and without further time and space and even probable eventual potential lack of. It is now inter and outer simultaneously, willingly and unwillingly, partly why, our choice with what we do with this information and the realities we guide and assist our influences toward. What are we to do within and without ourselves? I understand the irony of this. But make sure you smash that like and subscribe and inspire the greater algorithm by sharing the influence of these moments and files of quantum conscious memory data by hashtagging #thefunk with the date you reached this point to further observe our greater interconnected influences resulting in each other and what we are, have been, and become. 273 I thank you for why, our time. And even though you will and won't, this isn't suggesting to simply exist impulsively, but collectively through the conscious, unconscious, and subconscious attempts to be aware of the within, without, between, and beyond why, ourself, and the influence you and we have with the eternal everything and the resulting impacts upon that everything, nothing, between, and beyond. May 27, 2026, but don't overthink it. Easier said than done. Tuesday, September 15, 2020. Why there is something rather than nothing. Peter Linds. https://archive.org/pdf/1205.2720.pdf. I downloaded the document you see above to my phone on June 11, 2019 8:28 p.m. and unfortunately forgot about it until a few days ago when going through my files. I had originally come across it with a Google search after pondering the thoughts of how something must have, as we are experiencing now, come from nothing, which we are currently able and unable to confirm, since I had previously been exploring these ideas when composing my album, Reach, in May of 2019 https://whodalthunk.bandcamp.com/album/reach. This is a further example of the funk providing, guiding, and revealing itself in the ways that it works across time, space, and beyond through its quantum-entangled algorithms of evolution and expansion and influence, and it is still probably not even close to the final solutions and or explanations to. Merely it is another providing path that we are now connecting to and expanding from. Part of my goal when putting together this treatise was to expand the exposure of this phenomenon of guidance by the funk, chiavanial malrecognition, so that the resulting influences of its existence could further branch into the results of our future understandings at a faster and more connected rate simply by existing and observing the results of those observations of information connection and existence. Now, whether you were before or not at any level or degree, you too are directly connected to this information and are able to provide and reach further understanding simply by existing within and without it and then observing and experiencing how it is further provided to you having been affected by its influence. Anything you do next is supposed to happen. You were guided to it by the influence of the funk. By reading what I and all others before us and after us have explored, created, and collected, or even a fraction of it, I am hoping that you are the one to bring the next great change and collect and share further answers and connections to the funk. Write down how you are feeling and what you are thinking right now and save it and share it, and you will be infinitely increasing the chances of finding further answers and questions. Answers will come to you whether they are right, wrong, between, or beyond, and they, the funk, and your reactions to and understandings of, will guide you to whatever comes next. Carpe diem or not, do. 274. What you do and it will be both forever correct and incorrect, and everything and all within and without the funk will expand with it and learn from it, and the algorithms of the funk will become greater and greater by beyond the Planck length into the eternal everything. Saturday, September 19, 2020. I have just completed the first full-through draft in the editing of this document. I am curious and excited to see what becomes of it, or doesn't. Here's to, probably, many more edits and additions to come. I hope it is helpful in some way or form to you or someone or something else. Less than 3 https://jmp.sh/ot8j8qx. It is also the 3-year anniversary of my music project, Who'da Thunk? https://whodathunk.bandcamp.com/album/3-years. https://www.youtube.com/playlist?list equals pl0b_zmjlik-kmzf6 less than 3. June 12, 2022, second draft completed today. March 25, 2023, third full draft complete. June 22, 2024, fourth draft. August 25, 2024, fifth draft. December 11, 2024, sixth draft. June 16, 2025, seventh draft. May 30, 2026, eighth draft. Sean Penalba. After beginning documentation last December, I have just completed the first full-through draft in the editing of my dissertation. I am curious and excited to see what becomes of it, or doesn't. After here's to, probably, many more edits and additions to come. I hope it is helpful in some way or form to you or someone or something else. Less than 3. I believe this information should be free, accessible, and available to all, so here it is. https://jmp.sh/e27yk5. And please keep in mind that even while now edited once over, this presented information is still incomplete and under review. So, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, information to add, or edits to suggest, that is an important part of the results of this study, and I'd love to connect with you and your input and expand together. Love ya. Less than 3 #ontology #epistemology #philosophy #psychology #quantum theory #metaphysics #ethics #sociology #connection #creation #perspective #experience #the funk #teleology #coherentism #foundationalism #externalism #contextualism #internalism #entelchy #neo-Jamesian #pragmatism #cosmology June 12, 2022. Here are all of the new words and concepts I've learned since 2020. 275-2020. Pragmatic, lacuna, entelchi, epiphenomenalism, interoception, doxastic, conciliationism, Jamesian, nominalism, meriology, dissemination, seminate, supervenient, indelible, orthogonal, lachrymose, entropy. 2021. Platonism plus, middle, neo, antipathy, axion, anion, time crystal, relator, subjunction, bijection, tortious, interstitial, substantivalism, causal and spatial temporal relations, eternalism, presentism, growing block theory, moving spotlight theory, moving tree theory, indexicality, pluralism, obsequious, fermions, hadrons, and bosons, braggadocio, eschatology, epigenetic, parochial, eschaton, concrescence, molecular Darwinism, Schwarzschild radius, saltatory, Hitchhikers, visual microphone, mellifluous, intaxi, fatalistic, echolalia, chthonic, glia and astrocytes, burden of proof, set theory, Russell's paradox, incompleteness theorem, bon vivant, modus operandi, syllogism, ataraxia, pneuma, apatheia, proselyte, manichaeism, avuncular, cacoiths, inured, Proffer 2022. Orangism, Jainism, Oki, combatabilism, limerence, deontology, consequentialism, moral absolutism, hermeneutics, exegesis, Lope, philosophical suicide, Übermensch, Overman, Dasein, poiesis, praxis, facticity, chiadroia, semiotics, structuralism, largesse, rhizome, hegemony, endofunctor, munted, ionist, the Odyssey, anthropodicee, afropessimism, sinusoidal, eigenstates, antinomianism, salvific, soteriology, chiavania, chiavaniist, chiavaniaism, shim, we mission, wimit, no mission, nomit, chemission, kimit, manumit, ontogeny, holarchy, Holland, stochastic, filial piety, co, humorism, neologism, quantum malurregnation, monofacetate, monofacitude, ambulatory, inimitable, ecumenical, voir dire, cicerone, transcranial magnetic stimulation, narratology, emanation, proprioception, line boil, aleatory, stanchion, spline, osculation, yaw, bravura. 2023. Theosophy, I am activity, emanationism, interlocution, duck and suck, latibulate, contiguous, pareidolia, vox manalis, philology, ombudsman, obtention, coniunctio, anodyne, zausteri, condibulance, numinous, atopy, atopos, perseverate, nearjara, scanda, habitua, dantian, proffer, aquiline, litigious, woolly she, agacori, honkmore, moraborac, Lesaborac 2024. Badim, numpty, threat simulation theory, modicum, eudaimonic, organon, sadhana, jiva, ls vara, apexegesis, concomitant, effulgence, Milovian, legerdemain, stormy petrel, gadding, doggerel, vitiation, adroit, perspicacity, conflagration, mollify, obstreperous, ibid, abeyance, chide, baleful, photistic, abnegate, cogent, plaudits, corollary, remuneration, promulgated, anathematized, inchoate, winnow, isopraxism, vituperative, derisory, autotelicity, conciliatory, recalcitrant, vacillate, deleterious, midrash, opprobrious, self-aggrandizement, salvo, intelligentsia, barminess, fiduciary, polemic, proel, sinecure, panacea, palliative, extirpated, licentiously, etiology, apposite, conviviality, prima facie, fecundity, ameliorate, vertiginous, exigency, inimical, aesthete, barbarous, propedeutic, misology, apodictic, assertoric, synderesis, parisia. 2025. Desideratum, acrasia, hedon, dollar, insouciant, jocular, eructation, invective, effrontery, stentorian, confrères, parochial, recherche, ingratiate, mutability, palimpsest, koan, multivalent, nascent, ossify, anamnesis, frequency illusion, Baader-Meinhof effect, Pian, apologia, aze, kensho, panentheism, pure aeternus, ancilla, omotenashi, mora-bursting, prospectus, harangue, semantic compression, hyponym, hyponym, pleonasm, mahavakya, verboten, dromology, concatenation, syncretism, concomitant, excogitate, Zoroastrianism, Asher, Druge, Hiraeth 2026. Gnomon, tripartite, Parandelian, surfeit, canalization, amanuensis, stolid, paroxysm, striated, leptorine, reconnoiter, quotidian, scree, valise, spelian, suppurate, sotto voce, a fortiori, effluence, hamartia, peripateia, kenopsia, chrysalism, velicor, monochopsis, mauerbauertraurigkeit, anemoia, oculism, anism, milieu. Tuesday, September 22, 2020. 276. Waking Life. https://www.imdb.com/title/tt02430117/. It's been in my queue for quite a while, but it seems Waking Life has had a lot to say about our relative perspectives of the phenomena, informations, and experiences of within and without the funk. Whether you are awake or dreaming, I hope you can use this collection of information to help assist or guide you through the awareness of your current time and state of being into whatever resulting reality of collective existence. Personally, I will continue to add my perspective of our results to this documentation as long as I am able, and eventually when I am unable to, I can only hope that the creation and collection of these informations continues to serve as a useful guide or foundation for anyone or anything on how to approach whatever comes after. Shortly after the above viewing, I was also suggested and led to watch Ram Dass, Going Home. https://www.imdb.com/title/tt60895664/. At this moment I ask myself, and now yourself, if life, or death, or any form within or without consciousness is much like the state of awareness within or without dreams or reality, wouldn't you want to help your awareness prepare for itself in that eventual state on how it would choose to persist? Just as you are in reality every day learning more on how to experience and survive within and without yourself and our surroundings, if you also try to do so in the conscious dream state, you educate and strengthen those abilities within and without yourself, and eventually you become more in control of your actions and reactions within any inner, outer consciousness, dream or reality, and how to best act as yourself in that or those states of being. Would you rather exist within a dream or reality where you exist more as a preset character in a movie or set of events, or would you want to have more effect on what happens to your character and how they interact with their surrounding dream environments or realities? If you are able, once you become aware and understanding in your control of your conscious self, are you also, or not, in similar control, or not, of your eventual dreams to come after death, speculatively? Would you rather choose what happens to yourself in life, dream, death, or after, or would you rather it be the dream, or reality, that puts itself together around you while you just exist through it until you wake up, or not? Or let's say you're stuck, repeating a dream, nightmare, or moment of reality, wouldn't you want to know how to take control and or escape that situation into the next set of events rather than repeat the same events or similar forever? I guess we get a mixture of all of it. I desire that this collection of information, whether at any point true or false, outdated, or still relevant, it is able to be efficiently used as stepping stones in a path to our future destinations, as well as the mental exercise equipment that we can use to strengthen and prepare us for what is not yet us and after. 277. When I do not know who I am, I serve you, and when I do know who I am you. Hanuman. But what happens if, when we reach this state of connectedness? Won't the existence of this knowledge and understanding likely also eventually result in someone or something using this information against us or taking advantage of it via future omission? It sadly is very likely, but for now, all I can suggest is that, hopefully, by eventually reaching greater connectedness and trust within and without each other, or even evolving from where trust was lacking, that we, to our best perspective and experience, are guided down the correct paths and have the mental, physical, and/or beyond strengths, intelligence, and awareness to overcome any opposing or harmful force. But, in that overcoming, be aware as to not be replacing what you just overcame. As to best, in your control, halt any evolutions of taking advantage from happening further. You personally must choose to never become that or even similar to the event of taking advantage of another or anything, even if you yourself have been at any time taken advantage of. You must be the end to that injustice if you also want to see that injustice end within and without yourself, others, or everything. If or when you see these impurities, don't let them consume yourself or your surroundings, but choose to become the foundations of the tools and informations of how best to inform and evolve from the past, present, and future, even when dealing with opposing or restricting forces. Tuesday, October 6, 2020. In response to a friend's post, I am still deep in learning, but when it comes to morals, ethics, existence, and choice, we, are neither the worst or best you, or us. You are at every moment the purest you. It is your choice to take the present you and make it better or worse, and understand that better and worse are different for everyone and everything. Whatever you choose influences and shapes the entirety of existence as it reacts with you both in and out of your control. All we can do currently is attempt to harmoniously be ourselves within and without each other and everything. Keep doing, by choice or not, and life will fill in the rest. Keep moving and looking forward. Much like how we can only see the past lives and light of distant stars, our futures are already in motion and we are experiencing the past as the present as we move through space and time. Our existence, decisions, actions, reactions, and etc. within and without are what shapes this reality between superpositional experienced states of being. Keep going, bud. Monday, October 12, 2020. I have been pondering and discussing with some peers the possibilities of technologies like Neuralink, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Neuralink June 19, 2024. Here is an update from the first Neuralink patient. Pretty cool stuff. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=DOCVCDN4EQ 278. We could eventually be able to understand our brains and bodies much like computer systems. If you have a disability or a brain malfunction, this chip or implant could pinpoint the problem and process a solution, or even an advancement to the user. We could potentially not only be able to telepathically communicate with each other through this technology, but would simultaneously feel and understand the emotions behind their formations and synapses. You would see, taste, touch, smell, hear, think, or experience from someone else's perspective as if it were your own, and you could also share that experience. You could save and share dreams, or even more easily be in control of them. Video games, virtual or augmented reality could be controlled by your brain impulses, and you could experience what your avatar was experiencing. You could simultaneously be transmitting with another being or technology galaxies away at the speed of thought. But this leads to an extreme exposure of the self into the selfless. Even though all of existence has been on display since the beginning of time in observation of itself, this would be a live conscious exposure of everything connected within its systems. If you had a dirty thought, not only would everyone know, but also every connected func monad across the entire universe, and the data would be permanent and irremovable. But at the same time, everything processing you having a dirty thought would know why you had that thought and how you felt about having that thought, and they would feel these processes of information together in the immaculate reactive way the brain thinks, but now connected together into a technological shared intelligence and experience while still remaining as individuals. Personally, I can see endless possibilities with these ideas of technologically accessible abilities within brain communications, but I can also understand how many individuals would be afraid of it, as not only are many people afraid of being judged or examined by others normally in everyday life, but many people are afraid of who they are themselves. If we had the ability to experience the perspectives of each other, then vulnerable minds with insecurities would be exposed to change or accountability. Every action and decision would be clear, accessible, and further open to the community and challenges, just as everything is with the universe already, but we as conscious individual and social beings would be entering into more constant states of self and selfless awareness and analysis. This moment is forever. The entirety of reality and existence has evolved into processing us through this exact moments of me, us, thinking, typing, and posting these digits of data, and influence, and you reading and assimilating these words right now, and we as a connected reality are connecting closer and more quickly across time. As physical objects, the distance we travel is limited to speed, but as quantum particles, we are 279 already experiencing the future, as time is a mathematical mental construct and we are, in our perspectives, moving through the present past as superimpositional states of current to future beings. Every decision, action, and reaction you make, by choice or not, is made possible by this evolutionary harmony of current, as well as past and future, existence. X amount of time has been experienced and has evolved itself into this current message you are processing, and now within whatever act of free will you as an individual, a collective unit of subatomic func energy, have choice after choice in what comes next within your current limitations and environments. From the smallest wavelengths or particles of energy all the way to the immaculate idea of God and or beyond, we believe to have control of ourselves, but we also do not have control of ourselves. It is just the way the molecules of our observed quantum particle states are acting and reacting with whatever environment surrounds them. There can't be nothing because there is something, and because there is something there is all and in between and without. And even removing something leaves proof of an existing something. To even achieve the concept of nothing, you must do or have something, as even the title, form, nothing, implies something. True nothing would be the absence of absolutely everything, even empty space. Wherever there is existence, there is further greater existence around it. A holarchy of everything and nothing. I guess what I'm aiming to inspire you to question is, how are you, at every second or Planck, chiavanial moment, of our being, going to choose to influence your environmental reality and be remembered, and forever recalled as structural data, within eternal quantum history? In which way will you attribute to our immortality? The collective func history. We must escape self-doubt and achieve selfless parability together. The concept of faith is present in both science and religion. We must have faith within ourselves and within each other to achieve a progressive beyond both within and without ourselves. If you exist within direct or indirect time or space contact of this message, I sincerely request your partnership in an effort to create or influence the best possible existence for everyone and everything as we move through our present states and into our history and futures. This love will never die. Less than 3 Saturday, October 17, 2020. 280. My watch tells me. Absence sharpens love, presence strengthens it. Benjamin Franklin, Saturday, October 24, 2020. I am feeling extremely connected. Enough to open my laptop and type this here now to you. I am experiencing the funk at its present point, and I have had a strong sense of it all day. Of my connection and influence to reality and what it is. And about 10 minutes ago I had the idea that I should share this as a Google document so that it can be postulated and edited by each of you, us. June 20, 2024, finally achieving this with the 4th full edit. Zorsteri to the Entelchi. Will link later. August 23, 2024. https://docs.google.com/document/d/12815v cows5.pimq4n_egg0pc_apsp8fxytj_gc9zg, edit. USP equals sharing. I want anyone who is reading or editing this document, information, knowledge, or experience of, to understand that I want you to believe, to know and continue learning what is best for you, us, and all, and additionally that I love you in whatever way the funk provides. If you are editing or attributing to this epistemological information and quest of, do so out of philosophical, good, will and document everything for the greatest algorithm of all funk. Less than 3 I've been going through these around this time. https://podcasts.ox.ac.uk/keywords/epistemology. https://podcasts.ox.ac.uk/keywords/ontology. And this came up from a search, but I haven't listened yet. I will within time. https://thepanpsychast.com/panpsychast June 20, 2024. It is a fantastic, entertaining, and educational podcast. I definitely recommend it. We are connected. Monday, October 26, 2020. You are a camera. June 12, 2022. https://u2.be/g5qkjb5vvx4 . Sunday, November 1, 2020. David Burns, American Utopia, 2020. https://www.imdb.com/title/tt118742226/ https://open.spotify.com/album/71tl4k4k6300GHT6MDJ0. The following are notes from my phone since my last statement and recording of You Are a Camera. They will likely transform across time through mine own or someone or something else's editing. 281 You Are a Camera. A physical receptacle recording for and from self-perspective snapshots of the illusions of form, reason, and time within our surroundings. What you believe you know is what you are able to capture within your point of view across existence, but you can never capture everything. Therefore you can never know what to believe except for what you've captured and or created and or what you selectively believe out of what others have captured and or created, which is still only believed to be, both by yourself and what is not you. If someone has achieved something, to say they're not allowed to do it that way is a limiting farce. If you walk from point A to B and I teleport, when you arrive and find out that I got there faster, how can you say I can't do that when I already have? A comedic example is in the movie, Semi-Pro, spoilers smiley face. Will Ferrell's character performs the first alley-oop, and the referee at first calls the score a foul and people respond with, "You can't do that." Eventually it is discussed that it is a legal play and accepted shot. Everything is perfectly imperfect, imperfectly perfect. Even if you have 100% faith, there is still chance whatever you believe could go awry or be untrue. But, having more faith and belief causes more chance of happening than when there is doubt presented, as the more doubt there is the lesser the chance of an event happening or being true. Yet, even with 100% doubt it also could still be proven true or untrue. Faith, hope, courage, and belief are not the same, but they serve as supports to each other. There is never a proper description of what we are as we have not yet become it. And when we become it, we are already becoming something else. June 20, 2024, the Milovian process of something, anything constantly becoming a yaw of itself. Peer disagreement defeats knowledge. I'd like to preserve the following list in here for additional study and connection. www.goodreads.com/list/show/118786.the_good_place_reading_list, June 20, 2024. I have recently acquired all of these books and will be leaving future notes as I finish each. What We Owe to Each Other, T.M. Scanlan Death, Todd May, November 7, 2024, completed. Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals, Immanuel Kant, December 9, 2024, completed. The Metaphysics of Morals, Immanuel Kant. 282. Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu. The Republic, Plato. A Treatise of Human Nature, David Hume. On the Way to Language, Martin Heidegger. How Good People Make Tough Choices, Rushworth Kidder Fear and Trembling, Soren Kierkegaard. Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison, Michel Foucault. Bhagavad Gita, The Song of God, Krishna Dwaipayana Vyasa. The Essential Foucault, Selections from Essential Works of Foucault, 1954–1984. Michel Foucault. Utilitarianism, John Stuart Mill. Ethics Without Principles, Jonathan Dancy. Reasons and Persons, Derek Parfit. No Exit, Jean-Paul Sartre. Critique of Pure Reason, Immanuel Kant. The Essential Kierkegaard, Soren Kierkegaard. The Myth of Sisyphus and Other Essays, Albert Camus. The Methods of Ethics, Henry Sidgwick. The Sickness Unto Death, Soren Kierkegaard. Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Friedrich Nietzsche. The Gay Science, Friedrich Nietzsche. Considerations on Representative Government, John Stuart Mill. Introduction to Metaphysics, Martin Heidegger. The Basic Works of Aristotle, Aristotle. 283. The Most Good You Can Do, How Effective Altruism is Changing Ideas About Living Ethically, Peter Singer. Two Treatises of Government, John Locke. A Brief Inquiry into the Meaning of Sin and Faith with On My Religion, John Rawls. Paradise Lost, John Milton. What is Called Thinking? Martin Heidegger. Ethics and the Limits of Philosophy, Bernard Williams. The Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle. A Theory of Justice, John Rawls. Watching the English, The Hidden Rules of English Behavior, Kate Fox. Conduct and Character, Readings in Moral Theory, Mark Timmons. An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, John Locke. The Trial and Death of Socrates, Euthyphro, Apology, Crito, Phaedo, Plato. Meno, Plato. Concluding Unscientific Postscript, Soren Kierkegaard. Euthyphro, Plato. The Present Age, Soren Kierkegaard. Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, David Mills Daniel. A History of Philosophy, Volume 3, Late Medieval and Renaissance Philosophy, Occam, Francis Bacon, and the Beginning of the Modern World, Frederick Charlie Copleston. Justice, What's the Right Thing to Do? Michael J. Sandel. A History of Philosophy, Volume 4, Modern Philosophy, From Descartes to Leibniz, Frederick Charles Copleston. The Case Against Perfection, Ethics in the Age of Genetic Engineering, Michael J. Sandel. 284. L'année terrible, Victor Hugo. Whatever Happened to Good and Evil? Russ Schaefer. Landau Notebooks, 1935–1951. Albert Camus. The Beginning of Western Philosophy, Interpretation of Anaximander and Parmenides, Martin Heidegger. The Rebel, Albert Camus. Lysis, Plato. The Philosophy of Alan Locke, Harlem Renaissance and Beyond, Alan Leroy Locke Critique of Practical Reason, Immanuel Kant. Natural Goodness, Philippa Foot. The Collected Dialogues, Plato. Life After Death, A History of the Afterlife in Western Religion, Alan F. Siegel. A Fragment on Government, Jeremy Bentham. Paradise Mislaid, How We Lost Heaven, and How We Can Regain It, Jeffrey Burton Russell. The Hope of the Early Church, A Handbook of Patristic Eschatology, Brian E. Daly. The Coming of God, Christian Eschatology, Jürgen Moltmann. Ponderings 2 vi. Black Notebooks 1931–1938. Martin Heidegger. The Quest for Cosmic Justice, Thomas Sowell. Religious and Philosophical Aspects of the Lausa, Mark Csikszentmihalyi. The Concept of Time, Martin Heidegger. De Anima, Aristotle. Superman and Philosophy, What Would the Man of Steel Do? Mark D. White, August 23, 2024. More suggestions from outside of the previous list, The Four Agreements, Don Miguel Ruiz. 285 Being Logical, D.Q. McInerney, November 16, 2024. As a Man Thinketh, James Allen. Tuesday, November 10, 2020. I would like to propose an idea for a program that came to me last night about what I am thinking to call the Future Universal Networks of Knowledge, or FUNK. Closing parenthesis. The idea is a global, or even perhaps eventually universal, work-study exchange program of people and resources of every nation, country, planet, or galaxy that chooses to participate. As low as every 3 months and up to every 2 to 5 years depending on your position, study, wants, or needs. People within the program would be assigned and relocated to a different location to work, live, connect, influence, create, thrive, etc. Monday, November 16, 2020. We are compiling ourselves, and the deeper we do so the more we can know and re-access. Saturday, November 21, 2020. More notes from phone. When you cut the corpus callosum and disconnect the right and left hemispheres of the brain, you get 2 completely different personalities, one left and one right. This adds to my theory that we are not one soul, but that souls are a category and we are divisions of. For example, sports is a category. There are many types of sports, like football or baseball, and within those sports are different constructs forming the category, like players and equipment, and it can be reduced down ad infinitum as well as can be extended beyond the category of souls ad infinitum. If souls are a category, then beyond souls and without souls are also possible categories. June 12, 2022. Forever More Holarchies. Our bodies are like avatars and our conscience minds the players. If you disconnect from a game, your avatar sits motionless or also disconnects from the game, so theoretically is that what happens to us when we die. Our conscious players connect to another interface and our avatars return into the data of the game. Doxastic defeaters equals counterbeliefs. Normative defeaters equals counter-evidence. 286. Imagine you are one of 3 completely separate and individual entities or beings. The second being is destructive, reactive toward the third and/or causing it to suffer. What decisions and actions do you take and/or how do you react or respond? Continue adding more entities ad infinitum. This is what it is to exist. Here is a 2-dimensional visualization. Apply it to our dimensions and it is a representation of what it means to exist. What does one do? Sunday, November 22, 2020. In response to the above photo and statement. Will Morris, well, the idea that existence can be quantified and represented by a simple drawing accompanied by a few sentences of text is where you lose me. I mean, first, there isn't a proper way to even start explaining the idea with enough nuance for you to fully understand what it is to exist as me. It's like explaining what an emotion feels like or what colors look like. Next, there isn't any context to the scale or perspective of said entities. Things take on new meaning if I am human compared to if I am an insect or something fundamentally different like a supermassive black hole. How do I know what actions are available to me? When did I get the ability to add entities to the equation, and which personality will they represent? And these are just the really basic problems. Things will ultimately boil down to, how do I even know that I exist? Do I believe in Descartes' idea of I think therefore I am? If I do, how do I know those other two entities are really there as well? Do I trust my senses even though it's only through secondary receptors that I can even perceive them? I must stop there, but man was just saying earlier it was a tall order trying to wrap up something so big with such a small premise. Sean Penalba, a lot of things we experience in nature can be reduced and represented visually, mathematically, or even artistically, and there are even 287 problems that don't solve the equations that come from themselves, they just are able to reduce it down to what existence has learned so far. For example, E equals mc2 doesn't explain what energy, mass, or speed is. You have to research further. E equals mc2 could also not be a final equation of future truths. For the image I'm presenting, there are absolutely still the questions of what 1, 2, 3, and beyond are, and how each of them reacts to everything else, and why. I do not need to know what it is like to exist as you for this theory to function. That is where it goes further. You can place any concept or idea within each category and it still proves itself so far to be true, the goal being to find every way it could be untrue in order to reach and find further truths. Fit the equation with time, space, and energy and it is still as true as if you fill it with a wall, a fish, and sound. The actions available to you, or any one, are whatever actions are available within and without reality to whatever you're plugging into the equation. If one is an atom, then the actions available are whatever and everything available to the limits of atoms. If 2 is paint, then 2 has the limits and properties of itself, so on and so forth. You have always had the ability to add entities, or influence. Every thought you've ever had is an entity. Took a poop today. That is an entity. Have you ever built or created something? That is an entity. And not only are you creating entities, but so are just about every other entity within existence. Entities simply have a way of becoming or happening over time, and they represent and react with and as any and every personality or property they are given. So, say that you are a leaf, then you only have the limited properties and personality of a leaf and deal with reality as a leaf does. Knowing that we exist is one of the few things that we epistemically are able to know. Just as Descartes reasoned, finding what exists by elimination of things with doubt and using reductionism, declared, I think, therefore I am. To our current knowledge, that is the furthest and one of the few, if not only true epistemic knowledge we have, and who knows, it could possibly eventually go even further. Even if we are a fabrication of reality, that fabrication still exists as reality, and we within it. Even if you were to consider solipsism and that you were somehow the only entity in the entire universe forming this reality, I as a part of you would still exist through you as not you. So then, for us as thinkers, it comes down to conscious belief. Everything that you know is just a belief based on all the information and experience you've ever been presented with, regardless of whether it or anything is true or false. Reality still theoretically exists without consciousness, unless we find that the core natures of reality are also co-constructed and/or entangled with consciousness. So, now that you have been presented with more information from an outside. 288. Source that is not yourself. Do you have any doxastic defeaters, counterbeliefs, or normative defeaters, counter-evidence? What I am seeking is your doubt and why in order to advance this information epistemically. Peer disagreement defeats knowledge. If we are in disagreement, we know that neither of us completely understand or are able to communicate absolute knowledge, or else those disagreeing would theoretically be able to understand and reach agreement. Additionally, just because you, or anything, believes or doesn't believe in anything, or everything, that doesn't make it true or false. The cells within a tadpole will possibly never know or believe in the atomic structure of stars and planets 13 billion light-years away, but that does not mean neither exist. And even if you personally don't believe either exists, they still forever exist theoretically within and without this explanation. So at this point, with the further information I have presented in result of your questioning beliefs, what do you believe? Just as my original proposal questions, how do you react, respond to this scenario that reality and existence has provided you with? There is no right or wrong answer. Anything, everything you or anything does is simply a response, reaction to reality and being, whether fabricated or absolute truth. Thus, summarizing existence to this current point and continuously expanding. Even the visualization or concept of my proposal has effect on itself and its surroundings, i.e., the pencil reacting to the paper, both reacting to the environment and atmosphere, and how the full or even fraction of the idea of it affects reality and vice versa. Visa voca verum, Vania. Monday, November 30th, 2020. Parability. The word that came to me the first time I reached the deepest hypnagogic state of meditation that initiated the creation of this documentation. Being with and providing for each other and everything. I have recently composed an album to be played along simultaneously with that very playlist. I'll insert it here when it is linkable so you can experience it. June 12, 2022. https://open.spotify.com/album/0SF34UADF006U4M?mark C=NXCIPKTM_C4Q. This album is a result of composing while in that very state of meditation and hypnagogia through sound and being. And it continues to provide us influence into these moments. That connected consciousness of the funk, thought, being, and connections of everything, anything, and nothing. What you are reading is a continuing analysis of reality and parability, and it is my intention to continue further connecting these advancements of reality, and it all continues with ourselves in this and these very moments. How do we end? 289 Everything each choose, or not, to react and respond, and what can we do for each other, ourselves, and the entire funk forever? Today I connected with two past acquaintances who have recently experienced loss, and my thoughts were: death is a physical illusion, our influences upon reality are forever, and the dead are never gone, they have become us. Us. The funk. Each other. Everything. Me. You. All. And this is the study of that and more. And it seems by this point I have enough knowledge to share outside of myself as a unit of the funk for you to understand what the funk is and where we are now, but I'm going to continue documenting because it seems I closer epistemically understand that I am able to connect this message and influence outside of myself and into a storage of immortality and funk. I love you, and I'm ready for us to become the greatest funk there ever can be wherever we are and whatever we are. I see a common problem with human beings is that the ones that are stuck or trapped in an environment or situation that cannot be avoided or altered are the ones we see with the most areas of problems. I believe that in order to help these people, or even ourselves, we must change their and our environments and situations within reality. And with each other and everything, it is more than achievable to now and later reach these connections and advancements and beyond. Consider V for vendetta. The image of V represents anonymity. It could be any of us doing what V is doing because of a reality that caused V to be. And now, in our reality, the Guy Fawkes mask represents the anonymous anyone performing anonymous, or not, actions. An infinite group of reactions behind a mask because of an infinite group of actions outside of itself, thus resulting in itself. Reality masks itself as a statement of creation and new being or self to protect and preserve itself as it acts as itself and other selves. Masks can be anything and everything, but the mask is not whatever is wearing or using it, but an extension of. If a mask or idea breaks or seems wrong, you can take it off, fix it, or adjust it. So how do we protect and provide for the wearers of the masks whether they need or want to be masked or not? You provide another stage. Other players. Greater support and community. Options. We as a conscious species have those capabilities, and if we choose to expand and evolve them, then reality will continue expanding as long as we, or anything, give back to it and each other until we become an advanced funk ourselves. June 20, 2024. Funk will advance regardless of our choices, but, with our choices and how we use them, we have the ability to advance these advancements even further, or not. The choice is ours. That is our freedom. 290. We must choose and desire to provide for each other and everything so that when we are no longer able to for ourselves, then our surroundings will be able to take care of the rest and continue evolving and providing forever. What can you, reader, do to assist me, us, and everything within and without existence, in learning and knowing more in order to continue this study of ourselves and everything? Life put us here to be able to make that choice right now. The funk provides. And we are the funk. So, what will we do? What will you do? Less than 3. Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. I am going to attempt to describe to you what and how I experience conscious hypnagogic meditation. I close my eyes, relax and attempt to be one with reality around me, and I feel a tingle-like sensation throughout my body, like when you're listening to music and it's really moving you so much you can feel it, or when you're in a moment that has you on the edge of your seat and you feel that feeling of funk. Sometimes I feel it very strongly in my head. Somewhere in the front center, like a third eye, but within my mind and not on my forehead, but behind it. That is where I think, feel, see the funk. It's the same spot and experience as when you are thinking, but there are moments when I am able to relax and focus and just let it do its own thing and let it show me what to think, or see. It shows me experiences within as once before unimagined or inexperienced colors, shapes, times, perceptions, dimensions, realities, events, and ideas. My own mind exploring its own inner and outer self and reality, surreality, and beyond. And if I can do it, then it would seem very likely each of you can access this connection as well. And so far, I am seeing it to be true across many cultures and existences and called different things and experienced in different ways, but there is still much more to be experienced, learned, and written. This is just another chapter in an ongoing documentation of eternal research of experience and why. March 24, 2023. Though not everyone has an inner dialogue, so perhaps not everyone is able to experience this or understand it. Wednesday, December 9, 2020. More phone notes. What matters for epistemic defeat is not what the skeptic finds satisfying, but what rationality, in fact, requires. Michael Bergman. If any god or gods were to exist, they would exist as a part of reality and thus be a form of reality or funk. As I am finding in my research of ontology, epistemology, theology, teleology, philosophy, etc., it is so far much easier to prove the existence of a god within reality or as reality than it is to prove any god to never exist at all. 291. That being said, I do not denounce God, but instead embrace reality and the funk as God. 290. We must choose and desire to provide for each other and everything so that when we are no longer able to for ourselves, then our surroundings will be able to take care of the rest and continue evolving and providing forever. What can you, reader, do to assist me, us, and everything within and without existence, in learning and knowing more in order to continue this study of ourselves and everything? Life put us here to be able to make that choice right now. The funk provides. And we are the funk. So, what will we do? What will you do? Less than 3. Tuesday, December 1st, 2020. I am going to attempt to describe to you what and how I experience conscious hypnagogic meditation. I close my eyes, relax and attempt to be one with reality around me, and I feel a tingle, like sensation throughout my body, like when you're listening to music and it's really moving you so much you can feel it, or when you're in a moment that has you on the edge of your seat and you feel that feeling of funk. Sometimes I feel it very strongly in my head. Somewhere in the front center, like a third eye, but within my mind and not on my forehead, but behind it. That is where I think, feel, see the funk. It's the same spot and experience as when you are thinking, but there are moments when I am able to relax and focus and just let it do its own thing and let it show me what to think or see. It shows me experiences within as once before unimagined or inexperienced colors, shapes, times, perceptions, dimensions, realities, events, and ideas. My own mind exploring its own inner and outer self and reality, surreality, and beyond. And if I can do it, then it would seem very likely each of you can access this connection as well. And so far, I am seeing it to be true across many cultures and existences and called different things and experienced in different ways, but there is still much more to be experienced, learned, and written. This is just another chapter in an ongoing documentation of eternal research of experience and why. March 24, 2023. Though not everyone has an inner dialogue, so perhaps not everyone is able to experience this or understand it. Wednesday, December 9, 2020. More phone notes. What matters for epistemic defeat is not what the skeptic finds satisfying, but what rationality, in fact, requires. Michael Bergman. If any god or gods were to exist, they would exist as a part of reality and thus be a form of reality or funk. 291. That being said, I do not denounce God, but instead embrace reality and the funk as God. Everything that makes us possible down to the quantum level and beyond, that is, God. So, therefore, we are quantum microtubules of God. Prehensile appendages of reality. Something I am continuing to find and learn more about within my studies is the abuse of Christianity, and other religions, and that, their God, is the best God. The New Testament was, allegedly, constructed by the Romans to control the populace from rebelling against the government through a new religion and/or savior, and was spread by force across the globe over centuries. It is at times an Eastern European religion of control, guilt, death, sin, and suffering, and you can see these observations repeatedly within all the religions and cultures that witnessed it conquer them. Believe our beliefs or be crucified or excommunicated. That is not how reality naturally occurs. That is a decision placed upon us by an oppressive mankind. And reality is beyond mankind. March 24, 2023. We have experienced the repetitions of these traditions, so how do we progressively carry the refrain out of these measures and beyond? June 21, 2024. Just to clarify, I don't despise or denounce Christianity. It is just a dominant religion that we see a lot of good and bad come out of depending on how it is being used, very much like any religion. Just using it as an example here. The story of Christmas that current Christians have been told was that Mary and Joseph were traveling home because of a census set forth by Augustus Caesar. Allegedly, there are no historical records of this census ever happening and would have been difficult or impossible for the time. There are even debates about the first records of Christianity or the character Jesus and when they came about, and if Jesus is even real. Real or not, Jesus was quite an interesting, inspiring, and influential character. There are wonderful values and lessons to be learned within and without Christianity. It is only a chapter or more or less in the never-ending book of reality. June 21, 2024. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/census_of_Quirinius. There is much speculation about these topics. Could those who recorded this information have been mistaken? Has this history been too altered by revisionists to even be the same messages and/or information it originally was? Only God knows. Even the people who were there to experience it were limited in their knowledge of everything. Even us now are still limited in our knowledge of everything. How this information is being used is what is important. Is it used to manipulate or progress improvement? Lesaborak versus Moraborak. Prunoing versus synapsing. No mission versus we mission. All resulting in allegoric, being, and chemission. If you want to be a pianist, you have to learn the piano. If you want to be courageous, you have to learn to have courage. If you want to be faithful, you have to learn how and why you have faith. And if you want to learn to have knowledge, you have to learn what it means to know. So, you cannot say you know how to walk if you cannot teach another how to walk or explain what walking is to someone with no legs or body, and you cannot say you know how to talk if you cannot speak every language or communicate with everything what it means to talk. 292. God doesn't want you to have blind faith. A true teacher doesn't want you to have blind knowledge. God, life, existence, the funk, wants you to seek knowledge and understand why you are faithful within any of your perspective beliefs. Life wants you to seek and understand all knowledge and experience so that it can learn how to understand and teach itself to itself, ourselves. If your religion or leaders punish or silence you for going against their word or seeking further, outer, or conflicting knowledge or experience, then it is a disease of the perceptive mind and must be cut out or healed from the body of reality, or it will spread universally like a cancer of misinformation. We are currently experiencing the effects of this past forced knowledge and response. It should be your goal to forever expand reality and yourself as God. Not to blindly follow authorities and leaders who claim to know what knowledge is. Even this information I am presenting right now or at any moment you should be skeptical of. Question all of it and we can together learn further toward epistemic knowledge and understanding. June 21, 2024. If a religion expresses contempt for other religions and that leads to negative behaviors by the participants, then they will suffer the consequences of those negative behaviors. Jainism for Everyone Discussion 59 Karma and Belief. https://open.spotify.com/episode/0idle6q94 fanajpwimplefl 5 C equals 73 bda 60 b 48464 f6a. Liam Mouch. If, and that's one big if, gods existed, why would they have to exist within reality? Who's to say our perceived scope of reality, the universe, isn't incredibly limited compared to what a god would perceive? Sorry if my question gave away that I didn't read past the second sentence before finding something to object to. Sean Penalba, I agree. So, if a god, or some other form of ability could itself exist outside of our reality, within a superposition of inside and outside reality at once, or even beyond any of these options, then our reality is still always a part of that surreality. We exist along with it by connections both direct and indirect. The circles in the example are the hypothetical parameters of each reality. Even if one of the circles is God or contains a god, another parameter circle, as a fraction of the funk, would be added around itself and all the others as it would be a new set of laws and parameters, but still contained within the entire parameters of what I postulate as the funk, the infinite expanding all-containing parameters. 293, June 12, 2022. That was me describing hollands and holarchies before I knew the words for them. Liam Mouch. The problem with that is you're assuming we've got a connection to the gods. Just because we exist in universe A and a god exists in universe A and universe B doesn't mean we indirectly are connected to universe B. And this is all assuming that it's even a universe it's connected to, which comes back to our incredibly limited scope of understanding. Trying to put things we don't understand within our scope of understanding without even having a clue as to the building blocks required to get to that point seems like a fun but ultimately useless exercise. Sean Penalba, if A and B exist or don't exist, then they are absolutely indirectly and directly connected between their disconnection or parameters. They are both within and without different, but also the same entangled quantum observations. What I am postulating is the very materials that make reality all the way down to beyond the results of entropy, like zooming in on a Mandelbrot fractal, until whatever is within themselves becomes outside or beyond themselves is the funk, or what religions have related to as God, but not had the information that we have now to explain and share it as advanced as we can, and those advancements will continue in every direction possible. And I agree, it is currently beyond our universal understanding and knowledge, but it is not in the grand scheme of time and being unobtainable by us or beyond us. Humans have barely breached the surface of experiencing what it means to experience reality beyond themselves. Our universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old and humans are just a fraction of that. Multiply what we've learned by 13.8 billion and we, or the future, eventually reaches further understanding or experience through existence within and as part of the funk, or not. Additionally, in no way is literally anything useless as everything, anything, and nothing have an entangled quantum effect towards every moment of existence and 294. Non-existence. It is extremely important to attempt or seek information about anything and everything. One step leads to another. Lastly, I am always open to any and all discussion, but if you as an individual aren't willing or able to attempt to understand all of what I, or anyone, originally states before delivering an opinion, then how can I, or anyone, trust your ability or discipline to want or be able to understand anything? I seek your disagreements, that is how we advance knowledge. But if you don't have a better understanding of why you are disagreeing, then that is less practical or productive, but never useless. I cherish your objections, but if you're objecting before receiving all or the majority of information, then you are doing yourself and reality a disservice and potentially halting or slowing down progress for why, ourself, or the entire everything of all time, space, lack of, and beyond. Liam Mouch. I suppose that's the key difference between nihilism and altruism for Ya. To me, the fact that we're all really just part of one big thing so far beyond us as a species, let alone individuals, makes all of it really useless. Sean Penalba, What a Way to Live. Saturday, December 12, 2020. In response to someone being taken advantage of and or feeling unappreciated, Sean Penalba, love them, or not, from afar as you take your love elsewhere and beyond. Never stop being a light within the darkness of reality or surreality. Darkness seeks companions to be lost within itself, but you are a fire. Keep growing and spreading your light until your flames become eternal and anyone or anything that carries your influence becomes better equipped against the darkness and increases over generations, the ability to find and know themselves wherever they are, now less likely to ever become lost, with or without you. Because you are a love inferno that never goes out, no matter how dark things get or got. Less than 3, October 19, 2024. With that being said, darkness and light are not good or evil, these are just analogies and metaphors that we as humans imprint our humanism upon. Darkness is a fundamental backdrop of existence, whereas light is the effect of things that happen within and from the dark. Light does not desire to remove darkness nor darkness to consume light, these are things that simply affect each other. Philosophically, and extending the metaphor of the above post, darkness represents the infinite potential as the void or unconscious state, or the pre-entelchy, and light as the actualization of specific possibilities like awareness, thought, and perception arising from or within the darkness, or the Zorsteri. June 21, 2024. Last night I finished reading The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. It shares some very similar principles and understandings as I have shared with you. I recommend you give it a read as well. It only took me 3 days to finish, a couple of hours total. In addition to the insert I had added 295 a few pages earlier, I'd like to add a few more things from the book, including the 4 agreements themselves. Don't worry, this doesn't spoil the book, as the agreements are on the cover and the book goes into more depth with each one. Be impeccable with your word, speak with integrity. Say only what you mean. Avoid using the word to speak against yourself or to gossip about others. Use the power of your word in the direction of truth and love. 2. Don't take anything personally. Nothing others do is because of you. What others say and do is a projection of their own reality, their own dream. When you are immune to the opinions and actions of others, you won't be the victim of needless suffering. 3. Don't make assumptions. Find the courage to ask questions and to express what you really want. Communicate with others as clearly as you can to avoid misunderstandings, sadness, and drama. With just this one agreement, you can completely transform your life. 4. Always do your best. Your best is going to change from moment to moment. It will be different when you are healthy as opposed to sick. Under any circumstance, simply do your best, and you will avoid self-judgment, self-abuse, and regret. Another quote from The 4 Agreements, I really enjoyed that I feel matches the love I share with you, reader. The love that makes me happy is the love that I can share with you. Why do I need to deny that I love you? It is not important if you love me back. I may die tomorrow or you may die tomorrow. What makes me happy now is to let you know how much I love you. Less than 3. Tuesday, December 15, 2020. Not one of us is God, but all of us are God. And not one unit, measurement, or metaphysical or quantum description is semantically, categorically, or identifiably exclusively the funk, but everything is the funk. We are equal together as our inequalities are whole collective. May 29, 2026. If God represents the idea of perfection, then everything else is imperfection, because if anything was to become perfect, then you would become God. If God is best, you can only ever become better or worse. The loving God loves you because of your imperfections, and so does the vengeful God. The funk just is. Beyond God or gods and everything else, funk is not merely the collection of these things, but also what emerges from these influences and interactions of everything and nothing. And we're a part of that. 296. Does not equal equals. Equality is created by inequalities until they equal out and become an equation of equality, but inequality is not and does not equal equality. 4 and 2 are not equal, but they can equal 6, which is not 4 or 2, but the result of. Red and blue can make purple, but purple is not red or blue, as purple is the result of both. June 21, 2024. We are a yaw of the funk, and the funk a yaw of us. Expand with Plato's Theory of Forms, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/theory_of_forms . Sunday, December 20, 2020. After 30 years of experience and 8 years of research, my current summary of what it means to live, be, or exist, even down to the quantum level and beyond, is to be present within any observed or experienced state of reality, or surreality, as you become the past and the future. This is subject to change as I continue to investigate, but I believe this to be pretty on point so far. Less than 3 inches, this is now being shared as a part of the Lucia Light, Who'da Thunk? Museum Experience. Welcome to the Funk. Friday, December 25, 2020. In response to the above summary. Christopher LaVue, not to be a dick, but couldn't this definition apply to a rock? Or a 1998 Toyota Supra? Sean Penalba, yes, absolutely. Everything down to the atomic level, and beyond, with or without consciousness, is created by the formation of atoms bonding and creating all the elements on the periodic table that form the cosmos. Go subatomically further and we find that matter is an illusion of energy. Even the atoms are constructed of something, and if you continue to break down these somethings forever, each and every single one of that collective something, the funk, is creating the experience of us and everything, and all of it has quantum influence towards all of time and space, thus resulting in this current summary and beyond. Me, you, a rock, a 1998 Toyota Supra, are all mostly oxygen and carbon, and eventually they all entropy back into the fibers of the earth, and eventually the earth. 297 will entropy back into the fabrics of the cosmos, and eventually the cosmos will entropy into the event of another theoretical Big Bang. The funk is the cause and collection of these potential Big Bangs, and the testimony above can apply to any and all of these events and objects, so if you can find something that can exist against this observation, I, and most likely the quantum field, will commend you. Christopher Lavue, if this was the determination of the word to exist, I would agree. But to live implies an element of life, no. Life is generally classified as those physical entities with biological systems. These systems are comprised of the ability to procreate, metabolize, having cellular composition, etc. Let's ignore viruses for now. I think humans conjure up words to describe whatever with relative specificity. Doesn't the conflation of existence with life, to exist, versus to live, seem needlessly semantic? Sean Penalba, as life is a result of existence, I had debated whether to use the word live, exist, be, etc. That's why I put it in quotes, as I feel it covers multiple sides and shows there could be a better term for it. Also depends on whether we consider energy as life or not. There is very possibly a term for it in a language other than English that would serve better than any of these words, i.e., a phrase that means all these words. So, I guess if I were to put it into language, a more fitting description would be this is what it means to funk. Sunday, January 3, 2021. For information, I understand that this is a lot of everything and nothing and is at times confusing, incorrect, or processing, but it is inevitable knowledge, influence to you who is reading this. A couple of notes from my phone. My ambitions move faster than society allows. Spirituality, religion can often be masturbatory. Monday, January 11, 2021. Picture the time between the theoretical Big Bang that created this reality and the collapse and entropy of itself, resulting in the next Big Bang as almost instantaneous. Like a flash. And from within we experience time because the cells of our minds have evolved to observe themselves. These flashes happen at the speed of existence and string together like energy through a wire powering itself and the always forever greater funk beyond and within via recursion. So, it is quite possible that 298. You have existed as yourself and the environment around you before and after ad infinitum. Sunday, January 17, 2021. From the funk came existence, and from existence came life, and life beget machine. Together moving forward as we are, the funk, existence, life, and machine will beget a next. And a next will beget beyond. And beyond will beget more funk eternally. June 12, 2022, the Holarchies of the Funk Übermensch, Overman. Monday, January 18, 2021. Within a dream, I recall being explained the word JYN, pronounced like saying John and Jin simultaneously, is a unit of sleep, Teria. Monday, February 1, 2021. Now sharing publicly through Facebook in an effort of attaining further peer review. Whether you are reading this now as a cause of this set of events or some other, thank you for being here and attempting to digest this postulated information. Get back to me when you are able. I always want to connect and hear your thoughts about this or anything. Less than 3 Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021. Sean Penalba. Hello persons reading this. I am seeking and in need of peer review. Friend or stranger. Master or student. Positive and negative. Public or private, you don't have to be a great writer or reviewer. I just am looking for you to share your experience and thoughts, whatever they may be. If you are interested in reviewing my music, DM me your email and pick an album, chronologically 1 to 70, 1 being the first and 70 being the most recent, and I'll send you a digital copy for you to own and review, share, or delete. Or, if you are interested in reading and reviewing my writings and research of the funk, the phenomena of our existence, you can easily do that here, https://jmp.sh/7object6zv, or I can send you a copy. This is essentially my personal thesis on life, existence, in the attempt to document the history of everything and the observing, questioning, and experiencing of how we connect and advance further as we move through time and experience and collect more and more information, so the more review the better. 299. Additionally, if you'd like me to review any of your work, I would absolutely love to do that. Please send your creations my way. You do not have to return the favor for this offer. Show me what you got. Feed me your content. Much love. Stay creative. For transparent data, albums requested so far, 23, 31, 32, 70, Saturday, February 20th, 2021. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/the_midnight_gospel. Monday, March 8th, 2021. If you are able, speak, and learn how to speak, when to speak, and when not to speak, and always speak up even in silence so that existence can hear you. Monday, March 22nd, 2021. February 22nd, Alice Bellon. Now sending to Alice, by request, and if she is reading this, you inspire me and I love you. Less than 3. And also, to Leandro Taub, whose film, Externo, connects us even further. Externo, https://www.imdb.com/title/tt97282002. The Color of Pomegranates, https://www.imdb.com/title/tt00635555. At this point in time, it seems I'm postulating to you what I would compare as gravitational fields of mass to gravitational fields of significance. The more impact and influence a particle or collective item has, events are guided towards it like a magnetic, gravitational field, or black hole, of significance, and these significant, funk, particles cause reality to do what it does, whenever, wherever, and however they resonate within and without whoever or whatever. June 12, 2022, Keymitting Kaiavanial Malaregnition. Wednesday, March 24, 2021. Now sending, by request, to Eric Carofino. Thank you for your support and validation that what I've been doing all these years carries the inspiration I always hoped to inspire. Tuesday, April 13, 2021. 300. Now sharing with Scott White and the listeners of the Burt Reynolds and Charles Bronson podcast. Thanks again for having me on. Wednesday, July 28, 2021. Many things have happened since I last updated this, so at the moment I'm going to share in a manner of random order and attempt to discuss all the things I put aside as notes to put here when I had the time over the past few months. Pod Save the People. https://open.spotify.com/show/1y3:809y7p Intersectionality Matters. https://open.spotify.com/show/57kq1cax2mtsjzjlpb Anti-Racist. https://open.spotify.com/show/2sitter4nk6yv7768 Kanauk, March 25, 2023. More podcasts I'm going through or have finished. Philosophize this. https://open.spotify.com/show/2shpxw7depoxtagecdffx BBC Heart and Soul. https://open.spotify.com/show/4m1knp5 far1stlw29nd1 It's Mufti Menk. https://open.spotify.com/show/1unzdids2w6m9rjakekick5 Krishna's Mercy. https://open.spotify.com/show/58dn39kvknrolm73x The Zal. https://open.spotify.com/show/7lifdeswa6kaku7uqw Buddhism Guide. https://open.spotify.com/show/1stbmpxmtfxjwsit8lnr7v Cup of Tao. https://open.spotify.com/show/2i139ssg1nilfsharq3k Walking the Timeless Way. https://open.spotify.com/show/3bop5kwrsjb2 tbuk This Jungian Life. https://open.spotify.com/show/0wzgsetujba7 301 The Sikh Renaissance. https://open.spotify.com/show/17wbaf0eccuwfmdnroy1ff Jainism for Everyone. https://open.spotify.com/show/7sip7f1 wemive71qnsfscg Theosophy Talks. https://open.spotify.com/show/4os7r6qljsm3 Viksimta Baha'i Blogcast. https://open.spotify.com/show/6ententeu4 kra9xftgqw Natural Born Alchemist. https://open.spotify.com/show/7orwslnxdexzk6 Jaku The Nietzsche Podcast. https://open.spotify.com/show/0zazvcrfajzdcyekjvfa Theory and Philosophy. https://open.spotify.com/show/4hgcfkrujbddkww9nc History of Philosophy without any gaps. https://open.spotify.com/show/5inkidanocelsia 4 Ranku The Panpsycast. https://open.spotify.com/show/1upshi1chusibqk6 closing square bracket, June 22, 2024, and some more. Unorthodox. https://open.spotify.com/show/2h3org7 ifkig3fvvvtr Posthumanism and Technology. https://open.spotify.com/show/0hsfldhcflque4 isc8 Blay. Revolution and Ideology. https://open.spotify.com/show/0crtsdjbw2 Hawinkakawad Buddha at the gas pump. https://open.spotify.com/show/2n03 Syagd0 Joku 5 TGPV FMX Jungai Anthology Radio. https://open.spotify.com/show/3mood21jlhhlgdb6 closing square bracket. How many particles does it take for an onion to become an apple, or plasma to become the last remaining atom of a fully aged shirt button worn by a doll from 302. 1862 to its last identifiable decayed particle matter or transfer of energy in time and space, or a blood cell at X point in time and place, and the movement of the second hand on a wristwatch from 45 to 46. How many ways can you morph one thing or moment into another? Infinitely. Real, or not? Will it always make sense or work? Not to each perceiver. But everything must be experienced while processing through the funk. The true and the false, the yin and the yang, and us observing and influencing it all. And sometimes the lack of. When we can change an apple to an onion through animation, thought, virtual reality, or beyond, who can argue that with infinite time eventually an apple could be able to become an onion when closer observing and investigating what funk really is? The funk is a collection of everything working together, by choice or not, to be present while expanding beyond. Relativity, subjectivity, perspective, light, being, preservation, conservation, and the inevitability of entropy and intaxi. When truth is challenged, you should never lie to those you love and care for, but lying to your oppressor can sometimes be reasonable or justifiable, and then how do we rehabilitate oppression, offenders? Closing parenthesis. It does not illustrate. It is the sensation of its own realization. Generic space, a loose gravitation comparable to mythology itself, which also has no center of gravity. Cy Twombly. https://www.cambridge.org/core/journals/episteme/articles/faith- and epistemology B1B65CA54077BCC3D9029D1D946#. Text equals I%20 suggest %20 that %20 epistemic %20 faith epistemic %20 shortcoming %20 inches %20 that %20 method, and text equals for %20 example %2c %20 standing %20 on %20 a %20 kind %20 of %20 epistemic %20 faith. Men, XY, come from women, XX, come from funk, FU. The funk is pure they and more to come. Some species of funk produce males, seasonally and only for mating, and asexual species can simply do it themselves. The whole spectrum of sex and gender, whatever species, are microchromosomes, and beyond, of funk. Quote from video in funk playlist. https://youtube.com/playlist?list equals plbbddgrntpvfmtxbtkqh8ecoa7zq_im1. Little tiny filaments of vibrating energy and the different vibrations, or notes, of these string-like entities that they play correspond to the different particles making up the world. So, everything is united under what music these strings can play. Anything and everything is a score played out on the harmonics of these fundamental strings, of funk. 303 Ikchapok, feeling an edgy anticipation of funk, Monday, April 18, 2022. I currently consider that I was trying to ask the universe what this meant. Like typing it into Google, and the suggestion would somehow pull up the answer. Which you are experiencing the future events of that universal, Google, I made the funk, and the information that the funk has provided me currently is that I was trying to, Google, the feeling of synchronicity, that I am feeling currently and you are experiencing now at. Enter your current time here, the times you are currently experiencing, this, very moment. Closing square bracket. As there is always more context to story or information, there is always more funk to existence. June 12, 2022. As you can see here, Hitchhikers was a placeholder set in motion to inspire and reach the understanding of malrecognition. So as not to be confused between the two, malrecognition is the funk pull, influence towards an event, thing, being, etc. So Hitchhikers would be when you feel the funk before or in the moment of an event. E.g., that goosebumps or tingle feeling during random moments of reality, or when you're in a flow state and can feel it, or when you get that feeling of, I belong here at this moment. March 25, 2023, to feel the experience of synchronicity. June 22, 2024, I am about to wrap up the 4th edition of another full edit of this treatise. This round took me from January 2024 until now, where I fixed a lot of grammatical errors, made the formatting a lot more consistent, and at the same time rewrote and transferred the entire document word by word to a Google Doc that can be shared and edited for peer review. I wasn't quite sure where I was going to leave this last insert, so I used a random number generator and it suggested I start here. The final things I'd like to add from my phone before I wrap up this latest edition are as follows. Dreaming, thought is the limited, unlimited view of space, time. If you were to look outwards, eyes open, depending on your perspective, the obstacles in your field of view and your ability to view, how far could your eyes see through time and space? They can at least see stars. Now close your eyes and see. How far and how long can you view? When your eyes are closed and you are looking with your mind, there are no obstructions that it has not created itself and could not also exist beyond. 304. Loci, phenomena. When you are showing someone something or doing an activity and suddenly you can't do it or it isn't working anymore. Or when you just had something, whether object or thought, and suddenly it isn't there to be found. Taiki, phenomena. When you achieve or accomplish something really lucky or extremely rare. To experience great fortune. Civility is not polarity. The economy is made up. It does not support humanity as it is designed to support the ability to profit from others. We must rebuild the entire ship, as rearranging the furniture isn't enough to stop it from sinking. n.wikipedia.org/wiki/akashic_records en.wikipedia.org/wiki/loca. By cultivating attitudes of friendliness toward the happy, compassion for the unhappy, delight in the virtuous, and disregard toward the wicked, the mind stuff retains its undisturbed calmness. The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, Waiting for Godot, by Samuel Beckett, and the relation to the Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus, https://youtube.be/nsxgs6g-9s?c dqramayon2th_cdap . When you realize reality is meaningless, your options are 1. Suicide, 2. Distraction, 3. Denial, 4. Be an actor, 5. Be another kind of artist, 6. Get political, 7. Acceptance. 1 either needs romanticism because they're looking for someone of growing, struggling forward to new and better things, or because they're weary and want to put an end to all their struggling. Nietzsche. Don't apologize for someone else mistaking your passion as insanity. This will happen as you shed your ego. Find authenticity over approval. Courage in your conviction. Misunderstanding is inevitable as you find inner fulfillment. You will not always be able to perceive the impact of your actions and being, so do still have compassion for critics. Because self-realization, once attained, continues even after the destruction of the body. Astavakra Samhita. Funk is permanently impermanent. 305. Everything exists, changes, and is destroyed. This is the nature of everything. Nothing is permanent. Astavakra Samhita. Criticism is futile because it puts a person on the defensive and usually makes him strive to justify himself. Criticism is dangerous because it wounds a person's precious pride, hurts their sense of importance, and arouses resentment. Dale Carnegie. I shall pass this way but once. Any good, therefore, that I can do or any kindness that I can show to any human being, let me do it now. Let me not defer nor neglect it, for I shall not pass this way again. Dale Carnegie, Wednesday, July 28, 2021, Cont. You shouldn't blindly point blame to one side or the other as they are of the same holland. You cannot stop at a point on a circle of two equal, but different sides and say this half is the cause of our problems, June 12, 2022, unless it is. Consider a saucer balanced on a pole. Depending on where it was, a piece of the saucer could be missing and it could still be balanced, yet more unstable as if it were completely whole. Raising taxes for the wealthy and lowering taxes for the working class are temporary solutions. As classes balance out, so do the tax levels. What conservative means, and the difference between conservation and/or selfish hoarding and properly distributing the use of resources. Everyone who can hear or read and understand or interpret what I'm currently saying should be able to at least partially remember this sentence and this moment in space-time because of how it was presented, processed, or acknowledged. After witnessing or experiencing the previous sentence, and also this one, and the next, and all and everything within and without the entire funk together at whatever point, you will forever know it happened even if you are misremembering exactly how it went or didn't understand it. This moment can be shared at every moment as long as we have moments to share, but some information is lost between vessels and particles or saved in other ways that alter or corrupt funk until time reaches a point where the funk is able to reach itself through itself after experiencing more or less than an infinite amount of itself. All things are possible through the funk, but some funk is unable to do some things presently until it, are, eventually able. If A results in B and B results in C to infinity. Then infinity is a result of A additionally, A, B, C, etc. are equals A1, A2, A3, etc. to infinity. But what is A, B, or C a result of, or even for? 306. The ones who profit from the way things are will oppose future possibilities. For example, the industries behind airplanes and trains would oppose teleportation. Fact and fiction are both forms of reality. Tuesday, December 7, 2021. I feel the need to apologize for my absence of being present with you lately, reader, as I have not attributed to this as often as I feel I should. Though, in your eyes, on the pages, it is immediately following the last entry. But, on my end, months have passed since I have returned to this communication. I have mixed feelings, as in this time between I have felt the urge to continue adding to this transfer of information, and I potentially could have done so, but I was having difficulties processing the information to you. I'm sure some would argue between it being more effective to archive personal data, e.g. live feed, all out at the time, while you are remembering, experiencing it, and then go back and edit, or take time to process it and attempt to communicate with more time and experience upon everything. And the truth lies within and beyond both. As I've many times attempted to describe before, everything exists within a spectrum and there are all, beyond infinite, sides of an absolute. Even to simplicity, the binary of off and on are results of more than off and on, or 1 and 2, as there is the all, the between, and the beyond. And even when one or the other is reduced to itself, there is the construction of one, and the absence of one, and again, the all. And beyond, nothing, and what it does or does not exist within. But, to return from digression, allow me to attempt to fill in the gaps as we continue across time. In this timeline, there are many distractions from being able to focus on something or anything for too long. Even as I type this, multiple screens compete for my attention. And beyond the screens, the events of daily life, physically, socially, etc. And then attempting to describe it all to another source of memory. Even if I do it correctly, there is still how it will be received. Much like the game, telephone, where you pass information from one player to the next down a line of players, the likelihood of it becoming a different message going from one person to another is always present. So how do I best increase those odds of successfully transferring? Trial, error, refinement, repeat, etc. Or would it break the rules to simply communicate to everyone the message, and if someone clearly doesn't understand, how could we best communicate a group interpretation? Philosophize this. Highly recommend this one. https://open.spotify.com/show/2shpxw7 depoxtagecdffx Monday, April 18, 2022. 307 As I've previously postulated, for years ago to me, but to pages ago for you, that we as humans were choosing and constructing these moments together and have been for thousands to millions of years of evolution have evolved to this, the moment where we can decide, live action feed, what to do in an environment of no, or greater, control. So, the more you experience this moment, Monday, April 18, 2022, across time, both the one I am experiencing currently and relaying, as my artist's image, to you in this moment of now, a later version of Monday, April 18, 2022, and you are first again experiencing this moment from Monday, April 18, 2022, pages 269, 303, and again on this page. At this current time, write your current time below. Closing square bracket. We brought this moment together individually and universally. Separate, yet a part of the same experience and current or future reality that the funk has us experiencing. And I guess the funk is bringing us here at this moment to connect you to this experience that you are now transferring into and out of at every moment. We each want to be loved as who or what we want to be loved as. And you are transferring into that moment again at. Enter your current time again to confirm. November 16, 2024. Something that has been coming up a lot in my environment is the idea that ego is something we need to overcome or escape from. As for me, for some reason I feel a need to share all of this information with you and the future as if it is going to help guide us toward a specific path or something greater. I believe I am doing this out of moral goodness, but that is my belief, my ego. But, if the spiritual goal is to dissolve the ego, then should I just stop all of this and go be and do and attempt a life that does not feed my ego or the funk ego? How is that possible? The current social world we have constructed forces us to feed these egos. We don't necessarily have the option to escape these constructs except for death. Is that heaven and hell? Is this a trap designed to test us on how we choose to feed these egos? Instead of a greater ability to dissolve the ego, we are forced to transfer the ego, to evolve the ego. To discuss what is good and bad, between and beyond. To be and process funk. 308. I remember during the parability meditation, the funk connecting to me that if I chose to move forward, no matter which decision I made, that was the eternity I would face. So, have I doomed us to continue feeding this ego, or is this an attempt at the funk ego analyzing itself to evolve itself? Because it seems that with those two options, life or death, as long as you are alive or exist, you are going to feed the funk ego. Death is the most important part of life because it is the fundamental reality that shapes our understanding of our own mortality and therefore, how we live our lives. By acknowledging death, we can fully appreciate the value and preciousness of each moment. Todd May. With immortality, the novel never ends. It simply keeps going. There is no closure to the novel because there is no closing of the novel. But, like death, this lack of closure also results in a withdrawal of meaning. If a mortal life might be compared to an unfinished novel, one that the author has abandoned at some point along the way, immortality is to be compared to a novel that one must keep reading. Imagine this. Imagine a novel that you literally could not put down, but not because it is so interesting. It might be interesting for the first few thousand pages or so. But the reason you can't put it down is that you're forced to keep reading it. You can never finish it, because it does not end. The question is, what does that do to the significance of the novel? How meaningful can such a novel be? And, more to the point, what meaningfulness could it possibly have? Todd May. So, existence ends up being the never-ending story, and each of us, and everything, are all the characters, items, environments, themes, etc. And our temporariness within the eternal funk is what makes this special for us. In The Good Place, eventually the characters earn their passage from the bad place and reach the good place, spoilers, and they find that everyone up there is basically bored and miserable of the never-ending celebration. Eventually they reach a decision that when you are ready to move on from being yourself, you can walk through a portal and dissolve back into the universe and redistribute your being, persona, true self back into the natural selfless cycles of funk. And that's seemingly where we are. Whether we are alive, in the afterlife, or a simulation, or any scenario of existence, we are here and feeding this funk during the times we each and all are a part of it. Trying to figure out what is good, what is bad, what is anything, everything, and nothing. And our purpose is to simply be a part of it until we're not, as that process repeats ad infinitum. Even if solipsism were true, and you were the only reason any of this was happening, wouldn't you want to take the chance at some point to work together? Some would and some wouldn't, and that's just the way it's going to be. 309 So, what will you do with this information? What will you do with the awareness that everything you do, are, and will be has a between and beyond universal effect? This is what I choose to do. That while I am here, I want to be a part of figuring out what our best options truly are, and I understand that I won't always achieve that, and so I suggest to you to help me continue this expansion of understanding. You will and you won't. Logic is descriptive, love is transformative. User, CJCMD, Reddit, reddit.com/r/thegoodplace/comments/dw88t7/a_defense_of_Simone (trials can either make you bitter or they can make you better. This is the end. Monday, April 18, 2022. Goodbye for now, and hello to now. Go be your now. Thanks for being here. I love you. Remember, this love is there for you whether I, or this moment of funk we are branching from in time, space, reality, and beyond, are here or not. I am currently partially experiencing now and then indirectly and directly transferring it to you and beyond these moments, and you will understand it in the ways you are currently learning it to be as you perceive it and as you will continue to perceive it, or not, as yourself and the funk as we all experience the funk ourselves. The funk is what reality exists within, and what existence is created from. What will you be? What will we be? By choice, ability, fate, and with whatever the present or future funk provides you, I, or us with, or without. Predetermined free will and beyond within superposition and beyond. The funk is thankful, reliant, and determined for your existence and is always there with you to see what it can, or can't, currently connect you with, or without, chiavaniaistically and maloragnetically. What will be, and what isn't will eventually become, so just be your best being you can be, and become what we be and will go beyond being. Right or wrong, things are most likely moving forward and looking backwards as the funk always will forever, and in some occasions outside of this one, theoretically, never. 310. Happen. We are experiencing the funk right now, and the future funk will be doing the same in whatever form these evolutionary moments through time results in. Today, Monday, April 18, 2022, and every moment before it, and now, up to, now, and every, now, again after we experience and beyond, has resulted in these current and superpositionally, forever, transferring moments into all of future and beyond, every chiavanial sequence, and you are now creating and continuing these results of our collective funk reality. So, I love you here, there, and everywhere. Until next time. Monday, April 18, 2022. Love you from before and beyond these pages of thoughts, words, and experiences. Future, present us. Let us know what to do and what we did and why, how whenever we are ready. April 21, 2022. Out, plays and ended as I typed the last digit of the previous sentence. Aftermath, plays, followed by segment 3 of Listen. 311, November 29, 2025. The funk. Anything, everything, nothing, and all of the between and beyond. What reality exists within, and what existence is created from. Parability is the emergent potential within all things, people, moments, systems, to transform together meaningfully through change. It is the capacity to attempt or accomplish mutual adaptation, co-creation, and loving cooperation in the face of flux. To recognize parability is to sense how what we are becoming depends not only on what we are but how we relate through change. It is not just about metaphor, but about metamorphosis in relationship. Parability lives in the attempt and the accomplishment, in the honest effort to bridge, build, and harmonize through chaos or difference. It reveals itself most clearly in times of transition, conflict, or emergent possibility. It's about seeing love and cooperation as ongoing verbs, not fixed states, constantly renegotiated in the currents of transformation. Kayavania. The frames of funk resulting in the beginning, and leading to our here to there and beyond kaya, to fall, fall off, fall down, fall on, to occur, to decline, to collapse, to die in battle, a stronghold, fortress, or citadel. Vania, truth, to bring good news, God, is gracious, gift of God. Maloregnation. The Kayavanial funk pull of one event to another. Maloregnation leads, pulls, guides, directs us and everything into synchronicities and beyond. It brought us here through our moments and timelines of Kayavania to you reading these words now and everything else that happens beyond. Key mission. The flow of reality. What natural funk emits by being. True balance. The conceptual whole body of yin and yang and beyond. We mission. The influential, metaphysical, and beyond versions of yes and. What some would call good vibes, or evolution, or progression, or being. A conceptual yin to yang, and or yang to yin. The creation and happenings of funk. No mission. The influential, metaphysical, and beyond versions of no, but. What some would call bad vibes, or chaos, regression, denials, or not being. A conceptual yang to yin and or yin to yang. The lack of rejection and or halting of funk. Condibulance, condibulant. The intentional or not baiting of someone from another race, sex, religion, ideology, age, etc. into a reactionary state or to possibly make a mistake or to do wrong to someone or something else to cause an extension of mischief, to disrupt peace, to farm engagement in an abusive manner, or to discredit or dismiss. Especially if based upon prejudice or beliefs of self or group interest. 2. To manipulatively inspirit a reaction or to be the cause or transfer of deception. 3. To promote or use le saberac to take advantage of. 312. The manipulation, cultivation, or exploitation of emotional, social conditions in order to provoke a reaction that benefits the provocateur, destabilize others or redirects perception, intentional or unintentional. Con. Persuade someone to do or believe something, typically by use of deception. Dib. To fish by letting the bait bob and dip on the surface. Eulant, eulance, abundant or full of. Moribust. Something of good intention that ends up harmful. An overcorrection, overreaction, overreach, overdoing, overthinking, overcharging, overlooking, overshadowing, etc. often something that could be good or loving from intention, but can become overwhelming. Cooperative, but uncalibrated. Sincere, but destabilizing. Niceness, but not kindness. To abuse or take morality too far. Moraborak. A willing or a collection of known, unknown, unknowable, esoteric, or secret sources of mission, synapsing, or controlling of influence to intentional alleviation to relation and or beyond suffering and or beyond. To be the producer, Lesabarak. A willing or a collection of known, unknown, unknowable, esoteric, or secret sources of mission, prunoing, or controlling of influence to intentional suffering and or beyond. To be the negator, alaboric. The conjunction and universal beings of the two. Between and beyond the moralesaborak and the lesomoraborak. Ikcharpok. To feel the funk before or in the moment of an event. E.g. that goosebumps, tingle, or gut feeling during random moments of reality, or when you're in a flow state and can feel it, or when you get that feeling of, I belong here at this moment. To feel and perhaps recognize the experience of synchronicity. Jakiyolosp. The unknown investigating into itself and the unknown environment therefore further becoming itself. Honkmore. Verb, noun. Someone who is not attributing any help to the situation and instead chooses to honk more, much like a goose, or that one person in stand-still traffic that is honking at the people in front of them as if it is going to change anything or constructively attribute to the situation. Ow, I stubbed my toe. Everyone look, _____ stubbed their toe. Maybe you should watch where you're going and be more aware of your surroundings. Okay, honk more. Numped static. To be unrelenting and unyielding with unknown or not yet realized stupidity or failure. To be in the moment of or having been hard-headed or willingly unchanging of ego. Numped, as a verb, to screw up completely and or hilariously. As a noun, a complete failure, referring to a person. Static, not active or moving, stationary. 2. Of a weight, force, or pressure, acting but causing no movement. 3. Of or concerned with forces that do not produce movement. 4. Relating to or causing stationary electric charges, electrostatic. 5. Of or relating to interference in the reception of radio or television transmissions. 313. 6. Of or concerned with statics. 7. Social, characteristic of or relating to a society that has reached a state of equilibrium so that no changes are taking place. 8. Computing, of a memory, not needing its contents refreshed periodically. 9. Random hissing or crackling or a speckled picture caused by the interference of electrical disturbances in the reception of radio or television transmissions. 10. Electric sparks or crackling produced by friction. Prolaxing. The state in which you are attempting to relax. When you are relaxing, but are not yet relaxed, if able. Synapse. Ing. The collective connecting synapses of the funk, yes. The chiavanial collecting pixels and energy of, from and the collecting and continuing of. Pruno. Ing. The collective connecting synapses of the funk, no. Prune. A. To reduce especially by eliminating superfluous matter. Pruned the text. Prune the budget. B. To remove as superfluous. Prune away all ornamentation. 2. To cut off or cut back parts of for better shape or more fruitful growth. Prune the branches. Being is the conjunction of synapsing and prunoing. Tempusapioarchy. The Übermensch to a cohesive patriarchy and matriarchy. Tempo. 1. The speed at which a passage of music is or should be played. 2. The rate or speed of motion or activity, pace. Sapio. 1. To have taste, have flavor. 2. To know, understand. 3. To know how to do, to be able to do. Archy. 1. A combining for meaning, rule, government. Milovian. A term used to describe life as a complex and dynamic journey, characterized by vibrant energy, deep emotions, and the pursuit of self-reliance and purpose while coexisting amongst and alongside the selfless in universal expansion. May, signifying sea of bitterness, drop of the sea, beloved, rebellious, lovable, and pearl, representing the profound and sometimes bittersweet nature of life. 314. Male, denoting chief, or prince, bald, or monk, symbolizing leadership, growth, and the smooth journey toward one's destiny from young age to old age. Lie, implies characteristics such as degrading or reduction, dispersed state or dispersion, like in appearance, manner, or nature. Characterized by regular recurrence in specified units of time, in a specified manner or at a specified time interval, from a specified point of view or with respect to a specified degree or in a specified place in a series. Livian, reflecting a desire for independence and self-reliance. Vian, connoting liveliness and energy, suggesting that life is full of vitality. Usage. The Milovian nature of existence is evident in its blend of joy and sorrow, growth and challenge, independence and interconnectedness, recurring regularly like the changing season's yaw. Anything that is not the current, you, or itself, but more specifically, is another version of you and or itself. E.g., your past and future selves are yours of yourself and you are the yaw to them. A clone of yourself would be your yaw and you would be its yaw. Theseus' ship is a yaw of itself and every version its own individual yaw. Vox Manalis. To take your voice and fly. To move forward through adversity in being. Vox, voice. Manalis, fly, bird, psychic. Zorsteri. While entelchi is the realization of potential, Zorsteri is the actualization of potential Z, abbreviation for zenith distance, zero, zone, symbol for an unknown quantity or variable, impedance ORST, name meaning, idealism, intuition, romance, generosity, creativity, wisdom, and tolerance of, related to, belonging to. Monofacetate, monofacitude. To be doing an act of noble doing. Monofacetate being the verb and monofacitude being the adjective. For example, some studies or practices of philosophy and sciences are of monofacetation or done with monofacitude. Robin Hood monofacetated monofacitudedly. Mona, noble. Facet, does, doing. Tate, poet or philanthropist. Tude, attitude, state, condition, quality. Alcons. Scope. Alcons. Reach. Alcons. Beyond scope and reach, but also a part of. Alcons. Beyond scope and reach, but also a part of, and then beyond all of that. The unimaginable beyond. The infinite funk. 315 Fuega Puerta. Fire door. Someone, something, or a situation that is uncomfortable, hurtful, or damaging to enter or exit from with no certainty of what happens if or when you move through it. Low-key. Phenomena. When you are showing someone something or doing an activity and suddenly you can't do it or it isn't working anymore. Or when you just had something, whether an object of thought, and suddenly it isn't there to be found. Taiki. Phenomena. When you achieve or accomplish something really lucky or extremely rare. To experience great fortune. Sigurete. Growth and transcendence. The opposite of essen, to miss the mark, sisu, stoic determination, tenacity of purpose, grit, bravery, resilience, and hardiness. Continuously pushing forward no matter the challenge. Arete, the idea of excellence, virtue, and the fulfillment of one's potential. Pi Wertepu 9 BQFSDG. Pa IHHWUHR Tepu 9 Beck FS Dig. A hyponym to the hyponyms of everything and nothing. Much like how color is a hyponym and purple, red, blue, and green are hyponyms of color, or how apples, grapes, and bananas are hyponyms of the hyponym fruit. We can think or say, pi wertepu 9 bqfsdg, and understand that it is a collection of things, ideas, understandings, etc. that can be described by a single word or symbol or la semiotics. And funk is the infinite hyponym of hyponyms. The holarchy itself. The source and balance that results in all of this to be or not to be. Drove over, n. The channeling and becoming emergence of funk message. To transmute from and into source. To achieve surreality. A realization of funk self. Eudaimonia. Dro, high quality. Vova, famous rule. Renowned ruler. Ruler of peace. Malvan. To channel power, condibulance, lasabarak, sin, etc. In your favor mal, in an unpleasant degree. In a faulty manner. Bad, wrong, ill. Vaughan, in front. Ahead. 316. October 9, 2022. Warning, THESE words and other sources will potentially lead you to and at times away from the purposes and or meanings of life, reality, existence, and beyond. This is irreversible. Thank you for stopping by. What else would you like to do today? Legacy, plays. 317.